There we go. Now we got audio on the other stream. Okay. How's everyone doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Tap that screen. Get the likes up. Let's get everyone in here. All right. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's see. What do we have going on tonight? Let's check the updates. We've got Iran posting a bunch of videos of their shitty equipment underground. Oh no, we're so scared. All F-4 Phantoms in Iran have reportedly been destroyed, leaving only 2 countries that still fly this airframe. RIP F-4. Also, let's share this live out. What about the music? It's my Ukrainian playlist. I have my own Ukrainian playlist that I made for when I'm fucking jamming out or when I'm in country. Where's that other group chat? A little loud. How about that? Oh, he's just a little bot account. Got it. Got it. Bot account. Any news? Any news? Host Defender. Nothing new there. What's the topic? Fucking geopolitics. It says that Israel's F-35 fly over Iran unimpeded. Bro, it's not just F-35s. There's 4th generation F-16s currently flying the entire skies of Iran, completely uncontested. F-16s. With the fucking radar cross-section of a goddamn bus. This dude that posted on Twitter, don't deport Latina baddies. U.S. soldiers wearing Vietnam era fatigues have taken to the streets of D.C. Tomorrow's parade is going to be epic. Oh, God. This is so dumb. Odds US would use a B2. Not really need to. Oof, no F-16 still stealth. The F-16 is not stealth in the slightest, especially the variant that Israel has. Those things are fucking behemoths. You can put stealth coating on an F-16, but not the ones Israel has. Okay. Anyway, it seems that Iran sold all CMs to Russia. Read somewhere that they sent tons of gold back. I haven't seen any proof that they've sold any, but I know that they've got a hodgepodge of bullshit right now that they're trying to scramble together. Like yesterday, we saw S-300 carrying platforms with S-200 missiles on them. Like, holy shit, that's fucking abysmal. Did Iran strike the U.S. embassy? As far as you know, the embassy is safe. Their operational security, or due to OPSEC, though, a lot of stuff's being kept under wraps. I got some guys in the region right now, and they've gone dark and are not saying anything at the moment. I know that people were including myself, were tracking incoming missiles. But I haven't seen any updates since they got near Iraqi airspace. Gold for Shahed drones? Don't worry, Anthony Nick is soon to end his live and people will come here. I thought it was ending right then. Son of a bitch. Hey, anything else? Iran showing off a bunch of useless equipment. Tourette's in Ukraine completely fucked. Thank you, Russia. People want to fucking complain about Gaza. He fooled you? God damn it, Nick. I'm hearing shit on X about is the Israelis suspecting Hezbollah gathering. The funny thing about that is they started to, and then the Lebanese government turned around and said, stop it. No, bad Hezbollah. You ain't going to do shit. And Hezbollah went, okay. Hezbollah released an official statement yesterday saying, we are not going to respond. They're showing solidarity with Iran, but openly admitted they are not going to respond, which is hilarious. Welcome, everyone. There's no way he fucking... There's no fucking way he actually tweeted this. Oh my fucking god. There's no way he actually tweeted this. Oh my fucking god. What would even be the logistics? Okay, I'm going to show you guys one of the dumbest tweets I've ever seen from one of the biggest propagandists on Twitter. This is from Suleiman Ahmed. Dude with, let's see how many followers he has again. 651,000 followers. He's an absolute fucking moron. And he just posted one of the dumbest things I have ever seen. Breaking: Iran targeted infrastructure and buildings in Tel Aviv used by Israel to store F-35 jets and submarines. And this is what he posted. He actually posted this. No. Bro, he's posted dumb stuff like this before. That's the dumb part. What does he think the logistics of this would be? First of all, that's not how big the F-35 is. Nor is it how big... how would they even get them out? How would Israel get the planes out of these? All right. Well, hang on. Well, we have to restart, guys, because the live already got flagged. We have to restart because the live already got flagged. Everyone click on my profile. Just refresh in a second. We'll be right back. I can't fucking believe these people. Oh my fucking god, dude. This is fucking pathetic. Well, we've restarted the live. This fucking. Welcome, guys. We had to restart because we got flagged immediately. This is pathetic. Did Nick already end his live? Tap the screen, get the likes up, guys. My mic is low? What is going on? Test, test, test. Okay, they're fine on that screen. What about on this one? Mic's the same volume as it always is. Yeah, he did. So he ended. I got the viewers and then had to restart because it got flagged. Gotta love it, guys. Way to go, TikTok. Sounds quieter. No. Music was a tad loud. How about now? Such a good app, yeah. It's riot day. Nervous. You finally watch you after Nick. Nice question. Back in Modern Warfare, we know about everyone's arsenals. Why? I mean, sort of to an extent. It depends on who you're talking about, really. And you can know what someone has doesn't mean you know what the capabilities are. Because there's a lot of stuff that like people haven't seen in action. You can see what someone claims their stuff is, but that doesn't mean that's how it's actually going to perform. For example, Russia, for the longest time, was claiming they had a hypersonic cruise missile. For a cruise missile to be a hypersonic cruise missile, it needs to be able to reach and travel above Mach 5, maintain that speed, and maneuver at or above Mach 5. A cruise missile reaching hypersonic speeds does not make it a hypersonic cruise missile. Russia has their Kinzhal missile, which they tout as a hypersonic cruise missile. It's literally just an Iskander missile launched from a fucking MiG. That's all it is. It's not an actual hypersonic cruise missile. It cannot maneuver above Mach 5. It can travel at Mach 5 during some phases, and then it has to slow down to maneuver to go and basically probably hit its target. But that's an example of like, hey, someone says what the capabilities are. We know what equipment they may have, but we may not know how it actually works because they may just be lying about the capabilities, or we haven't even seen it in action. And we saw with the Russian hypersonic Kinzhal missile that it was far from hypersonic or anything close to it. Is it common for armies nowadays to have items we don't hear about publicly? Absolutely. There's shit that I still can't talk about to this day. Do you think the Iranians and Israelis have something we don't know about? Not Iran. I mean, they may have some hodgepodge bullshit, but it's probably old tech. Israel, probably. Why are Marines so jealous? Of what exactly? Quality wise or quantity wise? I wouldn't say quantity wise for Israel. Probably no. Iran, maybe. An Iskander missile, is that where Iskander? I don't fucking know. Thank you so much for supporting Ukraine. You realize you're right. Thanks, Vlad. No problem. Just doing my job. Doing the right thing. Well, then someone told me it was Sam Systems. What was Sam Systems? Are you allowed to talk about Sierra Leone? What are you talking about, dude? What are you asking? Amount of jets, for example? Well, considering they buy them from us, bro, it'd be a little bit hard for them to lie to at least us. Someone else, sure. To us, no. Oh, also, so during the riots in LA, people were throwing Molotov cocktails at police horses today. In response, police beat that ass. So one of my friends, Cam Higby, emailed PETA just out of curiosity and sent them photos and videos of these people harming the horses. To which PETA said, one, they don't like that police are being used for work, and that makes it okay for people to harm the horses because they belong to the police. Ah, a man in Colorado opened fire at a busy intersection with a Draco. Great job, man. He is currently in jail with a $100,000 bond. Good job. Get fucked. Who is Sam? This is Anthony. W Cam. Yeah, Cam's great. Why would I talk about, or what about Marsog? You're being very vague with your questions. I don't know what you're getting at. That's the problem here, Conqueror. Like I don't know what you're asking directly. Oh, is you're talking yeah, Iskander's a fucking reservist supply officer. He ain't shit. He doesn't know shit. He acts like he knows anything about fucking anything. He doesn't. He's a little fucking terror simping propagandist. He doesn't know anything. I debated Cam Higby before. All right. He denied child marriages exist in the U.S., but it's actually an issue. I wouldn't say it's an issue. I would say it does exist. It's not like an overwhelming issue, like it's prevalent. But yeah, some states do have really fucking weird consent stuff. PETA unalives the vast majority of the animals they take in, so not much help there. Absolutely, they unalive a majority of animals. Almost every PETA shelter is an unaliving shelter. Crazy how that works. You forgot the vets being detained at Capitol Hill at what? Is 1926 a good time for 3.1 miles, assuming I'm wearing boots? I'm going to be honest with you, man. You probably shouldn't be running in boots, especially if it's Marine Corps boots. They are not designed to be ran in. Like, that's something they don't really tell you is the boots we get are fucking atrocious unless you're using Bates lights. Bates lights are a little bit better. You just got to be careful with the ankle support on them. But 1926, that's what, like a little over 6 minutes a mile. Yeah, it's not bad if you're wearing boots. Like if you're running boots and utes, it's not bad. Peter's been caught faking animal abuse multiple times and lost every legal case about it. Classic. I like when there's a video of some PETA members stealing a homeless man's puppy and then euthanizing it. They stole a homeless man's puppy and then euthanized it. Why did this dude follow from next live? Just have this combo again. Which combo? I don't know. I don't know who you're talking about. Hey Nat, your video finally made it onto my FYP. Dude, my videos have been missing the FYP hard. I am stuck in that shadow ban right now. I am hard stuck in that shadow ban. If you guys want to see, by the way, if you click on my profile, I did just post a video a little bit ago about the fake claims of an F-35 being shot down. So if you do want to go to my profile and see that, you can do so. Like, watch it for 30 seconds, like it, and come back. Got a solid 100 likes on it. Nice. Flag polls make chat hard to read. I wonder if I can get rid of
Hey,
it.
Rover.
Hello, what's up?
Just wanted to come and thank you. I just came from your newest video. I can't believe the Iranians shot an FA-18-35 Thunderbolt Phantom 2, bro. Can't believe they
Dude,
did it.
the more I looked at that image, the more fucked up it was. At first, I was like, okay, it's just a poorly generated F-35, and I was like, wait a minute, the AI actually tried to take from other planes. Hold on, maybe they're onto something.
What, the Iranian government lying? Never.
Syrian girl like, oh shit, it's at 1,300 views. Oh wow, that's like actually a fucking first in a while. Usually my videos that are more than fucking 30 seconds get fucking destroyed in the algorithms.
Yeah, I just came from it. And I just wanted to make that joke.
What does Iran have left? Some MiG-29s. I do know they have some MiG-29s. I'd have to look at what else they have.
They probably have some Phantoms and Tomcats left.
They do, yeah, they do have some Tomcats. No, actually, it was confirmed that the Phantoms were completely destroyed. So there's now only two.
You're away from your mic. I can't hear you.
Hang on. God damn it. Just a second. I went to go reach for my lemonade and I fucking spilled it. So there is now only two countries that still fly F-4 Phantoms. Iran was one of three, and now all of them have been confirmed destroyed. So there's now less than 100 flying F-4 Phantoms in military service across the globe.
Oh wow. Yeah, because I knew they used to have them. I don't remember when exactly it was, but there was a standoff. I think it was a pair of F-15s or something like that. And they noticed the Phantoms on patrol and were able to get locked without them even knowing, but I don't remember the exact story.
So the Iranians apparently have 3,000 plus ballistics, plus can make 300 a month. Theoretically, can't they go forever? No, because they can say they have 3,000, but they haven't proved that. They also haven't proved they have 3,000 warheads to go in those missiles. They don't have 3,000 launch platforms, and they still haven't proven their manufacturing capabilities. It's similar like how Russia currently claims they're producing 150 tanks a month. We could literally watch footage of the factories and see that's not true. Like they're not even making T90s anymore right now. But like even cost effective wise, somebody even just put it in chat. Like they can't even do that cost effective wise. Like where are they going to get the support for that?
Yeah, as well as that, you kind of have to think. Iran is claiming to have so many of this. Russia claims how many nukes they have, but how many of them are actually serviceable units. I just wanted to come up with that joke. Hope you have a good day, brother.
You too. Thank you very much. I just want to save the F-14s. Save the F-14s. Hey, Amanda.
Hi. Do you know what's confirmed? Like, what Israel struck?
Israel actually released something on that earlier.
Because I know that they got like top military officials last night. I think up to 10 nuclear scientists. I think they targeted 12. I don't even know how many nuclear scientists they have. And then I know
there's gonna be a bunch. They just went for the top ones.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
They're going for the guys who are probably the most influential or instrumental and important within the project to enrich uranium to be able to get nukes.
Because
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Huh?
The thought.
I know what nuclear means, but what's nuclear?
I didn't say nuclear.
Sorry about that.
I said nuclear.
I interrupted you.
Somebody in the comments says they have 200 nuclear scientists. So my thing is like, here's the thing, like, are they gonna go try and make a mad dash right now? I think Israel hit Natanz. I think they've hit a couple other facilities, but they've not hit Fordo. I think they would need us to do that.
They fucked up with one of them because Iran's Atomic Energy Committee openly admitted that one of the bases wasn't hit, or one of the facilities wasn't hit, that Israel can get access to. And it's like, why would you do that? Why would you just go, hey, this one's good. Nobody hit this one yet. Israel's like, all right, which facility is that again? All right, noted. Be there in 5 minutes. It's like, why would you do that?
I'm just trying to figure out, like, remember last year when when you thought that Iran's attack was just symbolic, and I was like,
Which
no, I
one?
think they meant to penetrate.
Which one?
What do you think? Was the attacks tonight or last night on their
Oh,
standards?
no, yeah. This is so. Last night was a scramble at something symbolic because it again appears weak if they don't respond immediately. The one last time too, still just symbolic. It didn't do anything. Like when they know it didn't do anything. Even most of their missiles, I was talking about this with Nick. Most of the missiles that actually even impact, even the ones that hit the runway that actually made it to the base, they didn't have warheads. They had extra. They had no warheads in them to allow for extra fuel capacity because they literally don't have the maximum range that allows them to get to that base. Like if you look at the actual maximum range of the Iranian missiles, they did not have the range to get to where they were going. So they replaced the warheads with fuel to get there. And when you saw them impact, what was the impact looking like? A giant fireball, not an actual explosion like you would see with an actual warhead inside. Like it was very obvious that they weren't really capable and or even I mean, fuck, if they had tried, they could have still put warheads in them and hit other things, but they didn't. World War III actually going to happen? Probably not. Would be kind of cool. Amanda, World War III? Cool?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. For the people in the comments saying, is there going to be a draft? The answer is no. And it's like,
Well, yes, that's correct.
I just don't understand why every single time there's a conflict anywhere, people in America are automatically like, well, I don't want to go to war. It's like,
Cool.
the IDF doesn't want you either. So, I mean,
Wow.
Yeah.
That's sad.
Concator, what's up? What's on your mind?
You would know this better than I would, and I'm not saying that to be condescending or annoying. Please correct me if I am wrong, but the people who oppose a military draft the most are actually senior members of the military, both enlisted and commissioned like yourself, and that the reason why is because it would reduce the quality of the people that are coming in.
Well, that is a concern, but it's not like, hey, that's why we oppose it. It's not like hey, we oppose it because X reasons. It's like most people who hear about it just like think, oh, that's kind of fucking stupid. Why would we even need that? We don't even need it. Yes, it is a concern that it would drop standards. It's like, why would we need it? We don't need it.
Wow. Why was that done during Vietnam?
Because we needed it, and now we don't. We have the largest volunteer force in the entire world.
What about the Israeli military? From what I was made to understand, their whole number of people active was somewhere in the range of 70,000. You guys might know that better than me too, but their reserves were like 400,000 plus beyond, and that's in a nation comparable to New Jersey.
They have the ability to activate a majority of the population who's been activated at some point because they're mandatory service, and that in countries that have mandatory service and conscription, that's usually how that works. Like a lot of countries in Eastern Europe don't have that large of an active military, but at the flip of a fucking switch can activate their reserves and like quadruple and even quintuple their military overnight.
Note this point. Some people got upset with me for bringing this up, but it's kind of relevant. If someone's going to a shelter, is that maybe you already read it in the comments. I don't mean to keep repeating it. Is 1926 a good time to run 5K, assuming I'm wearing boots, jeans, and a t-shirt?
Yeah, I said like if you're running boots and utes, yeah, it seems fine. Like it's a little over 6 minutes a mile, but I wouldn't be running in boots. It's awful for your body and your back, and your knees and your ankles. Ask me how my back is fucked up because I ran in boots and utes a lot while carrying my gear. No bueno.
Now this is gonna sound kind of stupid. I falsely confessed to soliciting stolen valor.
What?
That guy that I was shaking hands with on that boardwalk, he is or
okay.
was
You're the weirdo from last night. I'm not dealing with that last night. I'm not dealing with that. Why are Iranians against the strikes though? At least those in the West. Iranians in the West are against the strikes because they're not the fucking Persians who are suffering under the IRGC. Can you explain the? Hey,
You
I'll
hear
get
me?
to. Yeah, just a second, Barrett. Can you explain the Yahtzee counter?
I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. You can keep going if you want to, or what?
Okay.
I just had a question. Why are we defending a country that is forcing us into a war? Not in a war, but like to back them up when most of our intelligent agency already disrespects their intelligent agency.
What are you talking about, dude? By the way, I like how
Mahad,
you went from
like,
sorry to interrupt. You can keep going if you want, and then proceeded to keep talking. So
oh no, you can go.
I'm gonna finish
If
talking.
you
Thank you
can't
for giving me
pronounce
permission to talk.
Mossad,
And thank you for giving me permission to talk on my own live after you interrupted. To explain the Yahtzee counter to the person that asked, this is the Yahtzee counter. We have the weekly counter and then the weekly record. The weekly counter on the left is for people that come up and accuse me of being Jewish or think I'm Jewish and start spamming anti-Semitic shit in the comments like H-Man was right, 6 million wasn't enough, hop in the oven, here's a gold star, like all the anti-Semitic shit. So in the last 3 days of streaming so far, we just started the third day. So basically in the last 2 days, we had 17 Yahtzees in the chat or on the panel. Okay, now power play. To your question, one, we haven't been dragged into a war, so the entire like rambling after your question was pointless. Even though it wasn't factual at all, it's just pointless dribble drabble added to a incorrect statement.
I did write an entire Substack explaining the U.S. interests and not allowing not allowing Iran to get a nuclear weapon, not regarding Israel's interests. So, like, if you want to know what our interests are separate from Israel's, you can go read that. Basically, if we want less war, which I think would be power play here's position, if we want less war, we should not allow nuclear proliferation, which will add to more war. In addition to that, if you saw some of the ballistic missiles hit Tel Aviv today, I believe there's one casualty so far and some injuries.
One death and a couple casualties.
Yeah. Okay.
So there's multiple casualties. One of them being a death, the other just being injured. I think a couple are in critical. Yeah. I think I saw something like nine injured in total.
Yeah. So if one of those warheads had a nuclear bomb on it, which Iran could make a dash to get, then all of Tel Aviv is blown up.
Yeah.
And if all of Tel Aviv is blown up, then we are definitely in a big war. Yeah. So better to take it out now.
Ryan John, but isn't that going to be a problem? Isn't the goal to gain support from the Iranians? No. The goal is it's not the goal, but a hopeful goal is that the Persian people will rise up and like take back their country from the Islamic regime that is oppressing them.
The goal is to limit their ballistic missile capabilities and nuclear capabilities. If they can get regime change off on the ground, great. But if they can't, at least they can't wage a really destructive war for a while.
I don't know if Power knows how to unmute himself. Let's see who this is.
You can drop me if you want.
Oh, you're fine, Amanda. You're fine. Willem, what's up?
Hello. I just if you're talking about Iran and the Israel attack, so many people, and I think from the US, it's look like they fighting Israel and Iran, okay, but I think you maybe mentioned it before on your streams because I was before it was last month on your stream, and I just mentioned that Iran have close ties with drone program to Russia, and also as a Czech person and European
drone designed and made
by
Iran.
Yeah. So I mentioned that Israel do job for Europeans security as for my country, because and also for Ukraine, because they attack if I see right.
What you're saying is it's an added benefit that it's as a byproduct of Israel taking out these facilities in Iran. Especially the missile manufacturing stuff and drone manufacturing plans, it hinders their ability to cooperate with countries like Russia, which means that Russia gets less weapons and less new tech that now makes it a bit safer for Eastern European countries, especially Ukraine, where they may not have that much of a supply flow now of those deadly weapons coming in from Iran.
Yes, exactly. Because I think many people around the world can even imagine like the how they connected with each other.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he muted. Hi, my mom and dad in Iran. What can I do? Stay in shelter. Don't get involved with the IRGC. How is USA going into war if there's not conflict? Good question, Denny. Ask the dude below that doesn't know how to unmute. World War III is on its way. It's better to be mentally prepared than completely willingness. Yeah, it's nice to be prepared, but the fear mongering of, oh my God, it's happening is not necessary. You mute people you don't want to listen to. No, Power, you realize you've had the ability to unmute yourself this entire time. I muted you because you interrupted me and then said, but you can keep going, and then proceeded to talk and then tried to give me permission to speak on my own panel. You've been able to unmute this entire time. Nobody's been stopping you. There's a little microphone button at the bottom of your screen. Or tap the box, your box where it shows you, and there's another microphone button on there as well. And then you hit the save button. Let me see if I can fucking send you an invite to unmute.
It is funny when they can't figure it out.
Yeah, I kept clicking that and it would not let me unmute. But my one question is, why do we keep attacking Tehran, Iran? I know that Israel said it was preemptive strikes on fucking them, but at the same time, that was not preemptive strikes. They've been developing a nuclear system for 30 years now.
And who is
and
we?
They still haven't even cracked it. They still haven't cracked it yet.
Are you listening? Who is we? You said we keep attacking. Who is we?
Israel.
Okay, so I'm not an Israeli, so it would be Israel, not we.
Okay,
America
Israel has also been a part of those talks and have launched bombs into Tehran, Yemen, and multiple other countries that have been there.
Okay, yeah, but this attack has nothing to do with the United States right now. And again, the reason that the reason that this happened was because the IAEA, after being denied entry to complete their inspections after accusing Iran of moving towards nuclear weapons about a year ago, again, they were denied entry for about a year because they accused Iran, hey, we've started seeing the signals. You're actually getting pretty close. What you doing there, bud? And they would, oh, no, what are you talking about? By the way, you can't come back. You can't inspect us anymore. They then compiled evidence.
Been the same
I'm
way
still talking.
Oh, yeah, I'm
still talking.
My bad.
They then got proof, and the IAEA put out a report that they gave to the fucking leaders of the world and said, hey, they're actually fucking close this time. Like, all that shit you did in the past, because you brought up, hey, they've been trying for 30 years. Yeah, they have, but we've limited them in multiple times in multiple capacities, like destroying their centrifuges, destroying their computers with viruses and stuff. We've limited them and set them back multiple times. They were actually on the cusp of it this time, and it's not like they were ramping up and stopping and, oh, I'm going to do it. They were actively working towards it, and the IAEA was like, hey, holy shit, this is bad. Someone needs to do something.
So, why is the problem of somebody having a nuclear bomb as a deterrence to save, like, keep their country safe, as the same way that Americans, Russians, Chinese, and multiple other countries used nuclear weapons as a deterrent to keep their country safe? Why is it a difference to Iran?
Because
I know that they are very corrupt in the same sense.
It's because they openly admitted that's not what it was for. Like, again, let's say Iran wasn't even party to the treaties they signed, not just the one with the United States, but also with the IAEA, like the atomic energy groups. Let's say they hadn't signed any of that, and they weren't privy to any of it, and they weren't forced to limit themselves on anything. Even if that were the case, they have still openly stated, hey, if given the chance, the very first thing we will do is nuke Israel into oblivion. So this isn't like it's a defensive thing. They've openly stated their entire goal, their entire one and only goal, is to nuke the ever-living fuck out of Israel. And if they're getting this close to it, that's a problem. That's not a defensive weapon. That's, I'm going to attack you.
Did you not realize literally Israel stole nuclear secrets from America and multiple other countries so that they could build a nuclear bomb themselves, and they're still not even close yet?
is this? Are we just gonna pivot, or are we gonna address what I actually stated?
That's what I'm stating in the same way, is that they want a nuclear bomb to bomb Israel, but Israel has literally used the same fact to gather secrets of nuclear bombs in the same way to
So
hold
you
a
have proof.
significance and bomb other countries. Like,
So
you
you
can't tell me that the bombing
hold
of
on,
other
hold on, hold on,
countries.
hold on. Slow down. Stop monologuing. Slow down. You made a point.
So
Let's
you
go
won't
over
let
it.
me talk, but
No,
you want to
you
have the
made a
time to talk.
point,
Okay,
so
yeah.
let's go over it. Don't just monologue. You can't just make a point and then just keep fucking going. Okay, you could be a child and run.
Okay.
He doesn't get it.
I was just want to react, but he left anyway.
He's not willing to have a cohesive conversation. He wants to be monologuing the whole time.
Yeah, it's like the activists who are shouting "Free Palestine" and this bullshit because they don't have any arguments, just shouting and yelling.
Yeah, it's
Can
like.
I just say though
Go
for
ahead.
the chat, like nuclear weapons are the most powerful weapon a country can have. It's not a fucking toy on a playground that every country gets a turn with. Like, if Israel doesn't want its greatest enemy to have a nuke and they have the ability to take it out, and all of the other regional actors don't want Iran to have a nuke, and we don't want them to have a nuke, and China and Russia all don't want them to have a nuke, guess what? They don't get a fucking nuke.
Yeah,
It's not that hard.
Especially if they signed an agreement saying, "Hey, we won't make nukes." Like,
exactly.
Like it. I could see the argument if maybe Iran hadn't signed a single deal saying that they were just going to do it anyways. But also if they hadn't just stated they were going to wipe out Israel. But not only did they sign an agreement saying they would not make nukes, they violated that agreement and then said, "Hey, we're going to nuke Israel."
It's like, but it's
What?
just bothering me. It's like, well, it's not fair. It's like, okay, this isn't a fairness thing. Like this isn't. I get to use the red crayon now. This is a powerful kinetic weapon that could wipe out entire Israeli population centers, and it's a psychological weapon. Israel does not. It's not in Israel's interest to allow Iran to psychologically torment all of its people.
Yet you haven't had a single ounce of proof that they were making nukes. No, they hadn't gotten the. They were enriching the uranium to make the nukes. Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. I'm being very precise with my language. The IAEA submitted a report and showed proof that Iran was very close to perfecting their shit to make nukes. Same way you had proof that Iraq and Afghanistan had WMDs. Nobody claimed that Afghanistan had WMDs. That shows me you don't know what you're talking about. Iraq was claimed to have WMDs, and they did, because WMDs doesn't just include nukes, it also includes chemical weapons, which they definitely had a buttload of chemical weapons that they hid from the UN weapons inspectors, where 30% of their stockpile was missing, and then they were openly used against United States service members in the second Gulf War. There's United States service members to this day receiving chemical exposure treatment for being exposed to chemical weapons used against them by the Iraqi military. Like, this whole thing of they didn't have WMDs, that shit's getting so fucking old, dude.
I just wanna add that Iran support Houthis, who are definitely, if they get the nukes, they have in the flags, which they named it, we kill or the debt to America.
Yep.
So if you think that Iran is for self-defense, you're just stupid. I'm sorry, because they're supporting terrorist organization like around the Middle East, and they are using not only against Israel. I said it's not only like Israel thing. It's about global security, and like I think also they nuke Israel, okay, and they will continue because
yeah, it's not like
Iran,
the area would somehow stop being in conflict. The wars would still go on, just now with different people.
Yeah,
Chemical
they
weapons
just
are not
as
WMDs.
Russia.
Yeah, chemical weapons, especially fucking warheads with chemicals in them used against personnel, are indeed counted as WMDs. I love when you people who know absolutely nothing about fucking weapons classifications or anything about the military try to say that, oh, chemical weapons and chemical warheads aren't nukes or aren't WMDs. You know absolutely nothing. Stop fucking talking about shit you don't know about and maybe listen for once in your life. Yeah, Willem, where are you from?
I'm from Czech Republic.
Okay, I was trying to figure out where the accent was from because I've had a few friends from places around there. I won't say where, but I've been trying to nail down all my friends' accents and people in the region's accents, and I keep fucking them up and pissing them all off. I keep telling people they're from the wrong place and making them mad.
I'm not from Russia.
No, no,
no. No, I think I have not a bad accent.
No, it's not bad. It's not bad at all. I was just trying to figure out where it was from. Definitely not Russian. Very obviously not Russian. A lot of people don't know how to differentiate different accents in the region, but like once you start talking to people, it's kind of easy to tell them apart. It's just a matter of figuring out which one's which. But yeah, did you have anything else to add? I'm gonna bring up some other opposition right now, trying to keep the panel small, have like 1 or 2 friendlies up.
Yeah, I just wanna add that like I don't know if you commenting the US policy, but for me it's funny that like your president now, Donald Trump, is celebrating the Iranian attacks, and when Ukrainians do something against the Russia, he's so crying about it.
Yeah,
and
I know.
This started
I brought that up yesterday.
Before, so
I get that people are complaining. Well, one side does have nukes, and the other side was getting close to nukes. It's like, yeah, but still, the sentiment is the same. It's like this country's been attacked for the last fucking arguably since 2014 under war. The war's technically never ended, and they're defending themselves. And they're finally taking it back to the fucking enemy's home front. How dare they? But take out possible nukes. Good to go.
Yeah. Okay. I know that you need some opposition, and I just want to support your job, because I do some in Czech Republic on my streams, or I can also have in English.
All right. Well, thank you for coming up, man.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Heroim Slava. Can we just stop the unaliving? Yeah, tell that to the people that keep invading other countries like Russia and Iran with their proxy groups. That would be lovely. By the way, I'm sorry if I'm getting you guys out of order. TikTok kind of throws your names in random order when I let up guests, so I'm sorry if someone waits a little bit longer than other people. 5th Battalion, what's up? What's on your mind?
Yeah, sorry, English isn't my first language. Can you tell me what it is like to lose the game?
Oh, son of a bitch, you bastard. Get the fuck out of here, you bastard. God damn it. They got me. I lost the game. Family, what's up?
Hey, I would like to point something out.
Wait, that's a child. That's a child. That's a child. That is a child. We're getting that person out of here.
I kind of wanted to know. I kind of feel like he would have had a really intense opinion on this that I wanted to hear, though.
Z's always have these cringy AI generated profile pictures. Z's? What AI generated profile picture do I have? I would love to see what profile picture that I have that's AI generated. Douglas, what's up?
Yeah, World War III isn't going to happen anytime soon. However, I'm a little confused. I was just listening a bit. What exactly are your positions right now?
On what specifically? Which thing are you talking about?
Let's take it one by one. So let's do Russia-Ukraine first.
Russia invaded the sovereign borders of Ukraine not once but twice, and technically, if we're getting real, the war has not ended since 2014. Every agreement that Russia has made with Ukraine has been violated. They're illegally trying to annex sovereign territory while slaughtering Ukrainian civilians in areas that have already been captured, where the soldiers are not, and the fighting is not even continuing. Ukraine is an ally of the West and an ally of the United States, so we have the obligation to uphold to assist them, like we promised to do in the Budapest Memorandum. Everything that Russia has used as an excuse to justify their invasion has been proven blatantly false or just flat out just lies and propaganda.
Okay, cool. So there's no disagreement there. So what I'm assuming we may have a disagreement on is the Starved David people and the Iran.
Israel is opposed to Iran, run by the IRGC, who openly funds groups like Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, who openly attack Israel on a regular basis and have done so in combination with the Muslim Brotherhood for decades. They have actively stated that their entire goal is to wipe Israel off the face of the map or off the face of the earth, and they're not going to stop till they do it, similar to the rhetoric that is preached by the groups that they fund and support. They also have partnership with Russia, who they trade weapons and ammunition and supplies, money with, just like they do with these different groups.
Star David people.
Yeah, whenever I've said the country's name, my account gets banned. So
Israel.
What's on their flag?
Star David people.
What's on their flag?
It's Israel. You can just say Israel.
Again, me personally, I don't have the best of luck on this platform. It's happened a few times, and that's why I just said it. Anyways.
Well, yeah.
Okay. So when we look at that current conflict that we have right now, we have to accept that America has an actual role to play when it comes to the retaliation that Iran is going to do for this attack. When we look at why they're saying they're attacking, they're saying, oh, it's preemptive because they're trying to have nukes. But we had a nuclear deal that they were abiding by, that third parties were able to come in, look at, and everyone said, yes, they are abiding by this. Then when we take that away, we have created a situation where it can be like, oh, well, they're about to have nuclear weapons, so we have to attack them before they attack us.
No, the IAEA actually stated that Iran stopped allowing them to inspect their weapons, or not their weapons, their nuclear facilities.
That's not true.
Yeah, the IAEA stated that they weren't allowed to inspect certain
That's
facilities.
not true. Iran was absolutely abiding.
Did you hear the words that came out of my mouth? Certain facilities, which is the ones that they had a very high interest in, that they suspected these things were being developed.
I heard the words coming out of your mouth.
Okay.
They were abiding by everything that they were supposed to. Donald Trump went in, he blew everything up. Iran was doing everything that they were supposed to be doing.
Because if I pull up a statement from the IAEA stating otherwise,
I was just finding one.
Do you have the statement, Amanda? Because I'm looking.
I'm finding it.
Because the IAEA says otherwise.
Okay, now my question
find it.
when it comes to you quoting the
Find the
IAEA,
statement.
are you doing recent statements or are you doing statements of the time that I'm referring to?
Wait, say that again?
Iran was abiding by what they were supposed to be.
You're interrupting other people. Calm down. What were you saying? I couldn't hear what you said. She interrupted you. I'm sorry.
I said, are you quoting the IAEA current statements, as in like the most recent, or are you quoting from the time that I'm talking about when there was an actual deal that was made and was being
I'm talking about recent, where they stated that, hey, Iran's going off the chain.
Okay, now
by the way, can I just caveat what you're saying? When we pulled out of the deal, the rest of the countries that were in the JCPOA, it's called the E5+1, they did not pull out of the deal. So while we pulled out so we could put in sanctions, the IAEA was still able to inspect. So this whole bullshit line, I don't know where you guys are getting this, that, oh, they were following the deal to a T, and now we haven't been able to see what they're doing because we pulled out. The IAEA was still able to inspect where they were able to inspect if they were given a grace period, because the deal was shitty and they had to give like a 30 days heads up, and they weren't able to inspect all like places.
IAEA board declares Iran in breach of non-proliferation obligations. Declared they were in breach of the obligations for the first time in almost 20 years, which is what I said. In accordance to the report they gave to the UN Security Council, a major step is the culmination of several festering standoffs between the International Atomic Energy Agency and Iran have risen. Let's see, where do they talk about the inspections? This is like a response to nuclear escalation. Resolution comes in time of particularly heightened tensions. We already know that. Diplomats have closed off doors. We already know that. Damning report. The text seen by Reuters declared Iran in breach of its obligations, giving a damning report the IAEA sent to member states on May 31st. The Board of Governors finds Iran's many faults to uphold obligations in 2019 to provide the agency with full and timely cooperation regarding undeclared nuclear material and activities at multiple undeclared locations in Iran. Meaning, hey, you're not telling us about this facility. This facility exists. We know it exists. We have proof it exists. Why haven't you let us inspect it? Amazing.
And then here is a statement from yesterday from the US plus E3 countries, which means the UK, France, and Germany, basically going into the fact that we know that they're developing weapons. And this said, for the first time in over 20 years, not only are they in violation of the JCPOA, which is the deal that they signed that the US pulled out of under Trump, but the rest of our European counterparts plus Russia and China stayed in, but also they were just in violation in general of the Non-Proliferation Treaty.
Now, when we talk about non-proliferation, I'm going to touch on that in a second, but I want to get back
I just want to add real quick before I forget. I'm sorry. It's just one last part. This was going in further detail on what Iran was specifically violating, again, because they were saying that there was finds that Iran's many failures to uphold the obligations of 2019 provide the agency with full and timely cooperation, blah, blah, where'd it go? They found... Where'd it go? Hang on. Shit, it was in here. They basically found 3 or 4 secret facilities that Iran refused to report, which means that if they're refusing to report it and openly talk about it with the agency, how are they supposed to inspect it? Meaning they're in violation. And then when you ask about them and they go, no, those don't exist, also you can't inspect them. That is in a direct violation of the agreement. So I don't know where Color you're getting this whole thing of they didn't violate anything, they were completely open and transparent. That's just blatantly false.
Okay.
Yeah, back to you. Sorry.
No problem. So when we again, because my point is, had the U.S. not pulled out of the agreement that we had, because when the U.S. makes an agreement, we have the political pull in order to ensure that people abide by it.
Yeah.
The fact that we stepped away from that is what then created this opening. So the deal fell through. Well, I'm sorry, it didn't fall through. We exited. So
she ran. She ran away.
We got rid of it. We got rid of it. And the moment that we got rid of it, that's when they were like, oh, well, all right, we're going to do whatever it is that we're going to do now.
Yeah, so, but them not, they still had multiple. Amanda, how many agreements was it on the nuclear development? Because it wasn't just the one that they had with us. They were still in an agreement with the.
Again, I'm not focused on with anybody else. I'm focused on our agreement. But
that's the thing is it was the same agreement basically with multiple parties. Meaning just because our agreement ended with them doesn't mean that they would not still be in violation of the other agreements by continuing with that development. So if they may not
they can be in violation with other people. What I'm saying is when the U.S. Right, when the most powerful nation on this planet was involved with it, they were stepping in line. They were not putting that toe over the line. They weren't testing the limits. They weren't dipping the pinky toe in the water. They were like, okay, cool. America's here. We got to deal with them. They're going to let us make a nuclear power plant. Okay, you let us make energy. And we will not make weapons of mass destruction. That was the deal.
Okay, you're really mischaracterizing the deal, dude.
I'm really
mischaracterizing.
Yes, I'm really not.
Yes,
let her respond.
I'm really not. Just pause.
Let me explain.
Can you just pause for a second? Because I'm trying to hit my second point, I will be quiet and I will
one point at a time. Hang on. We gotta give people time to respond. We're doing one point at a time. We're like sticking to the topics. Let's let Amanda respond to the first point at least.
Okay. That was not the spirit of the deal. What happened was under Obama, he wanted to pull out of the Middle East. He didn't want the United States to be so involved, either because he didn't think it was right for us to push our values on the Middle East or because he wanted to pivot to Asia. Depends on who you ask what he wanted to do. When he did the JCPOA, the idea was that Iran is a historically strong power in the Middle East. They have all these proxies that they've built up. They clearly want to be a regional power, and if we want to do kind of a balance of power where people are too scared to go to war because they're all kind of powerful, he thought, okay, we're going to do this deal with Iran, and hopefully after 15 years, because it was supposed to start sunsetting this year in 2025, if we have given them increased like cooperation and Western integration and money and all of these things, then they would no longer want to pursue a nuclear weapon. However, as a part of that deal, they were still allowed to research nuclear sites. They had that time, like the IAEA could not inspect whenever they wanted to. We did side deals.
To add to that part, I'm just adding one part that to tie in what you and what I said. Amanda, even if they had followed, or even if they said, "Hey, we're following in line with that," the IAEA's report showed that even back as far, they found that these places that were illegally conducting experiments that were not allowed to be inspected were going on since as far back as 2009. Meaning they've been even when the agreement was ongoing, they were still in violation of it.
And then
no, they weren't. They were never in violation.
So the IAEA lied.
Okay. Where is that?
I just showed you one article. I just showed you one article. Here's another one. Damning IAEA reports spells out past secret nuclear activities in Iran.
Tons of articles that says they were never in violation.
IAEA board declares Iran in breach of
non.
Hold on. Color, just chill out for 1 second.
But can I just?
I got something for them. Don't worry about it. Just Amanda, you were finishing. He was piggybacking off of what you were saying. Finish your point, and so I can rebuttal.
So, with all of that being said, the biggest indicator that Iran was not getting less hostile towards us, because you can look back on Obama and say, okay, well, give it the benefit of the doubt, right? Iran's proxy network got so much stronger as soon as we started flooding them with cash. Way more weapon shipments to Hezbollah, way more weapon shipments to Hamas. They started funding the Houthis post JCPOA. The Houthis were not really that big of a deal pre JCPOA.
Okay, well, I don't think that's really like.
I'm talking.
You've interrupted literally everyone on this panel, including the dude that's like on your side. Calm down.
If the argument to be made is that Iran, they weren't going to get a nuke, they weren't going to be hostile, they weren't trying to fight with everybody, why would they start funding the proxies with way more powerful weapons at a way larger degree after they entered the JCPOA? At least that is in the violation of the spirit of the agreement. And if they're going to act hostile towards us and to our partners, I want to remind you, Hezbollah has influence operations and cells in the United States, okay? They tried to assassinate President Trump last year. They've done a lot. Like, why would we continue a deal with them when they're acting hostily towards them? And we have legitimate proof.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
This report from 2015 substantiates that they were still violating, by the way.
I don't want to get too far out of the side because I just need to know where your proof is on them trying to take out Trump. I just need to know where you got that information from.
I'm not
that is a CNN article. I'll go find it right now.
Yeah, that's the CNN. That's the CNN sourcing. Go find that. That's the CNN sourcing the White House. I don't really care on that. It's just...
let me get back to the point in order to rebuttal. So again, we're talking about the deal that the U.S. had with Iran that was finalized on July 14th, 2015. Right now, we can go into the National Archives and see that on January 16, 2016, the International Atomic Energy Agency verified that Iran has completed the necessary steps under the Iran deal that will ensure Iran's nuclear program is and remains exclusively peaceful. The reason why they were checking to make sure that it remains exclusively peaceful is because they were using it for energy purposes. Now, what we know that is also stated is that it was shipped 25,000 pounds of enriched uranium out of the country. And enriched uranium is what would be used in order to make one of those horrible weapons. Second, it dismantled and removed 2/3 of its centrifuges, again, something else that would be used. It removed the Calendra from its heavy water reactor and filled it with concrete. It provided unprecedented access to its nuclear facilities and supply chain. So we're seeing that the steps were all being taken, that this was being done in good faith. We can talk about the proxies and everything else, but I want to keep this specifically centered because none of those proxies have gotten their hands on a dirty bomb. They haven't gotten their hands on anything that is nuclear that would be able to attack any of our allies.
I'm not claiming they were, though. That's the thing. Again,
no. Amanda was saying that they were given way more, like, powerful weapons. What I'm stating that
they were just
what
not
would
to the
be a
scale of
more-
your saying.
Again, what would be a way more powerful weapon is a nuclear weapon. Now, again,
Okay, so
the
Iran.
second- I'm so not done. Second, because I really want to hit on this point because I told you guys I'd get back to proliferation. When we look at history of nuclear proliferation, we see that the blue and white country already violated it and has been seen with their deals with South Africa. When apartheid South Africa government was going on, they were making backroom channels and deals in order to get enriched uranium and teach the South African government how to make nuclear weapons. That is a violation of the Nuclear Arms Treaty that is in the UN, that is between us and all of our partners, and part of the nuclear proliferation. So we can't sit over here and act like one side has been so holier than thou and absolutely obeying every law all the time when our own intelligence agencies have verified that that is not the case.
You're arguing a point no one made. No one's saying that the U.S. is perfect or done anything perfect with this stuff. Also, why is my mic?
I'm not saying the U.S. I'm talking about the blue and white country.
Oh, Israel. Who cares? Israel's not a part of that agreement.
No.
But they're not. They're not party. They're not party.
Bro. I said nuclear proliferation, and we were talking about Iran being a nuclear proliferator, and then I was bringing up that the country that preemptively attacked them was already in violation of that.
They're not in violation if they didn't sign anything. If they're not a party to it, they didn't sign. It's just like a lot of countries have signed an agreement banning cluster munitions. The U.S. and Russia haven't signed that, meaning if we use them, we're not in violation of that because we're not party to it. Just because someone does it and they're not a signatory doesn't mean you hold them accountable to it unless you want to take it a different route, which you can, but they're not technically in violation. But again, to the claim that Iran didn't violate anything, they were perfectly on this, that's not true. Again, the IAEA has released multiple reports openly stating that they were in violation. We've got this one from 2015. We've also got this one from just in May. In May, they called out that there was multiple sites that Iran was completely violating the regulations on, where they weren't allowing proper inspections, they were hiding stuff, they lied and said certain facilities didn't exist. They violated it. They are signatories. They violated it. Israel's not a signatory. I don't give a fuck about Israel in this scenario because Israel didn't sign those things.
But they did attack them, right? Stating nuclear weapons.
That's not what the argument... No, that's not what your argument was, though. If you want to argue, yeah, they attacked someone who was trying to...
No, my argument was about nuclear proliferation, and then you pointed out they were not a signatory on that treaty, which is 100% true. But my thing to now shift it is if they aren't going to be a part of the NPT, right? And they are going to claim that a country that we, the U.S., used to have a deal with, that they were complying with, that our current administration, when he was number 45 instead of number 47, threw away. You feel me? I'm sorry to say that. How are we then going to look at their attack as justified?
Because we were some of the people that agreed this attack needs to happen. And
Who,
they were in the best position to do so.
The attack is not justified if the person justifying it is perfect. It's justified if the threat of a nuclear Iran is worth trying to stop. If the threat of a nuclear Iran is so great, that is what justifies the attack, not whether or not Israel's perfect. I have jaywalked before. I can still call out murderers. Okay?
Yeah,
like
again, not on the same plane of what I'm talking about, but I get the spirit of what you're trying to say.
It's an analogy because you don't seem to be.
Look, Amanda, I said I get the spirit of what you're trying to say. Drop it. Let's move on.
I'd like to address with Color real quick. Color, are you acknowledging that the IAEA you were wrong and that the IAEA has in fact stated that Iran was in violation? Are we going to acknowledge that? Color? I'll invite you.
I don't think Color knows how to turn her.
I just sent her an invite to unmute it. Also, my mic volume is being really fucking weird. It's like low on everything.
Quiet. Sometimes I can't hear you.
Test. Okay.
Now it's better.
Okay, test. God damn it, it's still low on TikTok.
You've been loud this whole time.
No, I'm looking at
Maybe
my so for some reason my system volume lowered on my gain on my microphone, which lowered it across both of my streaming services, which means that like I've got to fix the levels on OBS and I got to fix the levels on TikTok, and they're entirely separate, and it's fucking me up right now. Color, are you there? I sent you an invite to unmute your microphone. I'll send you another one in 20 seconds when it allows me to. I'd just like some acknowledgement that you were wrong when you said the IAEA never stated that Iran was in violation.
I also don't understand this argument that both of you guys are trying to make that, like, well, if they weren't in violation back then, okay, we can't go back in time.
She just dropped. All right, she ran away again. All right.
It's just weird though.
Now she's back.
Oh, it's just weird though. Like even at the time of the Iran deal, like Obama administration officials running around DC were not saying this is an amazing deal. It's going to prevent Iran from ever getting a nuke. They said it's the best deal we could get, and it's better than nothing.
Color, now that you're back, will you acknowledge that you were wrong?
No, I wasn't wrong.
You said the IAEA never stated that Iran was in violation, correct?
They never were.
The IAEA says otherwise on this May 31st, 2025 report that was presented recently to the state party members, as well as this report from 2015. So it's your word, a random woman on TikTok, versus the literal people who do the inspections.
Okay, I guess I'll say that I was wrong.
Okay.
Sure.
All right, fair enough. All right, does anyone have anything else?
About which part? About World War III?
I don't know. Well, I mean, World War III is realistically not going to happen right now. Maybe in 2027 when China decides to fuck around. But
when who tries to mess around?
China. We've anticipated that China will be prepared to invade Taiwan by around October of 2027.
I don't think China's our problem.
Yeah, but China going after the chip industry, which we very heavily rely on, is a huge major problem.
Yeah, but at the same time,
I don't think that's our big problem, though.
No.
Chips help run the country.
If we were to sign a defense treaty with Taiwan between now and then, I could get behind that. But with our current administration and how they're acting towards the situation, I think what may end up happening is a reversal of getting rid of the CHIPS Act from the Biden administration. And
that's already fucked up. It was rolled out improperly, and so basically
no. What I think you may have missed what I said.
A reversal of it, meaning we would go back on that, and we would be more dependent on Taiwan.
No. He would change it. So what I am saying is that how the CHIPS Act was supposed to put like more manufacturing into semiconductors and all that good stuff. I'm saying that they would redo it with a different third party being the chips.
Trump already.
So the companies that are involved in that aren't willing to do that. As someone who currently, like, my primary job right now, I do government relations stuff on the side and advisory stuff on the side. My primary job is in the semiconductor industry right now. I can tell you right now that the industry's kind of fucked and in chaos right now. So we were getting a bunch of money. Everyone was dumping stuff into it. I'm speaking. We were dumping a bunch of money into it. We were building more manufacturing plants. Like even TSMC was building their fab in Arizona. Multiple companies were building stuff. Intel was buying up old fabs from different companies. The problem is, one, it takes about 5 years to get that building built, and then it takes another 2 years to get that first chip off the line, if you can even get it to QC in that time period. And that's a 7-year timeline, like on average. We're only like a year and a half into when people started building fabs. TSMC has halted building of their fab factory in Arizona. They're going to finish the building, but they're not buying any of the equipment.
Why
they're
did
not
they
hiring
halt
any.
it?
If I could finish talking, I could get to that.
Well, can you tell me why they halted
If I could finish talking, I could get to that, but you seem to have absolutely no manners.
Why they halted it?
Yeah, I can tell you from the comments because you have absolutely no fucking manners. Jesus Christ. So, one of the big things that happened in the industry was during Trump's election cycle, he, as soon as he got elected, before he got in office, he did that whole thing where he was threatening blanket tariffs on China. As a result, China had an effective, immediate, all-out ban on any form of exports of any base materials used in semiconductor manufacturing to the United States. That's stuff like tritium, argon gas, gallium, titanium, like very critical stuff. Now, wouldn't be that big of a problem if we said, okay, cool, we've got a shortage of supply for a short term, but we can buy from another country. No big deal. Prices will go up a little bit for the end consumer. No big impact. But now all these other countries, who all they previously had to do was be cheaper than manufacturing it in America, because we have silicone mines in America. We have cobalt mines, right? We could get this stuff in America, but it's expensive. All those other countries that had the option of selling to us, all they had to do was be more expensive to buy from China, but cheaper than buying or doing it in America. Problem with that is no one knows who to buy it from now, because the tariffs keep changing every fucking week, and no one wants to make a commitment on where to buy their supplies. So we currently have an immediate supply chain deficit throughout the entire industry, and a lot of companies are now no longer comfortable dumping the money they've been given into new factories if they don't even know where they're going to get their supplies from in the first place. So for the foreseeable future, we are still very, very heavily reliant on Taiwan for a lot of our semiconductor manufacturing.
Oh, no, I have no doubt about that in the immediate. What I'm saying is, so with the time frame being 2027, so we got 2 years from now, I'm saying that within that time, because there is no political will to sign a defense treaty with Taiwan, there's no political will to back Taiwan if they were to be invaded. None of that exists.
Yeah, we have no defense treaty with them.
Wait. Okay. We can't sign a defense treaty with Taiwan because we recognize the one China policy. First of all. Second of all, have you ever read, I'm sorry, okay, no, now, second of all, Albert Colby is the current Undersecretary for Strategy at the Defense Department. He wrote an entire book called The Strategy of Denial, talking about why it is imperative for America to defend Taiwan in the case of a Chinese invasion. And we are currently retooling our military in order to prevent a Chinese invasion of Taiwan, which began when he wrote the new defense strategy in 2017. This idea that we wouldn't defend Taiwan, we're never going to say it outright, because we can't, because of the fucking one China policy, which is really stupid diplomacy. Thank you, Richard Nixon. However, we will absolutely defend Taiwan.
Yeah, General Berger literally spearheaded that for the Marine Corps with the force redesign.
We will absolutely defend Japan. We will absolutely defend Korea. We will absolutely defend Australia. We will absolutely defend any of our partners in NATO before we get pulled out of that agreement, since they are now currently losing faith in the American power system because of our current administration. But all of those things that I just said, things that I know for certain that we will defend, is because there is paperwork and documentation given by our government to their government, and an understanding that if something is to go down, that we will be there.
But that's why we don't have a choice with Taiwan. Even without an agreement, we don't have a choice. We are so dependent on them that if they, Taiwan is openly stated, if China makes land, fucking implode all the semiconductor plants. Now we're fucked. 60% of our supply is gone. We have to help them. We don't have a choice.
I think there's a little bit of a communication error, because I am not disagreeing with you. What I'm saying is, between now and then, there is a possibility for a move to have someone else be our semiconductor supplier. Okay? I don't know who it could be. I don't know who it would be. But what I'm saying is that there's a possibility of it happening. I am not disagreeing with the fact that we need to protect Taiwan.
The industry is saying no to that one, unfortunately.
Hardcore that would give like full on safety net.
The problem is the industry is saying otherwise, because there are semiconductor plants in other countries, but there's very few. Their quality is very low, even when they are from companies that have higher standards for quality. And there's a lot of regulations around that. Like certain companies, I can't name them, are considering closing down their fabrication plants in China because China has been caught multiple times. They've got an agreement where like, hey, China, this is our building. This is whatever companies this is property. You will not fuck with this building.
Yeah,
which isn't normal, because normally if you have a building in China, like full access to the Chinese government. They've been having issues with that, though, and they've been catching multiple people breaking into these buildings or falsifying records to become fake employees and stuff, and they're also considering pulling out of China on that one. There's nobody else who can do this. It's us or Taiwan. South Korea is kind of with that, but even South Korea is putting like Samsung plants, like there's Samsung plants in America because South Korea is doing it here. There isn't anyone who can do it, and the problem is we shot ourselves in the foot to be the one that could do that so we wouldn't be dependent on Taiwan. Like, if we weren't dependent on Taiwan, we'd probably fucking abandon them in a heartbeat. We don't have a choice, though. Until we get those factories built, which isn't going to happen for the foreseeable future, we have to help them. We have to defend them. Otherwise, we're fucked.
Yeah.
Also, just really quick. Your whole statement in the JCPOA argument was that Trump is going to rip up and throw away deals left and right like he did with JCPOA. I mean, when you say that he's going to come to defend NATO,
yes,
the
bish,
whole
but,
conversation
blockade
in
then
his first
invasion.
term and now has been, would Trump even defend a Baltic state? Would he really reaffirm his commitment to NATO? So this whole idea,
because what do you mean by
sorry, let me
JCPOA?
finish. The Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action is the real name of the Iran deal.
No. But what I'm asking is, what was it that I said in there?
You said, "Oh my God, he just threw it out, and we had this deal, and he threw it out." That's the argument that people make with Trump and NATO. So now you're saying that unless we sign a defensive agreement with Taiwan, we won't defend them. When I would think if you follow these things, you would know that we can't sign an agreement with them.
We are
when your
America.
last argument was that he doesn't fulfill commitments, you're not making sense.
She's not wrong. Yeah, you could just you could just say fuck it and sign something, but because we recognize the one China policy, even though I think it's fucking dumb, it would be in violation of that policy, which for some reason the United States government is afraid to just go fuck this contract, let's sign this agreement.
Again, when it comes to, if we're going to talk about NATO, which she just brought up, I said probably on that. And the reason why I said probably is because NATO's listening to Trump and they are saying, if y'all want to get out of this, you can leave. My point in bringing that up is we have defense treaties with countries. When we have a defense treaty with a country, there's no second guessing whether or not we would come to their defense. Again, I'm not disagreeing with either of you on the whole Taiwan thing. What I am saying is I am skeptical that it would, because I feel like he would want to find another avenue before it got to that.
But the problem is they've already tried talking to China about it, and China says they're not doing anything. But like, if you go back to the 2023 and the 2024 defense analysis from the DoD that's analyzes all of our enemies, we've already seen that China, more than capable, has the manpower to do the invasion. But we figured that they do not have enough equipment. Like right now, if China wanted to, and they wanted to invade today, they have the ability to get, at best, 40,000 troops onto the beach. And that's if nothing gets shot down and nothing gets sunk. Their main problem is they don't have enough troop transport ships, they don't have enough carrying ships, they don't have enough planes to drop people in. Which is why we predicted, very, very accurately, if you've been watching anything coming out of China, that they would be focusing all of their manufacturing capability for their military into troop transport ships, cargo ships, stuff that can get stuff onto the beach. We've seen they've been bragging about it, openly showing it, which is why we predict they're not fucking listening. They're lying. We know they're going to at least start with the blockade and then try to invade around October of 2027, regardless of what we say, which is another reason why they're watching what happens in Ukraine very closely. In Ukraine, we have an agreement to help them or offer assistance, and we're not doing jack fuck about it. We have the easiest supply chain known to mankind, and we're still giving Ukraine the fucking reach around, fucking them over. Meanwhile, with Taiwan, we have a logistically taxing country to help in the middle of the fucking ocean and zero agreements to defend them, but a heavy dependency on semiconductor manufacturing chips, which is why China's looking at that going, hey, what if we just piss off Trump enough to where he doesn't want to help Taiwan? Who's going to stop us? The U.S. isn't going to come in and logistically strain themselves just to do that. There's no point to it. Again, there's a whole fucking mix-up to this that is, it's like, I'm going to be honest, beyond the understanding of a lot of people in chat on this, but we kind of have to help them. We don't have a choice, but there is also the possibility that Trump could just say, fuck it, I'm out.
And that's all I'm saying. Bada bing, bada boom. We can get to the next point of discussion now.
But if you read his advisors, you know that is not.
That's great.
Yeah, like
That's great.
Pete
Amanda.
Hegseth
I
is
just
saying,
want to go to the next
like,
topic now.
absolutely fuck China. We're gonna fight them.
Because we're literally talking in circles now. We're all on the same page.
We've got a new person. Sahand, what's up? What's on your mind?
I think the only thing I would have contributed to the last topic about China and Taiwan is that I think you guys have done a good job of articulating what the Defense Department's perspective is on the matter. I'm not sure if the State Department is exactly on the same page. If I had to boil it down, the Defense Department would say we have to defend Taiwan. The State Department would say we should. And the politicians so far seem to not want to have to deal with that at all. And ultimately, they're the ones who call that shot. And that's what made me really skeptical of whether America has the will to actually defend Taiwan. I think that was the same question that was in that the Chinese were grappling with, but when the Ukraine conflict unfolded, escalated, I would rather say,
yeah, they've been watching it closely.
It gave more. Pardon me?
Yeah, I get where you're going. They've been watching it closely because, like, I explained this yesterday with
yeah,
like how Russia's not playing a traditional war of attrition anymore. It's no longer I just have to outlast you with equipment. It's all I got to do is outlast public sentiment, and the public sentiment right now is the West can't handle a fucking war. The West, the people of the West, regardless of fucking country, unless you're Poland, of course. Poland's itching to fucking go and get let off the leash. Most people in the West are not going to be able to stomach a war 24/7 in their face, seeing their own countrymen die. And that's one of the concerns about even Taiwan was, okay, yeah, we kind of have to help them. The Department of Defense is saying we are absolutely going to help them. The State Department, a lot of people, most of the people are still saying we have to help them. But let's say we do help them. What happens when public sentiment shifts and the American people go, nope, fuck it. I don't care if we're short on chips. We'll suffer. I just don't want to see people die.
Can I respond to that? Sorry.
Sure.
Marco Rubio was the biggest China hawk in the Senate besides Tom Cotton. There is no daylight between him and defending Taiwan and countering China.
Yeah.
And I agree that the American populace is war weary, but because I monitor MAGA media, I will tell you what's
China.
Interesting. They hate China. They are fine giving Ukraine to Russia. They're fine to let Israel duke it out with Iran and give no support. They hate China.
But at the same time, they used to hate Russia too. They used to. But that's the thing is, all they have to do is outlast public sentiment. They can hate China all they want, but as soon as Americans start dying in mass, and you start seeing that in your cell phone and on fucking TikTok and Twitter all day long, public opinion can change very quickly. And it doesn't matter if they're hawkish on the right. Like, that may fucking go away immediately. That's my concern.
I agree with you. Well, so I agree about the public sentiment piece. And then the only thing I will say to that is that I think public sentiment doesn't necessarily turn when we see gory images, but when we see them for long periods of time.
And when
right?
when it's
so
the
Americans
woe was
were
me.
Very, yeah, well, Americans were very, very supportive of Ukraine. And I think had we given them more aid, I think had we handled the war earlier, as soon as we got indications that Russia would invade, and let them win it quickly, I think that this would be a very different scenario than this kind of long drawn out conflict.
Yeah, that one also falls on Ukraine though, because even like the week of the invasion, like here's how much Ukraine fucked themselves on this. We'd been warning them about the 2014 invasion. We warned them about the 2022 invasion. We told them, hey, we know Russia's going to attack again. Minsk 2 was literally to give them time to build up, and they didn't fucking do it. They didn't listen to us. Multiple Ukrainian presidents said, no. Putin promised. He said he's not going to invade. It's okay. We trust him. Even like, here's how bad it was. 2 months before the invasion happened, every service member that was in Ukraine abiding by the Budapest Memorandum and training Ukrainian soldiers, because we were still doing that, and everyone who was in Poland, they all got pulled into auditoriums in Poland. They get given a brief. Everyone across that fucking region got told, hey, Russia's planning to invade Ukraine. This is the units that are going to be involved. This is how many people are in there. This is their equipment. This is the routes they're going to take. This is their objectives. This is the timeline. The only thing we were off on with that brief was we were off on the invasion date by like 5 to 7 days. That was it. We even gave that brief to Ukraine. The week of the invasion, Zelensky was like, no, let me talk to Putin. I know you guys have this intel, but Putin promised he wasn't going to do it. Let me talk to him. And then he came back and was like, hey, Putin said he's just flexing. He's trying to flex on you guys. He said he's not actually going to do it. And then fucking 3 days later, Putin's like, hello, I'm invading. And I'm like, what the fuck?
But Anthony, there's two sides to this coin, right? The first is that it looks like Americans don't have the willingness to want to participate in another major conflict. But on the flip side, at the same time, like you said, Ukraine has been getting the reach around from America, but that's been enough. That's been enough to keep the Russians at bay.
Yeah, they've only gained 1% territorial control in the past 15 months. 15 months
right?
and you
So
got 1%. Like, what the fuck?
that's probably got the Chinese spooked because it's like, okay, well, what kind of support did they previously think America was going to give, and what was their calculus there in terms of how much resistance Taiwan was going to be able to exert?
That's why they've been
I
watching
bet
closely.
and I bet that's completely changed because of the Ukraine war, and it's probably made them think maybe America doesn't need to be that involved to successfully thwart
That
an
is a
invasion.
very
I don't
valid
know.
point that goes around in the think tanks. It's like, let's say the United States doesn't get fully involved, but okay, what are the capabilities of Taiwan? Let's say Taiwan just gets aid and there's no boots on the ground from any other nations. But then the fallback on that is we don't have to worry about that because at least for Taiwan's end, Taiwan has openly admitted that in the last few years, that due to the last two administrations, including the Trump administration, that they don't trust the United States anymore. Previously, their defensive strategy, very similar to South Korea, was just hold out until the U.S. gets here. That's all we got to fucking do. Like South Korea is literally, you walk up to a South Korean service member and you ask them, hey, what's the plan? They go, oh, just hold out till you guys get here. Just wait till you guys, hold them off long enough for you guys to get to the front. It's like, well, shit, okay. Taiwan has openly stated they're now looking to have more offensive capabilities and more expedient defensive capabilities. And even we've had Australia, Japan, the Philippines, and South Korea openly state in unison, hey, we know you can't rely on the U.S. If China invades you, we're all in, boots on the ground. Let's fucking do this. We know how important this is. So China's also having to look at that factor. But again, they are indeed watching what's going on in Ukraine very closely because it's like, okay, again, America's not really helping. They're barely helping, but even that barely helping is still kicking Russia's ass. How do we compare to Russia? How does our corruption in our military compare? How is our equipment? How are our personnel? And this is all stuff that's being looked at very, very closely in a lot of discussions and think tanks about all of these exact talking points.
None of this is good news, by the way. I think it's all ambiguous. It's all ambiguous.
It's a lot of theory crafting.
Well, the ambiguity we used to think was an asset because we used to think, oh, if China doesn't know, maybe that'll deter them if they don't like I don't know. I mean, that was the generally understood assumption. But did you see the piece in the New York Times this week that Russia is growing very wary of their partnership, or the Russian spies are very concerned about China because China's spying on them on the battlefield and stuff. But the Russian political class is still very, yay, rah rah China.
Yeah, that's we've actually seen the mill bloggers talking about stuff because we've already seen that I mean, China still, to this day, openly states that they recognize Crimea as part of Ukraine, which still pisses off Russia. China has stepped on Russia getting in the way of Chinese oil deals because China's been working on those for decades, and it's like, fuck no, you're not going to get in my way. I've been doing this for decades. Fuck off. You're not going to destroy my deal. They're looking at countries like, okay, North Korea is kind of helping us, but it's not really doing much. Okay, Iran, can you help us out? Like, Russia backed out on both Syria and Iran with their mutual defense agreements. Like right now, if Russia were abiding by their mutual defense pact that they signed with Iran, they'd be bombing the ever-living shit out of Israel right now. But they're not because they've got so much shit going on in Ukraine that they can't even worry about their allies, let alone worry about if they're going to help them. They're so focused on what's going on with them getting their ass kicked that they're a whole fucking mess right now. There's a whole lot of fucking angles to this shit.
Who was Armenia fighting earlier?
Azerbaijan.
2 years ago. Yeah.
Oh, you mean the people who were part of the CSTO, which was supposed to be the counter of NATO, and they were like, "Hey, we're in a war. We just got invaded. Can you help Russia?" And Russia went, "Oh man, that sucks," because like they have their own equivalent of Article 5. They literally have their own equivalent of Article 5, and Russia just went, "Damn, good luck."
That's tough, man. Yeah, that's real tough.
Can I just say, for everybody saying that the United States is so unreliable, we're a lot better than Russia. We're probably better than China because we're not going to put you in massive amounts of debt for you to fund a shitty infrastructure project.
For the dude in chat that just says that Russia does not support Iran or Israel, Russia in January of 2025, Russia signed a strategic partnership agreement and said that they'd help defend each other. January 2025, 20-year deal.
I mean, define help.
Yeah, that's where Russia's gonna go. Did you read the fine print?
Well, I mean, anyone who was entering that agreement was probably thinking the same thing. Right, I don't think they would have expected Russia to go boots on the ground for any of them. And if they
Yeah,
did, then
they
I
fucking
mean,
can't.
that's on them.
They're already struggling trying to maintain their fucking stranglehold on Africa as it is.
But this is why we get news from places other than Instagram graphics, guys,
So
and TikToks. And I make TikToks, but you should find more people than me.
What's the ETA on Chinese air defense systems landing in Tehran? They're gonna get them now.
Probably very unlikely, honestly. Because China is, we've already seen a couple Chinese pieces of equipment be tested in Ukraine, and they're not holding up against fucking MiGs and F-16s with the anti-radiation missiles. So I don't think China's willing to put their shit front and center for Israel to slap around and then parade around the media. I think they're like, we've seen both Chinese and North Korean vehicles getting slapped around in Ukraine, and I think it's pretty embarrassing for China to the point where they're trying to declare plausible deniability. Like, well, we don't know how that got there. So the likelihood of them putting something in Iran, which will guaranteed be utilized immediately, like Iran will immediately deploy it, like that, the liability and the optics of that getting smacked out of the fucking ground immediately upon deployment, I don't think China's willing to do that, because that would give away the capabilities of their assets that they would probably be using against Taiwan.
Does China have a choice? And when I say this is the context around it. I think they heavily rely on, for their Belt and Road Initiative. Without Iran, they really only have one main land path, that's through Russia, and then another one across the Caspian Sea. But that's not very secure or ideal. They're gonna want multiple pathways. That's what makes it worthwhile. And one of them runs through Iran. If Iran were to come back and say, "Hey, look, under these conditions, it doesn't look like that project is going to go through, unless if we can maybe work something out," and part of that deal would be air defense systems. Would China say no to that?
I think the optics of it would give away too much for China.
I mean, for sure. I completely
because
understand.
they're very close knit with their stuff. Like, they're very tight with their stuff. Like, the fact that they're openly posting their ships and their landing craft is something that even we did not expect. That's something we would normally get out of satellite imagery. But China's posting that publicly, and we're going, huh, that's a first. Did Douglas just get in a car crash? What the fuck just happened?
I think so. I think that was a rough one, man.
Douglas, are you
on
okay?
The ground over on Douglas's side, man.
By the way, for all the people that are in my live, because you just came from the video of the F-35 being shot down, if you watched more than the first 5 seconds, you would know that I was being sarcastic. Dude, I gotta pull this up.
They didn't.
Attention spans, Sam.
Dude, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. Let's see how long, because, okay, so there's a bunch of comments saying that I'm an idiot and that I'm a moron, that the video's fake and that I don't know what I'm talking about. Let's see how long they would have had to stick around before commenting that to realize that I was being sarcastic. Let's see here. Okay. We have breaking news right now coming out of Iran. An Israeli F-35 piloted by a woman has been shot down, and the pilot has been captured by Iran. 9 seconds. Oh, wait. They lied. This image is actually from the 29th of May in 2024. 9 seconds was all they would have had to watch to discover that I was being sarcastic. But I have fake news, propaganda man. Imagine how embarrassed you will be when you realize this is fake. Yeah, this is fake. Even Russia fell for it. False. The AI crash. This is a false photo. No F-35 shot down. That's fake. Thumbs up. Old photo. Dude, the amount of... Holy shit, people. What is wrong with people's attention span?
Your engagement's up, though.
I don't want that kind of engagement. I want people to learn how to identify propaganda.
You know what I think about, though? Because I get really concerned about the people who get into, like, long, drawn-out fights, and I open my phone, and I have 30 or 60 notifications from the same person getting in a fight on my TikToks. And I'm like, you know what? If you're listening to this over and over again, I hope you're learning something. I hope this is sinking into your little pea brain. I don't know.
A 9-second watch time would be elite. Don't count on it. Wait, I gotta see this. Hold on. What's the average watch time on this right now? What's the average watch time? It's the average watch time's 20.8 seconds. What is wrong with you people commenting? What is wrong with you people? God damn it. By the way, Amanda, check this out. Do you go through the analytics on like your podcast and stuff?
Yeah, but I haven't released it. I'm gonna release a new season soon.
I went through the analytics on my live streams. So my follower retention rating is 22 minutes on average from like my last 30 streams. 22 minutes on average is how long my followers stay around. And for non-followers, it's 12 minutes. So I've got, even though I don't have that many people at all times, I'm getting people around for a minimum like 12 minutes, which is fucking dope.
That's really good.
But it did show that I really have a low rating of people who actually click into the stream, which was kind of concerning. Like, you know how like you can flip through the feed and you don't have to click into it, you can just kind of watch it. I have a very high percentage of that, which is concerning. So it's not like it's a bot account, it's someone who's still scrolling to it and sitting on it, but they're not clicking in to watch.
They're stalking you. They don't want you to know they're watching.
Shit.
They're watching.
They're already watching me.
My with my podcast analytics, I just know I have 55 listeners in 55 different countries. My audience is like 90% female, which is funny because my TikTok audience
really?
Yeah, 90% or 88% female, which is funny because my TikTok audience is 70% male. So
Amanda,
isn't that weird? What?
My largest demographic is male, but the age demographic. Yeah. Would you care to take a guess what my largest age demographic is?
Boomers.
35 plus.
Yeah.
46% of my viewers are 35 plus years old.
No, I have like all Gen Z men, but then you want to know the coolest podcast stat I have?
What?
Top 1% of Spotify video podcasts in the world.
Wait, hold on. We got to do this. We got to do it the right way. We got to do this the right way. Hang on, I got this. I can stream. Way to go, Amanda. By the way, do you have your podcast linked on your account?
It's a true crime podcast for people.
Do you have it linked on your account?
No, not anymore. It's called Don't Waste This Effing Podcast, the story of Megan Stoner. Hard to forget that name. It's about a girl that got arrested in 2023, right before the Gaza war started, actually.
This crayon eater is pretty bright. You're right. I am not your average crayon eater. Okay. So it seems like we all kind of we kind of agree on the stuff with China and Taiwan. There's a lot of topics or a lot of talking points around it that are very wishy-washy and back and forth, and a lot of speculation because there's such a lack of information out, and what critical information we do have that's confirmed is still pretty concerning. But it is what it is.
I was thinking, like, my main concern with China right now and Taiwan is that I'm certain China will attack the U.S. homeland in an unconventional way. So it'll be like the thing that made us all get on this app in the first place. And we're going to fight each other for like 6 months or 12 months about, no, it is them. No, it's not them. The other thing that I'm concerned about is
you don't think that's already happening right now?
I don't think they'd have to, because the Russians have already done that with ideological subversion. They've been doing that for decades. It's not a secret, and a lot of Americans have just blatantly fallen for it on both sides of the aisle. The problem I see with China is this may seem dumb to a lot of people, data collection and people that don't know how to shut their fucking mouths. And a perfect example is the Red Note app. The thing that people said TikTok was, the concerns of privacy and data and all that shit, that literally is Red Note. Let me just get an answer from people in chat. We got 154 people in here. Can anyone who downloaded the Red Note app in my chat right now, please put a 1 in the chat. I'm very curious how many people downloaded that app. Because here's the problem with Red Note. Red Note was literally openly made and owned and run by the Chinese government. When you were not using the app, as long as it was on your phone, it had full access to your camera, microphone. It was basically a keylogger for your phone. And plenty of people, millions of Americans, downloaded it, willingly put all their information in there, fucking dox themselves and put stuff that normal people wouldn't see as suspicious. Let's say you're just a random civilian. You don't really know anything. You don't have any important information. But you have text messages with this buddy who's in the military, and he just casually has a conversation with you. That's valuable information. Hey, we have that guy's phone number. Is that phone number registered in Red Note? Oh, it is. Who's this guy's account? Let's see what else he has on his phone. It has full access to your phone. We had service members openly posting on that app. We had a fucking Carrier Strike Force group have their fucking location doxed because a fucking service member filmed a video from the flight deck of an aircraft carrier in the middle of the ocean and posted it on Red Note. That whole Strike Force group's location completely compromised. We had fucking female pilots showing intricate details of the inlets of her F-22 Raptor and then deleting the videos and acting like it didn't happen. We had service members willingly posting information, giving it to the Chinese government. That is very, very dangerous. China doesn't have to do anything with ideological subversion or class war or race war. They just have to collect enough data to where they can figure out how to harm us a different way. They don't have to do the conventional means. Like you were saying, it's unconventional, but not in the sense of like class or race war or something like that.
Oh, I'm talking about the fungus.
Oh my God! Get the fuck out of here! Not with that shit again.
That could create
not that shit again.
The fungus that the 3 Chinese students were
fungus
just
that they were
arrested
caught
with?
That's not a top concern right now.
They could wipe out air. They could cause a famine. Think about all of the Chinese-owned farmland near all of our military bases. They could pull what Ukraine just pulled in Russia, or what Israel just pulled in Iran.
Now that's a concern. The land around the bases, that's a concern, and also the fact that we are looking at stuff like what Ukraine just did to Russia. I mean, the whole thing with putting drones in carriers and letting them sit for 6 months. Well, and no one suspected a damn thing. That is a very serious concern because, there's all sorts of shipping lanes. Even though our own private industry and defense industry is independent of external help when it comes to the defense industry, we don't rely on outside countries for that period. There are still concerns of like, dude, there's freeways. They go right past bases all the fucking time. I could see the freeway from my house when I was living on base. Like that is a genuine concern.
What we should do is we should figure out a way in the summer of 2027 if we think China's going to go in October, we should figure out a way to get a carrier box near all their barges and just take them off.
Wait, what's the deal with the farmland someone mentioned near the military base?
China has bought an unprecedented amount of land and farmland directly surrounding pretty much every U.S. military installation within the continental United States.
What's the source on that?
The U.S. government openly showing purchase records.
I'll put up a map.
Yeah. No, that's an actual thing. It's actually fucking mind-boggling that we let it even happen in the first place. Anthony, what do you say this time? You will still support Israel because they are whiter people than Iranian? Jews aren't white. What are you talking about?
Oh, out of context, not a great.
Is this one of the maps that shows purchased land? Oh.
Yeah. Here, let me
re-screenshot it. Can y'all hear me? No, wait. I heard you for a second there, Doug.
Can you hear me?
Oh, now I can hear you. Yeah.
There we go.
There you go.
Yeah. It's an actual concern.
That can't be real.
No, it is.
It is.
It's actually concerned. Actually, there was a state. Amanda, which state actually just forced the Chinese government to sell land around a base?
The great state of Missouri.
Yeah, Missouri just forced land to be sold because they had concerns about the Chinese government owning land near bases.
We need to do that today.
Yeah.
Wait a sec. Those don't look like parcels of land.
They're large chunks of land. Yep.
I think those might be counties. There must be more detail to this. There's no way they let them get away with this.
No, that is. It is. I'm not even kidding. Look into it. It's like don't trust us on it. Fucking verify it yourself. That is an actual thing, and it is a genuine, real concern. Now, the plausible deniability of it is, oh well, it's just Chinese people buying up land because the Chinese government convinced everyone in their country that the way to make money is real estate. Like that's literally what their economy is built on. You invest in real estate, and even if you don't fucking that's why China has ghost cities that literally not a single soul will ever live in, but every single apartment and building is owned by someone who will sell it in a few years and guaranteed to make money. That's why they've now limited people or how much people can buy per household because everyone was doing that. And then Chinese people started buying up houses in America. Like, dude, my house that I lease is literally owned by a random fucking dude in China. It's owned by a random dude in China who paid for the base model of the base model of the base model. There's not even a fucking closet outside of a bedroom in my house. It's fucking ass. But
Yeah,
no,
dude, I
that's
live in Canada. It's the same here.
they
There's
have
a lot of foreign ownership.
They have actually been buying up property in mass directly surrounding a lot of or near U.S. military installations, and that is a huge concern.
Canada's more owned by China than the U.S. too, so that's yeah.
Okay, so I don't. This might be. I haven't looked too much into it, but this was published in June 26, 2023 by NPR. China owns 380,000 acres of land in the US. Here's where they are. They have a similar map, but it does specifically state that it's total acres of foreign entity owned farmland per county. So the highlighted, and I don't know if this is the same highlights, but it looks almost identical. These are acres, sorry, these are counties that are highlighted on the map. Regardless, though, like here's the second piece of data that I'm not sure about. Why is it those specific military bases are highlighted with their names? Is it because they're major bases? Is it because they're the only
It's just
bases
labeling
of
the
their
ones that are near that bought up property or directly next to
Okay,
it.
because
there are
what it kind
some
of
bases that don't have purchased land. Like in Texas, it's
Yeah.
very hard to purchase land because it's all privately owned or it's owned by the state. There's not much really fucking free private land available here to begin with. A lot of it's owned by the state, like a majority of it. So it's going to be harder for them to buy stuff around all the bases here. But in a lot of places, again, it's, hey, they bought up all this land. That's weird. What's near this? Oh, shit, there's a military base like 5 miles away. That's kind of concerning.
Yeah. The thing that like really set the alarm bells off in my head is even if you don't think the map is totally accurate, because of the military bases that are highlighted, you would think there's a correlation of where the farmland is being bought and where the bases are. But then I noticed there's no farmland bought in Nevada. And I got a hunch that there is a base in Nevada somewhere in there, maybe a popular
Area
one.
51 is not as spooky man, boogeyman as everyone thinks it is anymore.
There's no such thing as Area
I'm saying, like,
51.
Area 51 has a reputation that precedes it, kind of like the CIA. Like, the CIA doesn't even have to be the big boogeyman they used to be anymore. They just have the reputation, and anytime there's a whiff of America, everyone goes, oh my god, the CIA! Like, people hear Area 51, and they go, oh, secrets! And Area 51's just chilling now, like, we kind of moved all that shit. It's not here anymore. But you're more than welcome to watch us.
For the guy in the comments saying, why do we let foreign enemies do this? Because we didn't think that they were our enemy for a long time. And ever since we've decided that they are acting very hostily towards us, which became very apparent around the election of Xi Jinping, we've been too big of pussies to actually do something about it. And actually, not to get all political again, but today, in an interview with NPR Live, Tim Walz said that he doesn't know that the United States has
So
the
what is
moral
the secret?
authority.
Sorry.
What?
Sorry, I was playing a video in the background and it was on full volume.
Sorry. Tim Walz said that he doesn't know that the United States has the moral authority to negotiate the end to Israel and Iran, and maybe China's the moral arbiter of that country. Tim Walz, he could have been a heartbeat away from the fucking presidency. Now, everybody, I did not know that everyone was not woke on this issue of Chinese-owned farmland. Everybody in the comments, you better start calling your congressman and demanding they do something about this. One of my best friends is the White House liaison between the White House and the State Department. I text her multiple times a day, do something about this. I call my congressman every day.
Thank you, Sasha.
Tell them, urge them to get their shit together, please.
Go reach everyone.
Y'all better watch your mouth.
Go reach.
The most.
Tap the screen, everyone.
Lift those tariffs today because we own the most.
I don't care. Also, by the way, for the person that said that the ghost cities don't exist and they wanted to see proof, I highly recommend watching a YouTube channel by this dude, Serpent ZA or Serpentza. Dude lived in China for a long time, really fucking knowledgeable on everything that goes on in China and all their fake fucking charades and stuff. They've got plenty of ghost cities that people will literally never live in, but they still buy the property anyways because the Chinese government has convinced them that the way to make money is buying property, which it is in China. You fucking buy the property, you fucking wait a few years, you sell it, you don't even have to go there. This is an actual
skyscrapers.
Fuck. That was loud. This is an actual thing, like full fucking built cities that nobody will ever live in. Not that one, obviously, but yeah. People will never live there. But
okay, I'm gonna try this one more time. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, that's so weird. My phone's acting weird. Anyways, just to touch on the Tim Walls comment, when we look at just what our position has been in the conflict, someone else with less history may be a better choice just for getting people to come to the table to end stuff. It's just like when you, if I were to make an analogy, like when two people are fighting, but there's like a mutual person that they both know that's been involved in the fights for a long time. So then you go get an actual neutral third party. Not saying China is particularly neutral. I'm sure they have their own ends as they want to be a bigger player on the international stage. But them versus us in this instance may be one of those things where it's like, will they try to flex on us for this? Like, of course, they'll be like, America couldn't get it done.
Yeah.
That's why you call it CCP. But it's one of those things where if peace is able to be reached, it would be by someone who doesn't have the history that we have and the mistrust that the Iranians would have for us.
We're currently in negotiations
debatable.
with the Iranians. Also, China has a long history, recent history, of trying to negotiate these conflicts. They recently tried to negotiate bringing Hamas and the Palestinian Authority back together. It never works out. The Chinese aren't good at that. They don't do it. Why on earth would we cede
Thank you guys for joining the team.
negotiation to another power, like our greatest geopolitical competitor?
Also,
That's
Is it
ridiculous.
guys,
or is it
guys,
allowing them to fail?
guys, color me blue in the comments says these people are wrong about everything. Oh, the irony.
I mean, it might be.
Also, the we've got a irritated communist in the chat. Oh no. Oh wait, let's click on his profile. Ah, he's anti-Semitic too.
They usually are.
Amanda, he's got JVP's website in his bio. Jewish
not
Voices for Peace, who
anti-Semitic.
isn't even run by Jews. Like 90% of their members aren't Jews, and they post extremely anti-Semitic rhetoric on a very regular basis.
I'm not even anti-Semitic. I have JVP in my bio.
His location, Chabad Tunnel, New York City. Oh yeah, that's totally not about Jews.
Oh, color is still here. They are
Yeah, I said
attacking walls
that.
to try to stop the populist left. How about you do me a favor, color? Please, please, please. I am literally begging you. Please run Tim Walls in 2028. Please.
Amanda, I was calling it because color me blue in the chat said these people are wrong about everything when she was literally wrong about everything she stated when she came up here.
She got everything wrong.
Yeah.
Please run Tim Walls. I would like to win New York and
Wait,
California.
it's not okay to be anti-Semitic, but it's okay to be anti-Chinese people? No one here on this panel said anything about Chinese people. We talked about the Chinese government. What are you talking about? Why do you people just make shit up? Amanda mentioned the Chinese. Yeah, the Chinese government.
I'm a little confused on something. Is Manda planning on running for president in 28?
Oh, that'd be hilarious. That would be hilarious.
I will never seek office. I'm an advisor behind the scenes, but I have never lost when I've helped someone. So
You still haven't
I've
helped
also
me
never
yet.
lost when well, we have to discuss that. I've also run counter little coups and impeachments, and I've never lost one of those.
Guys, if you are a subscriber, go ahead and spam that Yahtzee sticker. We now have Ayatollah IR, a Iranian flag, who says, gas the Jews till the last Jew in the chat. Thank you. We have the first Nazi of the night, Nazi number 18. If you are a subscriber, I don't know if I have any subscribers here, but go ahead and spam that Yahtzee emote. It looks a little bit something like this. Yahtzee. If you guys subscribe, you get access to all those stickers. There's a lot of fun there. Let's go to 18. Okay, let me in. Jackie, there's one person ahead of you in the line. Actually, I gotta let that person up. They've been waiting a little bit. I don't know who this person is. Let's see. Please don't be weird. Arena, what's up? What's on your mind?
Hi everyone, how's it going? I'm Arena.
Okay.
I am from Texas. but
Hell yeah.
I was born and raised in Puerto Rico, but I've been all around. I studied political science in Iowa, and then I did my master's in Utah, and I'm doing my doctorate here in Texas. So I just wanted to say hi. I really like the dynamic and the conversation. Just seeing if I can contribute something related to foreign land.
Have you
I know
made
you
your
guys
daily
started talking about it.
Have you made your daily Bucky's trip?
I did. Honestly, I went for the first time like 2-3 weeks ago, and
What?
it was probably the most
How's that your
amazing
first
thing I've ever
time?
done.
How's that your first time at Bucky's?
I know. But anyways,
Wait, it
so
says my live contains sensitive content? What? Are you
Oh
kidding
no,
me?
someone reported you.
Yeah, but I didn't get a warning for that. That's interesting. I don't have a warning.
Go Utes. That's
Hey
right.
guys, let's get out of the shadow ban. Let's tap that screen, get the likes up, donate to the goal. Everything I make on here goes directly to the front lines of Ukraine, goes directly to my buddies that are serving on the front. Let's fucking get these likes up. I didn't realize flags were considered sensitive. Yeah, these flags are, very sensitive, man. Thank you for joining the team. Yeah, you guys joined the team. I don't know if that actually helps anything, but people say it does. But yeah. Did you have anything specific on the topics we've been talking about, Arena?
Yeah, mostly I agree with everything you guys have said. Color Me Blue says it wasn't me. But
press F for doubt.
I wanted to kind of expand on the foreign land because I think it's important that we see how threatened that is for national security, but also conceptually, like how conflicted and ironic it can be to say, okay, for example, like in Arizona, we have a lot of land that has been utilized to grow alfalfa. And this is mostly going to Saudi Arabia, and it has been proven. You can look this up. It is Saudi Arabia owned, and it's mostly for the production to benefit Saudi Arabia's agriculture. So it's kind of interesting how we see that kind of play out in states are swing states like Arizona, but then we also have that interest that really just is questionable, right? We do have the right for private property, and we're super capitalistic in that sense, but then when it comes to like foreign investors, and then of course they're exploiting an area that has no access to water whatsoever, because all of that water that comes from Arizona comes from Colorado River, and we know that there's a historic drought for more than 100 years. So that kind of like social, economic, and environmental systems are at risk. And then we question, what is the American interest in having a foreign nation benefiting from Arizonans and the United States overall and taking away our resources? So I think it's a really interesting point that I wanted to point out in this debate or conversation, whatever. And also like really think about ourselves in how we also go across the world and take on land and do the same exact thing that benefits the United States interest in foreign land with the purpose of or through the lenses of like private property, and like how is that something that is not unique to the United States, but it really poses up a question of national security.
Yeah. Also, for the person that asked about the explosion in Las Vegas, I'm looking at it right now. 57 minutes ago, explosion reported on the Las Vegas Strip. A tree spontaneously exploded and caught on fire. No injuries. No one has figured out why it happened, though. All right.
Is it eucalyptus?
Looks like a palm tree.
Yeah, sleep.
They're saying there's intense activity in the Baghdad embassy. No comment at the current moment. Waiting on some stuff behind the scenes. Can U.S. citizens buy land in China, or is that restricted? I believe they don't allow that.
They don't allow that.
Yeah. I want to see the laws they have.
When it comes to like buying our stuff, again, we are a capitalist majority society. So it's all about who's making that money. Like if you look at any big metropolitan area, you will find like large undeveloped lots.
Oh, you have to have a residency permit though. You can't just invest in land. Like you can't.
Nah. Just like in Kenya. Kenya won't let you buy the land outright, but they'll lease it to you for 99 years. So when we have like a society because we're taxing them on the land. Like, yeah, you own this U.S. land, but you also owe us taxes. It's also a double-edged thing because we know how the government of China controls the wealth class in their country. Like the moment they say something that the ruling party has no interest in, it's time for you to go do some homework in this private camp that we've made specifically for you. So what you see a lot with land ownership of the higher wealth class along with schooling is that they'll buy foreign land and they'll send their kids off to foreign school in order to hide money outside of their country. So it's double-edged because we don't know who it is exactly. It could be a private citizen, just like, look, I want to get
and
a
that's a
couple of mil
problem.
out the country.
That private citizen, technically according to Chinese law, if that person's not living here, everything they do and have everything they own, Chinese government can literally go, hey, I want that. Also, I want access to that. I want you to do these things. Like it's not like it is here. Also, the color me blue. Please look up United States isolationism and how that contributed to the world wars. Very well aware of isolationism, what the repercussions are of it. Color, you're not telling anyone on this panel anything special. I don't know why you're still here.
It's not isolationist to.
No, she thinks she's going the wrong way and misinterpreting everything we're saying. There's no point explaining it to her. Remember, I had to show her the atomic energy fucking investigations directly to her face for her to barely admit that she was wrong.
I know, but I just want to make the broader point. For people who talk, isolationism. I mean, there's a little bit of nuance here. We can't go so hard on soft power that we put ourselves at risk in a hard power sense. I don't know. I saw this guy make a video about well, it benefits the United States to have all world leaders go to college here. If they don't go to college here, then, that's going to be a problem for US soft power. I agree in the long term that we should have US or have foreign students going here. But if they're spying on us in institutions, we need to fix that. We can't just be like, well, but it's a benefit to us in the long run. You got to fix it. So.
Marina, on the point you were making about foreign ownership, I mean, I'm from Canada. We see a lot of capital flow into this country in different industry verticals. It's caused some problems depending on the industry sector. It's either reported on publicly or it's only reported on niche outlets for those industry verticals. But ultimately, when it comes to the decisions that the politicians make and the laws that they pass, they're generally open because to having this money come through and the ownership, they view it as capital investment into the economy. It adds to the pool. So you gotta, the only time I can see some of those laws being made a bit more restrictive is if there's some kind of a national security concern. Like we have 100% tariff on BYD cards in Canada. But we don't tax at all the capital that flows into this country through the bank accounts of private citizens that end up getting invested into real estate, pumping up that market there, and that creates a whole host of other problems. So it really depends.
May I ask the panel? You guys seem very well versed in this topic, and may I ask the panel how are you guys perceiving what's going on between Iran and Israel? Maybe I'm going back because I kind of enter a little bit later, but it's kind of it's keeping me up at night, quite literally. That's why I'm up at this hour, and I've been reading a little bit. But if you guys can just put out your prediction of or your theory of what is really the end point of all parties involved, because I don't think the average American understand how crucial this point is to have this kind of confrontation.
The talks right now behind the scenes with a lot of think tanks and the guys from the Institute for the Study of War is basically how to come up with a compromise, force Iran to agree to a deal while also saving face, because we want something to be similar to the normal Middle Eastern rhetoric to keep business as usual, basically. For those who don't know, and a lot of people in the chat won't understand, Middle Eastern rhetoric is different than Western rhetoric. Like with the attack, when we took out General Soleimani, we took him out, they took some buildings out, gave 30 people traumatic brain injuries. From a Western perspective, we came out on top of that shot. Absolutely, no fucking doubt we won that engagement. But to the rest of the Middle East, All they saw was Iran attacked a United States military installation directly for the first time ever, and we didn't do a goddamn thing about it. To the Middle East, they won that conflict. We saw the same thing with the strikes on Israel from the IRGC when they launched both their missile and drone waves, and they didn't really hit anything. Like, a couple of their missiles hit 3 spots on a runway in an empty warehouse and didn't even fucking do anything. From the Western perspective, we saw everything that Israel took out, and we went, oh yeah, Israel won that one. Iran didn't do shit. From the Middle Eastern perspective, it was, oh my god, the Iron Dome is failing, everything's great, Iran is the greatest thing ever. And what we want to do is not have it to where Iran falls and we create another IS, or the IRGC falls immediately and creates another IS, unless we are guaranteed that something like the Persian people will be able to rise up and take their country back. So, like, the problem is we want the Persian people to take back their country from the IRGC, but there's no guarantee that they would or even could. We would like it, but let's say they miss the opportunity, they think they second guess themselves, they don't go for it, or they try and they fail. We already know that there's different non-state actors in other countries surrounding Iran looking to get their hand on the pie and going, what can I do here? Is there a move to play? Is there a move I can make to get myself into this foothold and basically create another IS? So the speculation right now within the circles is allow Iran and Israel's already going on a 2-week campaign. They've already stated that openly, but allow Iran to respond a couple times back and forth to make it look like they're making an honest attempt, maybe even another missile wave. But basically, as soon as that happens, they behind the scenes and then publicly sign a deal saying, okay, we're going to end this, but they still save face to everyone around them. It still looks like they made an honest attempt. It looks like they tried to take out Israel. It looks like they were standing up to the West, and that protects the sphere of influence in that area while still making Iran our bitch at the same time. It's a very complicated mess on everything going on over there.
It's a situation where there has to be retaliation from Iran because they were hit.
And if they don't, they look weak.
Again, they were hit, so
yeah,
got to hit back. But the entire pretense behind it is something, again, I'm never going to agree with, simply because we need the proof. As an American, we were in a war for 20 years that we were told that a certain dictator had WMDs. We went in, we didn't find it, and it created a long conflict.
The chemical weapons we found were classified as WMDs. The media and the government just harped on nukes because we were fucking morons. And out of embarrassment, this is a really stupid part, out of embarrassment, the 300 plus service members that were hit with chemical weapons used by the Iraqi military were forced to sign NDAs until a little over a decade ago. They stopped receiving coverage for that from the VA. They were basically promised, hey, sign this NDA, don't say shit happened, you'll get coverage for chemical weapons exposure for life. The VA did an audit, was like, hey, you don't have chemical weapons exposure in your service record. Coverage gone. And now there's a class action lawsuit that's been going on for the last decade or so, trying to regain coverage for people or get the U.S. government to own up to shit. But there's documentaries on it. We 100% found chemical weapons of mass destruction, which is funny because if we had just listened to, ironically, Mossad's investigation that they did, we would have known that there was no nukes because Israel said, hey, the UN investigation is wrong. We don't have any evidence to prove that there's nukes. We do know he has chemical weapons and he's hiding them and can use them, but there's absolutely no nukes. The United Nations did their own investigation. We're like, hey, they lied to us about chemical weapons. Why wouldn't they also be lying to us about nukes? And said, you know what? We think there's nukes. Everyone agree to invade? Cool. Let's go. It's a whole clusterfuck.
Except France.
Again, the whole thing, we were told one thing, wasn't the case. So all I'm saying is the burden of proof lies on the initial attack to then be able to point out and say, like, this is our credible evidence, this, that, and the third. So far, from what I've been able to find on the situation that is currently evolving, is there hasn't been that. It's just been, well, it is imminent that that weapon will materialize. So it's just a tit for tat, and then things will calm down for a while, and then it'll happen again.
The Middle East has got a Middle East, but at the end of the day, what can't happen is there's the risk again. Israel and a lot of people in the Middle East and even in the West want the Persian people to take back their country, but there's the concern of, do they miss that opportunity or do they fuck it up? And we now end up with another IS because of a power vacuum, and that's something we want to avoid. So we may kind of screw the Persian people in the process of forcing Iran to capitulate behind the scenes while still allowing them to save face.
Well, I mean, the biggest thing Iran wants is to protect their regime. So to me, the attacks that we've seen, I think there were 4 missile barrages last night we'll see how long they can keep something like that up. But I don't think that they can really expand beyond that, because if they do, they risk us going for the oil refineries or for
They
something
don't want that.
that
Yeah.
could really put the regime at risk. But for me, I would just, to touch on the Iraq point, like, I think we learned the wrong lessons from Iraq and Afghanistan. The lesson to learn from that is not that we never should have gone. I guess you can kind of make the argument with
It's how we
Iraq,
dropped
but
the ball at the end.
yeah, it's what we got wrong is that we stayed for too long. I mean, we had military guys saying within a year or two of being in Afghanistan, like, look, we're not going to turn this place into a democracy. We should just cut our losses and get out. And that's what we should have done. Americans like short, quick wars that we can see, have a benefit to us. To act like we wouldn't have invaded countries aiding and abetting Al Qaeda after 9/11 is lunacy. Maybe a lot of people here are too young to remember 9/11. I'm barely old enough to remember it. Yeah, we were we were going to do something. We just stayed there for too long. I mean, we should just understand.
Like with Afghanistan, the guys, the shitty part with Afghanistan was the guys on the ground said from the very beginning, as soon as we wiped the Taliban out and they ran and hid in Pakistan, the guys on the ground were like, okay, mission accomplished, let's get out of here, boys. But we did it, and then the politicians in America were like, no. It was like the I can fix her. It was like, no, we can rebuild, we can help them, and we slowly got emotionally invested to the point where, like, dude, there's an entire generation of women that grew up knowing freedom in Afghanistan, and there are U.S. veterans who helped build that from the ground up. Our friend Mickey, who literally taught little Afghan girls English and taught them school curriculum and stuff as a service member over there, will literally break down in tears at what the fuck the Afghan people and the women are going through right now. But even up until the day we left, the politicians were still saying, hey, this is going great, it's gonna go great. But we had books in 3-ring binders that were 3 inches thick telling men in the fucking Afghan National Army, you can't just SA a woman because you pulled her over and she's by herself in her car. Like, it was a failure from the beginning, and we did what we could. And we got guys who got emotionally invested while the politicians said everything was going fine and lied to the American people. Like, dude, when we brought Afghan refugees to America, we brought most of them to Cherry Point, North Carolina, Marine Corps Air Station. We put them basically in a little tent city for a temporary period. We had to take all the little boys and girls out of that tent city because we found out that they were painting their fingernails different colors on different fingers. And the different color and finger indicated what sexual acts you could do with that minor.
Yeah.
Like, this shit was a failure from the beginning. We got the job done. Get the fuck out.
You guys should have armed the ladies, trained them up. That's really what should have happened at the end. I mean, I think there was an effort actually. I remember vaguely reading about this on the Atlantic a long time ago about how there was this idea, and they said that they can't entertain it because the Afghan army was going to be like staunchly opposed to it. So
The
I don't
Afghan
think that
army
was
was a
going anywhere.
shit show.
Yeah.
I mean, look, Arena, just to respond to the question that you asked, I think you should be worried. I hope you can get some sleep. But what you have is warhawks and hardliners in Iran, warhawks and hardliners in the U.S., warhawks and hardliners in Israel, all calling the shots here, and that's a recipe for disaster. Um,
I mean, we
with
have the ability
Iran,
to
though,
back it up.
it's
Iran currently doesn't. They don't have the
this.
ability to back it up.
Yeah, I mean, historically, the Iranian regime hasn't really been opposed to escalations. They kind of like escalations. The hardliners, especially, do. It just helps them hold a stronger grip on their power, and ultimately, all they care about is the what Iran is a giant grift to that administration. That's what it is. As long as the grift can continue, the regime is doing fine. The IRGC controls the economy. The Ayatollahs run the political side of the operations. They work pretty well together for the most part so far. The thesis has been that if they can have Israel and America as the boogeyman for the past 30 years, this has been the thesis, 30, 40 years. That's going to help them retain a lot of support domestically. And that support is going to be coming outside of more and more comes from outside of the urban centers. It's going to be a big question mark if that's going to work continuing going forward as that younger generation that kind of was very young in the 2000s, 2010s has kind of reached adulthood and isn't happy about the future prospects of their lives. Um, I don't think they'll necessarily escalate, but this was an escalation I don't think they predicted coming. I don't think they thought that there was going to be 20 of their highest leadership positions like having being assassinated. But I don't know if they actually mind. To a lot of the people that are, up and coming, it's a job vacancy. They're about to get a promotion. And how do you gain that promotion? You stand strong and you say, we hit back. How crazy are they going to be with the strikes back? I don't know, but that's the
I think that's
gamble.
a little
That's
too
the
in depth
gamble.
down the
And
rabbit hole on thinking about that. I don't think
sorry,
it goes that
but
in depth. Like for
I
some, sure, but
I'm
not as
Iranian.
much
That's
as you
why
think.
I kind of
For Iran's side,
look
sure,
into
but
it
on
a
the
lot more.
U.S.
But yeah.
side, I don't see it going that deep.
No, I agree with him because again, just like you brought up with especially our withdrawal out of the Middle East, what happened in the immediate aftermath? There was a power vacuum, and then those who have the ambition and the drive for power, they go in to fill it the best that they can. Now, are we getting the people who can make deals or who are going to be willing to come to the table? More than likely not, and it's as we've been
That's what we
talking
want to
about this whole
avoid, too.
time. How are they going to look? How are they going to be able to project power? And when it comes to projecting power, when you are attacked, it does not look good if you then immediately just, all right, we're done, my bad, what have you have to project that strength. So instead of getting someone who may have been there, sure, they don't like that country, sure, they don't like this, that, and the third, but there is, I don't want to say a willingness, like a genuine willingness to negotiate, but there would be more of stable ground because they don't have to prove as much as somebody new in the position.
Yeah. All right.
I mean, that ship sailed. The reformists aren't going to have much weight within the Iranian regime.
Hey,
So I don't think they ever would have. Really.
hey, I'm gonna swap some people out right now. So Douglas, Sahan, and Arena, thank you guys for coming up. I really appreciate it. If you guys want to stick around, go ahead, make sure you drop that follow. I'm gonna get some other people up here, but thank you guys.
Cheers, buddy. Take care.
Hello,
Hammer, I haven't talked to you in forever.
I came up just to be on the same panel as you. That's the only reason I'm here.
Oh my god,
Oh,
I'm so
okay.
flattered.
I'll go fuck myself.
Wait, where did he go?
What just happened?
Where did Hammer go?
I don't know what just
there he
happened.
is.
Oh, there he is.
What happened?
The guest box is glitched out for a second.
Dude, that was magic.
Houdini.
That was magic.
By the way, if you guys subscribe, there is a Hammer Time emote sticker thing. Let's see if I can find it. Oh yeah, it's this thing. Hammer.
What?
I put a little sticker for you in my for my subscribers.
Time sticker. That's
because I made it when you were smacking around Africans.
Oh, I truly love doing that.
Because when you would come on the panel and there were Africans, people would just put the hammer emote in chat.
Oh God, they love me in Africa.
Brad, it didn't let you connect. If you want to come back up, go ahead and re-request.
Love me in Africa.
Well, how are you feeling about what's going on, Hammer?
Well, I mean, there's two different things to deal with. There's obviously the macro, the overall. What does this mean? What does it mean for Israel? Obviously, I don't see anything happening to Israel. Seems like so far Israel's doing a pretty good job, relatively speaking, of protecting the homeland and carrying out their mission. There's the micro situation. I'm supposed to go to Israel in 3 weeks. My daughter's supposed to compete in the Maccabi games. And my mom's in Israel right now, and she's supposed to come back Tuesday. So is she going to be able to come back? Are we going to be able to go there? The airline.
Where are you going to dine when you go there?
Well, I already have the restaurants picked out.
Of course, you got a fucking itinerary ready already, don't you?
Oh, dude, I have so many things I would have to cancel. It would be crazy. Hotels.
Hey, I'd like to cancel this reservation. Hey, restaurant, I'm not going to be here. Hey, this restaurant, not going to be there.
But I've seen like press releases saying that Delta is not flying, is canceling everything through August 31st, but I haven't gotten anything from them canceling. So if they do cancel, if it's true, send me the cancellation notice so I can get my damn money back already, and then I can start figuring out what the next steps are. But
how can you not
listen,
have World War III? Because we're just not.
It's a tough thing. It's a tough thing, you know. I feel for the people in Israel, talking to my mom, talking to my friends there, running up and down, running back and forth to the shelters. But you know, I think this was ultimately something that had to happen. I mean, it was necessary.
Wait, Hammer, listen to this comment. How is violating international law is taking good care of the mission? ? You're incriminating. What in the fuck does that even mean? Follow your heart.
I'm just at the point where I'm just like, international law doesn't exist. Only power does.
By the way,
never did.
180 people in here. Tap the screen, get these likes up, join the team, follow for more content.
International law is it exists, but only amongst the countries that care about it. And even then, it's fairly worthless because international law can never override sovereignty. Right? No international body can tell the United States or Iran or anyone what they should do. And there's no real enforcement mechanism. It's all theoretical. It's something mostly for academics and
Wait, if you attack Iran, what do you expect? What do you accept? What do you
accept?
Yeah. Oh my God. WR, welcome to the panel. What's on your mind?
Good morning. How are you, gentlemen, ladies?
Oh my God. I'm sorry, dude. It sounds like your phone's in your pocket.
Oh, really?
Oh, there you
go. Hammer fly to Cyprus.
There you go.
To Israel in a gasoline boat.
Oh, like Greta. Like Greta. And Hammer, before you do that, you have to become a climate change activist and say that fossil fuels are bad. And
dude, I'll tell you right now. You guys know my level of elitism and snobbery. I wouldn't even fucking step foot on that boat just to hang out.
What if you owned it and it was your own private boat?
Eating and shitting on that boat. I wouldn't even step on that boat. It's way beneath me.
It's funny though, because that was like the most white privileged way that you could try and make a statement. Like trying to fucking take a yacht, like a shitty sailboat yacht, to a war zone.
While using a gasoline engine the whole time and not using the sails
once. What's hilarious is they complained about Israel giving them sandwiches and treating them well. Those people that marched to Gaza from Egypt got their asses beat up.
Wait,
and that shit was hilarious.
Hammer, have you seen that a lot of them are posting on Twitter right now that they can't even leave? Egypt took their passports. They can't even leave.
Yeah, it's hilarious. Throwing water bottles at them and spitting at them and shit. It was just great. It was so funny.
Honestly, the Egyptians are based. The Egyptians are
like, what did they expect?
So,
what did they expect? Egypt didn't build 7 walls between Gaza and Egypt because they love the Palestinians so much. Like, there's a reason they built those walls.
Someone brought up a good point. Also, how exactly is a single boat a flotilla? Like they kept calling it.
Well, that's a fair point, but which is what they call
them. I am impressed our Iran military regained balance after their top leaders were taken out. Fucking what? WR, what's up?
I just wanted to hear your opinions, your honest opinions of like what is the outcome from this? Where does this end, and what will there be peace in Israel and in the Arab world?
The Arab world will never be at peace. That's the starter. But with this specific incident or conflict, what we can expect is a way to get a resolution to this is Iran capitulates and signs a deal. And either the Persian people rise up and take back their country from the IRGC, or the IRGC is allowed to save face and act like they're still in charge while still capitulating to the U.S. and Israel, so that there's and the atomic energy community, so that there's not a power vacuum and we don't get a second IS.
Sam, you know this background with the white flag poles? Makes it really annoying to read the comments, right?
Son of a bitch. God damn it. Hang on.
I know how important how much time you spend on your backgrounds. But
dude, I tried getting this to work with Grok because ChatGPT wouldn't generate me an image. It just says it can't generate images anymore. And I shit you not, underneath the Iranian flag, there was 8 different replicas of the Russian flag, except they were all white, blue, and purple, and I had to Photoshop them all out.
Yeah, this background just sucks.
Hang on. Let me cut off the chat, or let me get this. There we go. How's that? Is that better? Can you see the chat now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a little better. Yeah, that's actually quite a bit better.
Okay. Perfect.
Can I say how I think this ends?
Yeah,
No.
please. I want to hear. I want to hear.
Go ahead.
Never mind.
Go
Sam
ahead.
doesn't want
Go
me
ahead,
to speak.
Wait. Should I pull a friendly fire like you would?
Just Shahid me.
No. The whole thing. Your conversation with me and Mickey about what you think about other women.
I don't even remember what I said. So that can't be good. Now I forgot. Oh, yeah, I mean, I think this goes on for a week or less. I think Iran has to capitulate. Palestinians and Iranians online will claim ultimate victory. Oh, the regime survives. And then, yeah, hopefully there's enough people on the ground to overthrow the regime, but I just don't think that Iran is going to be capable enough to like attrit this. But am I dumb?
Someone messaged moderate and then sent some hate messages, then immediately blocked him while using a burner account. Like, if you're gonna use a burner, why block?
Am I dumb? Is my analysis wrong?
I mean,
no, I think your analysis is right. I just don't know. I think it's a very logical, rational analysis. I just don't know if the Iranian leadership has the capability to stop. I just don't know that they do. They've gotten their ass handed to them so hard right now, and the Mossad operation within their borders is so embarrassing. And Israel's still going. I mean, Israel's not stopping right now. I don't know that they have that off ramp anymore. I'm not sure.
That's why I was saying that, like, what's going on in the think tanks is allowing Iran to, quote, save face and make it look like they're responding properly, so at least they can save face with the surrounding areas.
I don't want them to save face.
Yeah, but the risk of it is, if the Persian people don't rise up or miss the opportunity, you then create that power vacuum for another IS that no one's going to want to deal with.
Why would Iran people rise up?
Because are you asking why the Persian people would rise up against? Hang on, stop, hold on. You're saying why would the Persian people rise up against the IRGC?
Why would they? They support their government. It's media that sending.
Hammer, I'm going to let you handle this one. Have fun,
dude. Every data point, every poll that
I'm Iranian. Ask me.
Okay.
Well, but you're one person.
Doesn't matter. You're nobody in Iran.
Let him talk.
First of all,
let him talk.
First of all, let's be clear. I'm fucking Hebrew Hammer. I'm the Jewish pit bull. They know me.
I don't care who the fuck
they
you
talk
are.
about me.
You're nobody
in
to me.
Isfahan, in Shiraz, in Tehran. They sit down and eat tadik rice and they talk about the Hebrew Hammer. So let's just be clear.
Attack back.
Secondly,
come on.
The data points, right? We're not talking about your anecdotal experience. The data points are that roughly 70 to 80%.
Well, I run to Russia and ask for help.
Bro, I'm talking right now. Do you understand how this works?
Oh, please stop Iran.
I'm talking right now.
Let's suck Russia.
I'm talking right now. I'm talking right now, dude. I get it. You're Muslim. You can't control yourself. I get it. It's a genetic.
Yeah, you're a Jew.
I get it. I get it. I get it. You were born in the piss end of the gene pool. I get it.
Papa.
Yeah, I get it. But it's about 70 to 80% of the Iranians don't support the regime.
Lies.
Okay.
Hey,
whatever you say.
Fan.
You live in Iran right now?
Yeah. Do you
live in Iran right now? Do you live in Iran right now?
Fan. Do you live?
Yeah.
Where?
No, you don't. You live in Australia, right?
No, I don't.
Why do you have an Australian accent?
Yeah, I was studying in Australia.
So you just in a short study in Australia, you picked up a heavy Australian accent?
You're still there, dude. You're not in Iran.
Anyway,
why?
Iran turned off the internet.
Yeah, how are you in Iran right now?
You couldn't be on the internet unless you're on Starlink.
But they didn't turn off the internet.
So
yes, they did.
That's Israel turned off the internet in Gaza. Get your facts right.
If they, that's not even true because they're still posting videos all day long. How'd they turn off the internet if they're posting videos?
Stop bullshitting, man. You know Israel is full of shit.
I think you're full of shit because you're not in Iran. You're a fucking little. You're an Islamist coward that ran. You're an Islamist coward that ran away from the fucking country that treats the Persians like shit, while touting that Iran's so fucking powerful. Like you said, oh, Iran attacked Israel back. Cool. They didn't fucking do anything. You guys have no F-4 Phantoms left. You have no air defense systems left. You're solo fucking MiG-29 that scrambled to do anything. Oh,
can't do shit.
Wait, hang on. What lovers? What lovers?
You can't.
Hey, no. Say it again. What lovers? Hang on. Say it again. What lovers?
You can't do shit.
Oh, the irony.
Flying over Tehran right now.
Oh, he ran away. Yeah, I was gonna ask.
Right now, Israel is flying over Tehran.
I was gonna ask, why are there fourth generation F-16s flying in uncontested airspace?
They can't do anything about it. Israel is flying over Tehran. Like, they could do, like, one of those, like, Blue Angels air shows right now over Tehran, and no one could stop
That'd actually be pretty fucking dope.
That'd be dope.
Oh, Hammer. So I posted a video on the fake photos of the F-35 going down, and the amount of people commenting that couldn't be bothered to watch more than 9 seconds before commenting is absolutely alarming. So
it shouldn't be alarming at this point.
Dude, it's 9 seconds. Check this out. Here, I'm going to pull it up on screen. So this is my video with 26,000 views so far. We have breaking news right now coming out of Iran. An Israeli F-35 piloted by a woman has been shot down, and the pilot has been captured by Iran. Oh, wait. They lied. And I go through the other photos. The entire comment section is full of people that are like, oh, you're dumb. Oh, this is fake. How could you fall for this? Oh, it's like, oh my God, you people. What is wrong with you?
You know what would be dope? You know how they have those skywriters, that like do, messages in the sky? Israel should bring in a couple of those and just start writing messages in the skies over Tehran, like,
oh my God,
Khomeini, we're watching you.
Hammer, what if they just
you are, or we're your daddy, or just something like that. Just start all messages all over the sky. That would be hilarious.
I just have one more point. Like, I'm very thankful that Israel has knocked the Iranian guard out of Lebanon and Syria. It saved not only Jews, but millions of Arabs. And I hope this effort today inside of Iran will, not only free Israel from attacks every month for the last 75 years, but free the Iranians from poverty and control. The average Syrian only makes $1,000. The average Lebanese makes $2,000, and the average Iranian makes $4,000 a year. And it's not just about Jews; it's about Arabs. It's about civilization, society. And the Iranians since 1979 have created nothing but pain and anguish for the region, for the world. And it's time, like, I hope they're successful. I don't know what the outcome is going to be. My prayers are, that the Ayatollah and the Iranians get freedom from the Ayatollah, and that they get to earn money and live their life and raise a family. Like what is the goal? Like, what is the objective? And how do we get there is really what's paramount to me.
Amanda, take a guess. Amanda, what the per capita GDP is for Iran.
Oh,
$4,000. 4,000.
40,000?
4,000.
Well, you looked it up.
Wait, what was the question? Say that again.
No, the guy who said 4,000. There's no way you would get it that close.
Wait, what was the question?
Per capita GDP for Iran.
Oh. Is it actually $4,000?
$4,000. It's $4,900. Right.
Syria is 1,000.
A little over $3,900 dollars. That is pathetic. You make more on welfare in the United States. Like, it would be better for them to just be on American welfare.
You know, under the Shah, it was
more SNAP benefits than that.
$1979. $1979. It was $6,000. It's now $4,000 in 2025.
It's crazy.
Holy shit!
Even if you want to go with purchasing power, even if you want to go with the other metric, it's still under 20,000. That's poverty.
Is that just because of our sanctions?
No,
bro.
They don't produce anything.
No, the bottom line is that the Iranians are fixated on military hardware and equipment, and not on social benefits. They're educated beyond belief, but yet their whole GDP is based on a failing policy of military spending in Lebanon, in Syria, and not on its people. And they failed their
It's
own
whatever it takes to stay empowered and maintain a sphere of influence. By the way, there's out of 100 comments on that video, Hammer, 75 of them are people that didn't watch beyond 9 seconds.
Hey, so I have a question.
They have oil. That's all they have. Do they produce any technology? Do they produce?
They do manufacture a lot of cheap, not necessarily reliable, but cheap munitions to use that they do sell in massive quantities and offload to other countries. That's where Russia got their Shahed drones and some of their missile technology, and how Russia now has Iranian factories in Russia.
That doesn't help your GDP.
No, but I'm saying like they do manufacture some things, not enough to actually do anything for the economy, but they do some technological stuff.
So I have a question on your guys' opinion on this. What I've been thinking since the beginning, that's why I joined in quick. I just want to ask this, what you guys thought of it. But I'm from Nebraska, so we don't really see anything out here. Politics and that stuff aren't really too crazy around here, and I'm not really too big into it either. But obviously, it's been like all over the place. But my question is, I know we weren't like in a war directly with Iran, I don't think, but the whole terrorist thing that we fought for years and years and years, right? It's kind of like the same area, I think, right? Roughly, like same type of terrorist people.
In the middle of the sandhole shitbox. Yep.
Yeah. So how are we, if they do want to keep escalating? Basically, it basically looks like Israel's like doing it correctly. Iran's being sloppy about it. They're going about it like terrorists, basically. So how Israel? Last thing I watched on NBC News tonight was the escalation of what Israel's going to do next. That they're going to completely stomp them down and they're not let them go. How do we completely stop them? Because we, as the U.S., are the most powerful country in the world, and they still try to fuck us. Years later, we fought wars on and off with these guys. So how does Israel think they're going to get them to stop, is my question.
They're not doing what we did with nation building. It's not nation building like we were trying with what we did with Iraq and Afghanistan. They're just trying to get rid of the capabilities to do so. Whatever you want to do with your country after the fact, that's on you. They're doing similar to what we kind of should have done in certain regions, where it's like, I hit it and quit it, get the fuck out. I don't want any part of this. I just want you to not be able to hurt me. That's it.
Gotcha. And didn't
that too, but also
didn't the U.S. put a restriction on them being able to do nuclear programs or something like that a while ago? Like, did they make that like a law for a certain amount of years? They cannot.
They broke it.
Yeah.
So why?
And then we pulled out.
That agreed to this NATO thing. So I'm sure all NATO agreed to doing that to ban them from nuclear weapons. Why the hell is everybody else not stepping in to enforce that?
It wasn't a NATO thing. It's called the E5+1. So it's the United States, Russia, China, France, and the UK plus Germany.
Okay.
It's called the Joint Comprehensive Plan of
Yeah,
Action.
it's for a billion or something like that. But yeah, like I said, I'm not too versed in that, but I know there's something about them not being able to screw with nuclear weapons.
Well,
so is Israel one that has to deal with
people characterize it as they weren't supposed to, but really the deal under Obama did allow them to continue to research and enrich uranium, so it was a terrible deal. It's a good thing we pulled out. And yeah, they're the #1 state sponsor of terror in the world, so almost any terror group in the world that wages war against the United States or our partners, namely Israel, they get money from Iran and we were stupid neoliberals thinking, oh, if we just do some business with them and let their people get more wealthy, they won't want to be terrorists anymore. And that was really dumb. And so now we just have to say, hey, you want to still be terrorists? You're going to be set back 10 years. And if you're talking about escalation dominance on how does Israel get them to stop, we threaten the regime. So if the regime wants more than anything to retain power. They know they can't win a war with Israel.
That's what I was talking about, like with the we don't. But sir, I'm going to mute. You got some background noise. That's what I was talking about with kind of letting the IRGC save face, where we don't want to create that power vacuum, and we want to help still be in control, but not create that full out collapse that leads to the inevitable rise of a group like IS.
Yeah, that's kind of what I've been thinking on that. I was just wondering, like, if we, as a ginormous country, I don't know, I don't get into that, so I don't know if we really are the most powerful one. I'm sure we are.
Oh, 100%.
It's like we haven't.
Ain't nobody gonna fucking stop us.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't know if we're the most powerful country in the world?
Yeah, I was like, I had figured we were, but I don't ever fully believe that stuff. Like I said, I really don't get into it. I rarely ever get into this at all. That's why I just figured I'd ask. Because that was my biggest question. Is like, we've been fighting those, as you call them, sand people and stuff like that. I'm obviously on the U.S. side. But how the hell are we going to get them to stop? Because even if Iran or Israel gets them to stop the big things like that.
You don't have to. You just take away their abilities. Take away the toys.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, I don't see how they're getting all pissed off. Iran is that Israel did what they did type of thing. It's like all these countries warned you multiple times over the years, gave you chances, and you act like you're this big baddie that can come kill us all. And it's like, you can't. You can tell that by their mission strike back on Israel was completely.
They bluffed too hard at the poker table.
Exactly. Like they knew exactly what they're hitting. They didn't try to target citizens. And it's almost like Iran was panicked because they didn't have anybody to tell their military what to do anymore. So they just sent a firestorm everywhere just so they can have some sort of thing. But they also revealed their cards and they did that because I don't really think they have anything left now.
So they definitely don't have much, if any, air defense systems left. We already saw in the last attack that Israel did months ago, Israel took out pretty much everything they had, all their S-300 and S-400 air defense systems, which the S-400 was brand new for them. But we saw yesterday fucking hodgepodge Frankenstein systems. If you know anything about Russian air defense systems, we saw S-300 carrying platforms carrying S-200 missiles and then S-200 launching systems. And basically, those are fucking shit. Granted, they can still intercept stuff; they're still capable, but compared to everything else, especially compared to like F-35s and shit, they're absolutely dog water. So they don't really have anything to protect themselves with to begin with, and now the fucking skies are open. Like F-16s, 4th generation fighter jets are flying around the skies of Iran, completely uncontested. The Iranian Air Force had all their F-4s deleted off the face of the earth, and their MiG-29s aren't even scrambling to fucking fight back in the airspace. Like, sure, they have ballistic missiles that can come out of the ground, they can scramble and try to fire. They're not going to be able to prep them properly. They're not going to be as accurate. They're not going to be able to get them off in mass in one giant wave that can overwhelm the entirety of Iron Dome or the arrows or sling systems. It's going to be small attacks. It's sure, obviously, some stuff gets through, but not a lot. And if they try to set everything up to have a massive attack, Israel's going to fly over there and go, no.
Exactly. And like I said, the only thing I'm worried about is being with Iran, terrorists and all. And I don't think it would ever escalate to this because I don't think they're even that ballsy type of thing. But what's to say Israel did fully take out all their nuclear crap? Because what's to say that Israel gets their foot on their throat and Iran's like, you know what, we're going to die anyway and have to be controlled pretty much is what they always think we're doing to them. So why not let's just fire this one last nuclear missile we got type of thing? What's to stop from doing that? Because we can't for sure say that we took out every single one of their nuclear facilities. They could be hiding one somewhere in the middle of the desert in a giant country. For all we know.
Well, I am worried about like isolated terror attacks.
Yes, that's kind of what I've been getting at in the whole thing. It's like they can stop them all they want, but what's to stop Iran? Because at the point where they get stopped, which is basically now, it's like they're a country that's proved time and time again that they're straight up kamikaze people like Japan. They would rather risk their lives and die before they bow down to anybody, pretty much. So like, what's stopping just giving an all-out last attack that might still have some of their nuclear weapons left?
Well, I mean, I don't think that we have intelligence that they've actually built one, But my
that's not what
thing
the
with
IAEA claimed. They claimed that
yeah,
they were
maybe they
close
did,
to
but
having the capability to make them.
a lone wolf attack, what I would be more concerned about is things that they did in the past, like embassy attacks, attacks on Jewish community centers, synagogues. They've done that in
Yes,
Europe
that's what I'm worried about.
recently. They've done that in South America, like in the 80s and stuff. So
Yep.
for all my Jewish friends, please be very careful.
That's what I've been worried about. Like the World Trade Centers, 9/11. That's a huge deal about that. I know those weren't the same exact people. I don't know about that, but maybe they are.
Well, but the World Trade
nonetheless,
Center,
that's the type of people they are.
that type of thing though, like that took a lot of planning and coordination. And kind of the good thing about our counterterrorism, department here is that they plan all of those things over the internet, and we have pretty good ways to look into what they're saying and doing. Like where I'm from the Midwest too. I'm from Minnesota. The most IS recruits of anywhere in this country, okay, came from one building in Minneapolis called Cedar Riverside Plaza, if anybody wants to look it up.
Amanda,
Yeah.
being from Minnesota,
Mm-hmm.
every time Tampon Tim opens his mouth, are you just not so relieved that they lost?
Did you hear what he said today?
About China being the moral authority?
Wait, hang on. Sekvo Jace just says in chat, Iran population 90 million, Israel population 7 million. If both lost 7 million people, who wins? My brother in Christ, what the fuck? That's not how war works. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, does he think every civilian's going to pick up a gun and start going crazy on each other?
No, they're all going to play Russian roulette at the same time and see who loses more people.
Exactly. It's like,
Twinser, are you there? Are you here at all? Twinser? You joined up. I don't know if you meant to or not. All right. Just drop that person.
It just goes to show you how nuts they are, right? Like, and I've said this before on lives. Palestinians would much rather see Israel destroyed and all the Jews wiped out than they would to have their own state and their own land. This lady's kind of proving it in a roundabout way.
Yeah, exactly.
They just want to kill Jews and destroy Israel. They don't care about winning. They don't care about their own destruction. As long as they get the Jews, there's no sacrifice. Now, of course, it's easy for someone else to say it, right? She's perfectly comfortable with 7 million Persians dying if they can trade it for 7 million Jews, as long as she's not one of the 7 million, right? If it was her, she wouldn't want to be a part of that. But if 7 million of those people were willing to die so that they could take out 7 million Jews, she'd be like, yeah, that's a great trade. There's still 82 million left. Let's go. It just shows you how sick they are in the mind. Like, right? These are people that really shouldn't be part of normal society. Like, we need to come up with a form of social Darwinism that weeds out the weak and the evil and the ignorant and the stupid, like some sort of like modern day eugenics, but not based on race or ethnicity, but based on like IQ, right? Like we need to figure out like a standard minimum IQ level. And if you're below that point, we kind of just like send you to an island.
By the way, if you guys are
just go all Lord of the Flies on each other.
If you guys are coming here right now from the video where people couldn't be bothered to watch more than 9 seconds, where we talked about the F-35 that was supposedly shot down, please go back and watch that video more than 9 seconds and realize that entire video was sarcasm, calling out the blatant lies coming from the pro-Iranian side. Also, we've got 223 people in here. We've got 35 followers to stream. Let's see if we can get up, get the likes up for 38,000. If you guys want to see more content from me and debunking stuff, a little background. My name is Anthony Scott.
Sunday.
Fucking hammer. God damn it. Hold on.
Sorry.
My name is Anthony Scott. I served 10 years in the United States Marine Corps doing combat marksmanship instruction and doctrine development. A lot of what Marine Corps currently uses for training doctrine to send Marines to combat. I helped develop. I did all of our digital programming for our simulator systems to train people. I created our training courses for our M18 pistol, which we currently use from SIG. Got over a decade in geopolitical and foreign affairs with small advisory roles. I've also specializing in the Middle East and Eastern Europe, and I've also been to the front lines of Ukraine, training Ukrainian soldiers voluntarily on my own dime. So if you guys want to see propaganda videos getting debunked or more content and analysis videos, getting good discussions, go ahead and drop a follow. Go ahead, Hammer.
Sunday we're gonna find out the release date for Jubilee, so I'll let everyone know.
Oh, they already posted the Pro Pally one.
The what?
They posted the Pro Pally one supposedly.
No, that was the last one. I'm talking about the one that the TikTok people are on that you know.
Yeah, no, they filmed a Pro Pally one the day before you guys.
I'm excited to watch you guys.
Wait, what?
Yeah, so the day before you guys, it was the opposite. It was the exact same thing, but for the Palestinian side.
Oh, I don't give a shit about that. I'm talking about me.
Well, Moderate Washington said it was pretty funny.
Oh, well, I don't care about it. I care about me. Yeah, so we'll know Sunday the release date. We'll let everyone know. It's gonna be, well, if they don't edit me out, y'all are gonna laugh your asses off. That's all I gotta say.
The Hammer, I was going to comment on your education topic. Didn't I hear in one of the news press release or whatever about the history about the Iran prime minister, whatever? Didn't he barely even graduate elementary school and that's it?
Who?
Didn't they say that the prime minister of Iran, or whatever they call him, didn't he barely graduate elementary school or whatever, and that was it? He never had any other education besides that?
The Ayatollah?
I don't know much.
Are you talking about the current? Are you talking about Khomeini, the Ayatollah, or the current president of Iran?
Yeah, the current president, whatever they call the guy, whatever they did at one of NBC's things.
Sure, he said he didn't graduate elementary school, or
it said he graduated, and then after that, he had to go work with his family on the farm, and it didn't say.
Sure,
I don't know.
they didn't
say that he ever had any other education after that.
That doesn't sound like
I think you misheard that. I think what they said was he went to elementary schools to go find a wife.
I mean, maybe.
Okay, Rabbi Litvin.
Yeah,
that's how they roll over there on that part of the world.
The Iranian society is actually like they're very well educated. They just can't get jobs because they're not allowed to have an economy because they choose to build illegal weapons instead.
They should go to Afghanistan.
Currency is like.
Yeah, they should go.
Monopoly money.
Guys, no spamming in chat. I don't care who it is or what side. If you're just going to spam flags in chat, you're going to get a timeout. They should go to Afghanistan because, Hammer, did you ever see the interviews that were done with Taliban members shortly after the U.S. pulled out? Like 4 or 5 months after? They're fucking complaining. They're like, if I show up late to my job, they take my paycheck. There's so much traffic. No one told me I was going to be responsible for other people. It's like, oh my fucking God. That's the funniest shit. Get rid of the West only to become the West immediately.
Dude, I'm from LA. I don't hear anyone ever complain about traffic.
Dude, LA traffic is so bad because, like, I get sit in traffic in Texas here, and, like, at least I'm moving. But in LA, I can physically see where I'm going and still not be any closer after an hour.
You're just done. You're just sitting there, baby.
Dude, an hour in LA traffic, when I was driving back to Texas, Hammer, 1 hour of sitting through LA traffic made me more tired than 16 hours of driving.
Oh, yeah, because you're not driving.
You're just sitting there doing nothing.
It's exhausting. It's exhausting.
What were we talking about before all this was what was just in the news? I mean, we've just been discussing the stuff that went on with Iran.
We're talking about when we're going to find out about the Jubilee release date for me, Moderate, Matt, Nick, Bracha.
Oh, Hammer.
That's all the people that I think anyone would know because I didn't know anybody else there.
One of the big
Shabbos Kestenbaum was there.
One of the big propagandists on Twitter posted a video. Soleiman Ahmed said, breaking: Iran targeted infrastructure and buildings in Tel Aviv used by Israel to destroy F-35 jets and submarines.
Submarines.
I want you to. Did you see the video?
Yeah, I saw the guy.
Wait, don't leak, don't break it. I want everyone to see what this guy posted. This is a serious post. This guy was 100% serious. He has 650,000 followers. This is what he posted. Israel is supposedly hiding F-35s inside buildings. By the way, that's not how big an F-35 is. Also, how the fuck are they going to get it out of that building? How are
they? Like a CarMax building.
How are their displays? Oh yeah. Also, the planes just casually stick out of the building, but no one can see them.
Have you ever seen those CarMax buildings? Like, do you guys have those?
Oh,
yes, I have one near me.
It's
Also,
like
what are these planes? What are these planes they're
But
putting?
for stealth planes.
It's a Carvana car dispenser.
They're not even all the same size. What is this? Wait, it gets better. It gets better. So those are supposedly F-16s that are all fucked up, apparently. But it gets better. Wait till we see the underground portion for the submarines. Hold on. We're getting there. Oh, yeah, they've got a giant missile inside one of these buildings. Just casually there. just because that's how we do it. Also, there's an aircraft carrier and
Oh my
hold
God,
on,
no.
hold on, a submarine. A submarine.
Iran's trying to spread that Israel did that.
They're saying that this dude, who's a major propagandist, blatantly lies, gets called out all the time, but for some reason, well, obviously we know why. The Arab community and Muslim community on Twitter absolutely fucking love him, because he just lies blatantly. He posted that in a serious post and said that that's what Iran was targeting when they struck back at Israel.
It didn't look like they were targeting much of anything. Kind of just looked like they shot back in all different directions just to show.
No one's keeping a sub in a building. Subs go in the water.
No, it's just like...
There's no reason to store them in a building. It's not.
What? They got an underground aquifer.
Hammer, it's Jewish magic.
What is it? A Lego set?
It's Jewish magic.
They also, somebody else posted today a video and they were like, look at Israel, or look at Iran strike down Israeli jets, and it was literally video game footage.
Of course.
I'm like, you guys can't believe, like, you just look at it and you're like, this is not real.
Israel posted more footage of their F-16s preparing to launch and conducting air raid strikes in Iran. They just posted that 12 minutes ago. Attacks in Tehran. Completely uncontested skies, remember. 4th generation fighters in completely uncontested skies. More airstrike footage.
Yeah, I heard
what
that,
is that?
Israel's like doing their 3rd attack right now, or whatever.
Oh, dude, this is like attack number 8 or 9 out of a 2-week campaign. Okay, so
yeah, I don't think they've really stopped going.
Let's see what this is. Let's see if I can figure out what air system this is. That
what are all these
like...
propagandists in the comments gonna say when they keep saying "Bye Israel"?
And that's an S-300 carrying platform, but that doesn't look like the tubes of an S-300, but it also doesn't look like the missiles of an S-200. Interesting. Well, that's a hodgepodge air defense system or a shitty ballistic missile launching system. Let's see what this is. An Israeli missile slams into the side of an Israeli... Oh, Iranian Tor SAM launcher. That makes sense. It's a Tor, not a S-300.
I'm curious to see if the U.S. gets involved. If Israel does start to lose somehow, whatever, are we going to get involved and bail them out like we always do, or what?
Why does
when have we ever bailed them out?
Not Israel, but I mean, like countries in general. It seems like we always have to come to save them when they start to lose, like Ukraine.
And so Captain, I gotta respond to something in Twitch chat. The captain says, "Why does Israel need to do this now again? Like, stop! You said you accomplished what you wanted to strike. Yeah, except they didn't. They didn't hit everything they wanted to, and also they're gonna keep the pressure until Iran folds and signs the deal, like we fucking told them 260 days ago. Until they sign the deal, fucking deal with getting your shit smacked around."
Israel needs to destroy every piece of infrastructure in the country.
I don't think they're
you think I'm kidding? I'm being provocative. I'm not. Energy infrastructure, oil infrastructure, seaports, airports, trains, rail stations, and anything that allows the country to function needs to be destroyed. They need to make life so miserable that the people have no choice but to rise up and throw them out.
Also, I know I got some friendlies in the request. I'm keeping the panel small because every time for the last few weeks, every time I bring up too many friendlies, nobody comes up anymore. Israel posted a video taking out some ballistic missile launchers. Oh, these look like Scud missile launchers. Interesting. Here, I'll show this on screen. This is Israel striking an Iranian ballistic missile launcher. Like I said, Iran's scrambling stuff because when they try to get stuff out, most of it's just going to get smacked out of the ground. So with the whole Iran's claim of we're going to launch 2,000 ballistic missiles in a couple of days or today, I have a feeling that the second they roll those out, a lot of them are going to get fucking smacked around.
And then half of them that they launch don't even make it out of Iranian airspace.
Anthony, can you answer the bailing out comment? What comment? Who said what? Who said something about bailing out? What?
Oh, are we going to have to bail out Israel? We're not. No. I mean, I would like to see U.S. action.
I just meant, like, are we going to go over there and help them? Like we
no need to.
And it's not like it's a bad thing. It just seems like we always have to help all these other countries. Whereas,
that's part of being an ally too. You don't just get to back out when it's inconvenient. Yeah, but there's also no need to right now. We don't have a need to.
The other NATO members don't ever seem to like do near as much as we have.
This isn't Israel's not a NATO
because they're not us.
No, I'm talking about like the other NATO countries. Oh yeah, Israel's not. Yeah, I suppose.
No, none of the NATO countries are us. We're the biggest, baddest motherfuckers on the block. So of course people are going to come to us when they need help because we're the United States. We're the best.
But also, like, so we gave them 2 THAAD batteries, which are to intercept. Well, they bought them from us, which are to intercept incoming missiles in addition to their air defense systems. So if there's limited impact because they can intercept a lot of these, that'll limit what the US would have to do to help. But then also, like, I think we're intercepting some with, we're moving some ships around and stuff. The only way that we would get involved in strikes on Iran, I would support us doing this, by the way. We have bombers that can carry much heavier bombs. Sam would know, or Anthony would know more about this. Sam Anthony, called B2s, and one of the nuclear facilities called Fordo. It's like
we
it's so
wouldn't even
deep
have to
underground.
use
It's
a
like,
B2. It's funny because the B1 actually has a larger carrying capacity than the B2. It's a lot faster and more fun.
so we could do that then.
Yeah.
But we have those planes, and for some reason we've never sold them to Israel. So if we, do a really quick in and out mission where we hit it and then we leave, I'd be fine with that.
I think we
Ambassador
should
Huckabee. Oh,
I
sorry.
think we should be fighting shoulder to shoulder with Israel because Iran is our enemy and we are technically in a state of war with Iran because they declared war on us in 1979. They never rescinded that declaration of war, and they've proceeded to spend the past 40 plus years attacking our assets through proxies, terrorists. They tried to assassinate President Trump. We should be lighting Iran up. Lighting them up.
We don't need to.
Make it so you can see them from space.
I don't know that Trump's gonna have the patience.
No, he won't. I'm not saying he will, but I think we should.
Yeah, I agree too. And it's like, even then, it's like, are they still gonna freaking stop? Because it seems like all these years, no matter how many times we kill the terrorists, stuff like that, they always just seem to come back and do some other random event.
We don't finish the job.
It's like, how do you get them to fully freaking stop and just be peaceful? Because I saw a video of like Iran in like the 70s, and it was beautiful there.
Destroy
them. Like Anthony said, I think they really need to have the people of Iran need to rise up and do it for themselves.
That's what we would want. But the problem is with that, again, what's been going on in discussion circles is, are they going to miss that opportunity, or are they going to fuck up that opportunity? There's 3 options. Either they try it and they succeed, they try it and they fail, or they miss the window. And only one of those is good.
That's what I'm hoping happens, because that would actually pretty much put an end to it. But until that happens, until actually people do it, we can only do, in all these other countries, we can only do so much. Even if we stomp them to the ground, an entire country type of thing, there's still going to be a few that we miss. They're going to start it up again and go over and over again until the people of their own country stand up for themselves and take over and do the right damn thing and get it back to how it used to be in like the 70s and stuff, from what I've heard.
I agree with that.
That's a half uneducated opinion.
But they need a little prompting.
Yes, exactly. And it's like, how much prompting should we give them, though?
A lot.
It's like, whatever we've given them in the past years obviously hasn't worked.
If this regime fell, the domino effect of positivity throughout that region would be...
If the right group takes over, though, Hammer, that's the problem.
We know who's going to take over. The Shah's son. Or grandson. Is it his grandson or his son? I don't even remember.
I think it's his son.
Yeah.
That's the concern, though, is a power vacuum.
By the way, his daughter just married a Jew.
But Hammer, the concern is that the Persian people don't get the opportunity, or don't take advantage of the opportunity and fuck it up, and we get a power vacuum with another IS. It is very easy for them to fuck up that ability to take back that country.
There won't be IS because they're Sunni.
Not IS. I'm saying another, like the same.
There's not another Shia group like that, though.
Hammer, there is multiple groups in the region currently struggling for power that would love the chance to grab at Iran for a power struggle.
They won't, because they're not Shia. You don't get it.
That's not what's being discussed with the Institute for the Study of War.
A Shia country is not going to be ruled by a Sunni. It just will never happen.
Again, it's what you're saying is not being discussed in the Institute for the Study of War. There's too many groups in the area that don't care. They just want to create a power struggle so they can grab stuff.
They don't have the capability to take over Iran, though.
They don't have to. That's the thing. They don't have to take it over. if there's a power vacuum, all they do is get a foothold somewhere.
Well, I can listen.
I mean, that's how IS came to power. They grabbed small footholds, influenced other local groups, and slowly built their way up.
But they were okay. It's not comparable because again, you're talking Sunnis and Arabs versus Shias and Persians. Totally different. It's totally different cultures, totally different peoples. Persians, like Amanda said, are highly educated. They're very sophisticated people with a long, actually quite excellent history. Um, the power vacuum, sure, anything's possible, obviously, but it really wouldn't exist because the Reza Pahlavi would come in and at least lead some sort of interim government until they could have elections. Like they're ready. They have a government in exile. So they would be ready to step in right away.
IS came to power thanks to the U.S. and Israel. Well, no, not Israel, but definitely the U.S. created a power vacuum. We dropped the ball on that one. That definitely was our fault. We fucked that up.
Part of the power vacuum, though, was like there wasn't much of a functioning government in those areas of Iraq and Syria, anyways.
Right.
And Iran, for all of the problems of Iran, their government's pretty well functioning. Like, they have social services, they have, you know, what's it called? Public transportation. Yeah, I mean, they have, like, hospitals and things. Like, it's not like Syria. So, I mean, I don't know. I just get nervous when we talk about regime change because I'm American and cynical and don't think we ever do anything right. However, the Israelis have a better record of winning wars than we do as of late.
Plus,
with maybe the exception of Gaza.
Assad was an Alawite, the Assads, and they were a minority within Syria, within the broader ethnic makeup of of Syria. So they were always sort of cutting deals and figuring out ways to create a little bit of calm within the country. But there was always problems with the non-Alawite groups and the friction that existed. So it was easier for ICE to come in and create a foothold. It wouldn't be like that with Iran.
Guys, join the team. Drop a follow. Like, tap, fucking smash my face with your thumb or whatever the fuck. I don't care. Just let's help the live out. Let's get out to more people. We got 220 people in here. Let's go. Do we have any people that disagree with stuff? Alex, I know I see you in the request, but I'm trying to keep the people that are on the same side agree on this kind of small right now.
I've got to drop soon because I need to help record this podcast.
Why are you even awake?
Well, why are you guys awake?
Hammer, well, you know why I'm awake because this is when I'm awake because I work at night. Hammer, Amanda has this problem where when shit happens in the world, she says, I'm going to bed, and then she doesn't go to bed and she gets on TikTok Lives. I heard that laugh, Amanda. You know I'm right.
Insane hour of the day is it for you? What is it, like 5:30 in the morning?
Yeah, 5:24.
That's bonkers.
But so sometimes when they have like geopolitical, when big geopolitical events happen, I go on this podcast called Rivera and Reeves. They're like kind of two big substackers, and I've gone on twice or three times. So I'm going on and we're going to record in a half hour. So I was like, I'm going to go on that and teach people about, because it's a lot of MAGA people. So I need them to understand why this is not going to be World War III. And Trump has a plan and trust the plan. And we back our ally. And Christians can support just war. All my things.
Hammer, you watched Breaking Bad, right?
I watched what?
Breaking Bad.
I mean, I did.
Did you finish it?
Yeah.
I got a funny clip for you. Someone made it last night.
Is it the baby? Is it the baby AI? That shit makes me laugh.
No. It's actually pretty funny. Hold on. If you actually finish the show, you'll get this. It's pretty funny. Here. Hang on. Here we go. You ready?
We had a good thing, you stupid son of a bitch. We had Fring. We had a lab. We had everything we needed. It all ran like clockwork. You could have shut your mouth, cooked, and made as much money as you ever needed. It was perfect. But no, you just had to blow it up. You and your pride and your ego. You just had to be the man. If you'd done your job, known your place, we'd all be fine right now.
Fucking love that.
It's not bad. I like the baby ones better.
You gotta send it to me. I don't know which one you're talking about.
You haven't seen the baby AIs of like Breaking Bad clips?
No.
Oh my god, dude.
Hammer, my feed right now is fucking Indian street food, remember?
Dude, that one you can send me of the dude putting that shit under his armpit when he had a stump for an arm.
Dude, and he had, did you see all the hair on his armpit too?
Bro, that was
disgusting.
That was disgusting.
So you're all ready to sign up and help invade Iran, right? Why would we invade Iran? Also, I already did my fucking time.
When he's to invade Iran, we can just blow him up. Why invade? That's a waste.
Holding the pita bread in his armpit.
By the way, I have something to say.
What? Hello?
Oh, he's dancing.
Oh.
Oh, God.
If anyone wants to give money to a poor dancing person in Syria. Wait, hold on. I've got an idea. Hold on.
Call 1-800-BUSHAR.
Wait. All right, get out of here.
That dude's arms are freakishly skinny.
Get out of here.
I know that makes me feel bad.
What the fuck? What is this message someone sent you? Someone sent Modern a message that says your mom is my sex slave.
I had dinner with Modern last week.
Amanda, Maz has never been in the request his whole life. I just saw your message. I know it's a little bit late, but he hasn't been in the request. Whatever.
Well, it's fine. What I was going to say is, you know that meme that people on the right are putting around, like, I'm not fucking dying for Israel? Dumb. We should just start asking the Palestinians, or the other Arabs that are not Palestinian, like, are you willing to die for Palestine? Like, that should be a meme for them. Like, I'm not fucking dying for Palestine. Because why does every Middle Eastern country need to turn into a shithole over the Palestinian question when they won't even accept statehood?
I do.
That's what I'm talking about.
I will give credit to the people, although they were
How far
dumb.
Amanda's come. She's calling them shitholes now. I love it.
I will say I will at least give credit, although they were extremely dumb and misguided. The people that said that actually showed up to Egypt to try and march. You know what? At least those people were willing to put their money where their mouth is. Although misguided and extremely dumb, they did it. Didn't get very far, but they did it.
That's what we should start asking these pro-Palestinians, though. Like, are you willing to die for Palestine?
Amanda, I would just like to inform you that AI Cumsock in chat says he's not dying for is not real.
Amanda, I came up with a great idea. Tell me what you think.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's a lot of wealthy Republican donors, people that are active in politics.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you've seen, I'm sure everyone has seen on TikTok, all these blue hairs, septum nose pierce, incredibly unattractive people, mostly women, generally kind of obese. Dude, hold on, brother, I'm talking. Generally obese, people that haven't been with a man in, God knows how long. And they get on the TikTok and they go, I hate this country. I wish I could leave. I want to go to another country. And invariably, people are like us are like, well, leave. Go ahead. Nothing's stopping you. And they say, oh, I don't have the money. What if a bunch of Republicans got together, donors, and raised $500 million and started giving grants to these people on a case-by-case basis so that they could leave the country, right? Give them $10,000, $15,000, like seed money, so they can buy tickets and go leave the country. They have to renounce their citizenship. So how is this a great idea? Well, one, we get them out of the country, which is great. Two, it hurts them in the long run as far as census and apportionment. Obviously less votes for liberals. And three, if they do procreate, though, I'm telling you, the way some of these people look, procreation is probably the furthest thing from their mind. They won't procreate in this country and create more liberals, but they have to renounce their citizenship and they can't come back, and they can go move to any country they want.
Should we read Bernie Sanders' statement on the attack, by the way?
We could raise $1 billion from.
I think we could. Yeah, Miriam Adelson would fund that.
Hey guys, should we read?
Miriam Adelson would fund that.
Should we read Bernie 100%. Sanders' response to the attack? He issued an official statement. Mr. I've never had a job in my life and not actually done anything in politics.
I believe he called it an illegal strike.
Yes.
The only time he had a job was when he worked on a kibbutz in Israel.
Okay. The one he got kicked out of?
Yeah.
Senator Bernie Sanders, United States Senator for Vermont. Senator Sanders' statement on Netanyahu's unilateral attack on Iran. The world is more dangerous and unstable as a result of the extremist Netanyahu's government ongoing defiance of international law. I would like to know what law was broken and how it is more unstable now that Iran is further away from nuclear weapons. First, he uses the starvation of children in Gaza as a tool of war. Oh, God, he's just... I'm going to make a statement. I'm going to make a statement on Iran. Brings up Palestine.
Even if there was an international law broken, who gives a shit?
Guys, can I please interject?
What's up? What's up, greatest?
Yes, I believe you guys are not Israeli. You're not Israeli, guys.
No,
but I feel like you can talk about my country.
None of us are Israeli.
What country is your country?
Israel.
Israel?
Yeah, I don't like the way you're talking about my country.
Why do you have an Australian accent?
Wait a second. We talk positively about Israel.
Yeah, but like it's none of your business.
Why do you have an Australian accent?
Really? My mom's in Israel right now.
Because I went to school in Australia.
So you're the guy that was just up here a few minutes ago that pretended you were from Iran?
My mother's in Israel right now. Can I care about that?
Your mother's in Israel? That means she can talk about it and you can't because you're not really...
Where are you from in Israel?
Tel Aviv.
Really?
Yes.
And when did you leave Israel?
I never left.
Wait, if you never left, why do you have an Australian accent?
Israel?
Australian accent? What do you mean? I did school in there.
I thought you said you never left.
I left obviously one time.
You just said you didn't leave. How's it, David? Have fun.
For school. I didn't
leave. What unit did you
leave.
serve in the IDF?
I did an IDF. I had exemption.
How'd you get an exemption?
Disability.
Mental?
Physical, leg injury.
Oh.
Hey, wait, greatest. What religion are you? Wait, David, I got something.
Judaism.
You are Judaism. Could you state right now Muhammad is a false prophet?
Muhammad is a false prophet.
Oh.
Wait.
So he's not Muslim.
תדבר עברית. דבר איתי עברית. אתה מדבר עברית? אתה מבין מה שאני אומר? איפה אתה גר? איפה אתה גר?
יש לך בולבול קטן. Do you know what I just said?
What do you guys... Can you speak English, please?
Well, but you're from Israel. Why don't you speak Hebrew?
אתה לא יודע אפילו איפה אתה גר?
Not everybody speaks Hebrew in Israel, man.
תגיד לי מילה אחת בעברית. תגיד לי מילה אחת. Say one word in Hebrew. Say one phrase. Other than Shabbat Shalom. Something that not the whole world knows. Something an Israeli would know.
Ove, goy.
Bro,
I believe we have a PhD.
This is so sad. Like, is this what you spend your time doing? Like, you're on TikTok pretending to be Jewish and from Israel?
Stop noticing.
Oy vey, I haven't heard an Israeli say oy vey, I think, in my life. The only time I heard an Israeli say oy vey is when he's American and he's like trying to
be fair, Liron did yell oy vey at me when I made a really shitty joke.
Oy vey is Yiddish. It's not Hebrew.
Yeah,
Liron,
you mean LA?
Yeah, I made a really shitty dad joke and she screamed "Oy vey."
But Liron is Jewish American and lived in America. Israeli Jew
Israeli
says
Canadian.
Oy vey.
You have an African accent. Why being See, look at saying Israel is a multicultural country. We're multicultural. We have a lot of people here in Tel Aviv.
You are not we. You're not we. You're not in Tel Aviv.
Yes, we do. We have Tel Aviv. Do you know the bomb?
What cities are next to Tel Aviv? Tell me one city.
Jerusalem.
Jerusalem is next to Tel Aviv. I'm talking about like right next to. Like
Jerusalem's 45 minutes away, bro.
Like what cities are connected to Tel Aviv? Like completely. Like you cross the road from Tel Aviv and you're in another city. Tell me one of them.
He's going to Google. He's going to Google it. He's going to Google it.
No, I do believe that we are dealing with a Black Hebrew Israelite.
He's not black.
Exactly.
He's not black.
Yeah.
They don't live in Tel Aviv.
What did he say? What did he say?
Now he claims he got an out. Amanda said he's a BHI, and he said yes.
But they don't live in Tel Aviv.
Yeah.
He's part of the real Jews.
Yeah, but Petah Tikva is next to Tel Aviv. Petah Tikva.
Yeah, Petah Tikva.
I like how you're. Hey, can you do that? Can you do that without going to Google Maps?
I'm not doing that.
You're literally going to Google Maps right now.
Petah Tikva is not next to Tel Aviv. Actually, there's a whole city between Petah Tikva and Tel Aviv. A whole other.
Thank you guys for the donations for me and all the panelists.
I would have answered Lod. Am I correct?
Herzliya.
Also, Lod, no.
No, Lod's not connected.
Well, I didn't pretend to be
not connected.
Israeli either. So
it would be Yaffo. It would be.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Give a time. Ramat Gan. Bnei Brak, maybe you could say.
No, Bnei Brak for sure.
Shabbat Shalom, guys. Are you guys
thanks, dude,
Shabbat?
for pretending to be Israeli for some reason.
Why can't I be Israeli? Are you being anti-Semitic?
Yep, that's exactly what I'm being. All right, good morning, good evening, everyone. I am going to go have so much fun dealing with this.
Bye, Amanda.
I don't know much Hebrew, but I'll say a little bit, and you can go ask all your friends in Tel Aviv what it means.
What does that mean?
Go ask your friends in Tel Aviv.
מה זה מפגר? מפגר סתום. לא ראיתי דבר כזה. סתום.
Okay, I've had my fun with you. Goodbye. Thank you, House of David. I saw you as soon as he came up. I was like, oh, House of David's gonna have fun. Okay, I'm gonna drop you for now, House of David. I'm gonna bring up another, I think, opposition.
We had a fun night.
Oh yeah,
like I was in Kyiv.
God damn. That's fucked up.
House of David, thanks for cancel my hobby.
If it keeps on going like this, yeah. But how? It's like in a week.
July 9th is when it starts, but a lot of the athletes are getting there a week early for like a 1 week program.
Oh, if it's like no. It'll be fine. They don't have enough missiles to keep firing till.
Yeah, but the problem is they canceled all the flights. How are we all going to get there?
They'll bring back the flights once they are out of missiles. Or
Delta, United, Lufthansa, all said through the end of August.
Oh wait, you're flying one of them?
Well, the athletes are flying El Al, but the family members are flying, whatever they can fly.
This person saying are the rumors of the Strait of Hormuz being closed? Literally Googled for 5 seconds. Iran stated that even with everything going on, they're not closing the strait.
How could they? They don't have a navy anymore.
Yeah, I was just saying, like 5 seconds of Googling. Absurdist, if you're pro-Israel or pro-Ukraine or pro-US, I'm trying to get opposition right now.
Yeah.
Thank you, House of David. It was fun. Like I said, as soon as I heard that guy talk, I saw your request of it. Oh boy. Oh, he dropped. Always good to see King Hammer and Lies. It's feeling a little like Christmas. What?
It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas.
I'm pro logic and reason. All right, good for you. Rip Israel. Hammer, I didn't get the funeral announcement for Israel, did you?
The what?
The funeral announcement for Israel. This person in chat just said, rip Israel. When did they die?
Dude, I've been talking to people in Israel all day today.
But this person said, rip Israel. Israel's gone.
I talked to Kobe. I talked to my mom. I talked to some other friends.
But Arnie, this guy Arnie in the chat clearly said, rip Israel. It's a random dude on TikTok. He's got to be right.
The guy's name is Arnie. What is he, like 87 years old? And my name's Arnie.
Dude, you know who I've seen making the rounds again? A good old friend that likes to come on streams with all the background noise while he gets his treatment.
Who?
What's his name? The really old one that you like. Hang on. I'll message you. Oh, Manny. Manny. I couldn't remember his name. Manny.
Who?
Manny.
Manning.
Manny.
Oh, Manny.
Yeah. He's been making the rounds again. Trying to somehow be rational while not thinking rationally whatsoever. Khomeini Ayatollah is 9 years older than Israel. He may live longer than Israel. He's also older than the state of Jordan, too. What's your fucking point?
How old is Khomeini?
Don't know, don't care. Old enough to get bombed. Going to bed, y'all. Have a good day. Have a good night, Ryan.
9 years older than Israel? He's 86? Jesus.
Iran is 90 years old, too. Neat. Israel won't survive. I thought you said they were already dead. You said rip Israel. Now they just won't survive? The aims of the Austrian painter will be fulfilled. Oh, there we go. If you're a subscriber, go ahead and spam that Yahtzee emote. If you're not, go ahead and subscribe. You can get that nice little Yahtzee emote as we add one to the Yahtzee counter. Thank you, Arnie, for playing the game. Stay and fight. Don't leave. Leave what? When will Israel pray for their crimes? Don't know. Why don't you ask people of Israel when they're going to start praying? I don't know what. He said, when will Israel pray for their crimes?
Oh, pray?
Yeah.
I'm sure people in Israel have been praying the last 2 days.
Do you support Kurdistan? Yes, I support a free Kurdistan. I've had many friends fight in the YPK and with the SDF. Israel is older than Palestine. Oh, the colonials crying about colonialism is funny. Yeah, the irony of Palestine as a state literally never existing. We pray daily. Ah, good to know, Susan. Palestine down with Palestina. All right. China said they would help Iran. How and when? What exactly did China say? We pray for the end of stupidity. That is a good point, Julius. Hammer, do you also pray for the end of stupidity?
No, but maybe I should.
It's really true. World War III is coming. No, it's not. Stay and fight for the promised land. It's your land. Fight for it. I'm not Jewish. Also, I don't use the religious argument for Israel. What? Dude, you are Jewish. Don't deny it. L'chaim. There we go.
L'chaim. L'chaim.
leadership will be toppled. Whose leadership, Todas? Whose leadership will be toppled? Maybe we will adopt him. I mean, my Jewish friends have already said they'd adopt me. Iran's leadership will be toppled? Yeah. 13th June. What about the 13th of June? Prepare to be bar mitzvahed. How did Israel get Iran's leadership to go to that bunker? There's some speculation in the geopolitical circles, like talking like with the people from the Institute for the Study of War on like how exactly the theory currently that there's no general consensus because there's no proof of anything. But one of the theories is when there was the leak that Israel was going to attack 24 hours before they actually did, Iran scrambled all their stuff. Nothing fucking happened, and as they're putting all their equipment away, a bunch of leaders, end of the night, some of them either go home, sit in their fucking high-rise bedrooms, and then there's a bunch of them that also go to a meeting and go, okay, what the fuck do we do? What was that after action report? Oh shit, incoming missiles, stay in place, shelter in place. Protesting on military bases is illegal. Okay. Why doesn't Israel attack Iran's oil fields so they can't fund proxies? They don't need to.
They are. They're attacking some of the oil infrastructure, refining the refineries.
Yeah, but they're not blowing up the actual oil fields and stuff.
They should. I sure hope they do.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. They don't need to blow up the fields.
Oh, they should though.
Why? It's just a waste of fucking munitions.
Send a message.
It's a waste of munitions at that point.
Make it cut the oil industry off from their economy altogether. That's their number one source of generating revenue. Cut that off. Cut the money off. It's a beautiful thing. It will affect the U.S. too much. Iran doesn't put enough doesn't put enough oil into the world market to affect the supply. Today's oil rising prices was just panic trading, but Iran doesn't put enough oil into the world market to affect the supply and demand balance. They only produce a few 100,000 barrels of oil a day. It's nothing. It's a drop. It's a drop in the bucket. So the spike in oil is just speculative. Yeah, when there's strife and chaos and uncertainty, especially in the Middle East, it becomes speculation. Are they going to close the Straits of Hormuz? What's going to happen in the Persian Gulf? There's I mean, it's a traded commodity, so emotion certainly plays a role when it comes to traded commodities.
Has the 10% spike gone back down yet? Now that Iran's made the statement saying they're not going to close the strait?
Oil was trading pretty low anyways, so it's not like it's at I mean, I don't know what it closed at today, but it was, I think we were in the low 60s
let's see.
Per barrel, which is a very reasonable price.
Let's see. Oil went up in price for the U.S.
You want to just check the price of oil. I mean, the price per barrel.
I'm looking at crude right now. OPEC. Still going up over across the board, but not as high as we saw yesterday.
What's the per barrel price right now?
Depends on who you're getting it from.
Just go to Yahoo Finance. That'll tell you the answer. That's Yahoo the answer. 72.91. That's not super high.
Well, that's if you're getting it from the U.S. For the U.S., one of the main things is 72.98, 72.91. We've also got 76.63. We've got 58.
It's not super high. It'll get back into the 60s.
Yeah, WTI crude has gone up 7%. Actually, no. So it's not at the 10% it was yesterday. It's not at the 10%.
It'll settle back. $72.91 a barrel is not super high, dude.
Yeah, it's not that bad. China just said their end goal is to de-escalate the Iran-Israel issue. Yeah, but that doesn't go in line with what it was either you or someone else said, that that China's going to step in and do something about it. Because I saw a lot of people saying that. Does Iran have the right to defend itself? They could try. Get fucking clapped. Maybe you should have threatened to nuke everyone.
Yeah, it's not gaslighting. 72.91 for a barrel of oil is not high. Once it starts getting into the 80s and 90s, that's high.
Yeah, so oil spiked right before the attacks commenced, dropped down a bit, went back up, and they're kind of leveling out where they were right before they spiked before the attacks. So we're basically where we were right before the attacks when everything spiked.
Lower rates, Totus. That's Jerome Powell. And he's not lowering rates just to screw Trump.
107% of prior price is super high. 107% of what prior price? What are you comparing it to? The price fucking 100 years ago? What is your reference point?
Yeah, Jerome Powell won't lower interest rates because he hates Trump, and he lowered interest rates 4 times leading up to the election to help Biden. He's a hack. I wish Trump could fire him.
I have a question for y'all that was shouted at me out of context. What? The price before Israel attacked Iran. Adam, I'm looking at the prices right now. The price is not
3 days ago, dude.
Okay. The price 3 days ago was $72.75. We are currently at $72.98.
Wow, what a spike.
Right before the attack, when everything kicked off, it spiked to $75.29. So it's dropped down.
We wish Trump was never voted in. You're Canadian. Who gives a shit about your country? Seriously, you're just America's hat. You elected a prime minister who hadn't lived in your country for 10 fucking years. The dude's barely Canadian anymore. What are you talking about?
To be fair, they also elected a man who did blackface multiple times. Just saying. I like that it was like, do you remember when he got caught the first time when it leaked that he did blackface? He's like, I swear to God, it was a one-time thing. It didn't happen anymore. I learned from it. I regret it. It won't happen ever again. And then the second one got leaked. He's like, I swear to God, it was a 2-time thing. It's not going to happen anymore. At what point do we get the third leak, Hammer? Where's the third blackface? What's the blackface stuff? Trudeau got caught doing blackface twice. Because he thought it was funny. Why so rampant around violent protesting? Or why so run rampant around violent protesting? Don't know.
That's not how you spell rampant, by the way, but that's okay.
I just figured what they were saying, though. Oh, yeah, he's insanely incompetent? Yeah.
I saw one rampant around. What's the question?
Copy and paste his 2002 Iris speech for Iran yesterday. Oh, someone copied and pasted Iraq speech. All right. Oil prices were $66.84 4 days ago. You gaslighters.
Well, don't include me in this because I haven't said what the price of oil was or beforehand. No, I was already in the jacuzzi, Kremzik. You missed me. Kremzik.
Wait, hang on.
Don't include me in that.
If it was 4 days ago, that still wouldn't have anything to do with the attack because the price had already gone up before the attack, before the spike.
What day is today? Today's Saturday. Israel attacked on Thursday, right?
13th, technically.
No.
13th for us.
That was Friday.
Who fucking cares?
No, it was the 12th.
Who fucking cares? He said the same thing then, and that turned into 25 years GWAT. BB? Blue, what the fuck are you talking about? That's not... No? Yeah, the price hike has nothing to do with the attacks. LOL, keep gaslighting. If the price was already going up before the attack was even announced, how would it have anything to do with the attack if it's now leveled out to what it was before the attack? Hammer, the price went up and then went down to pre-attack. This is clearly because of the attack.
Hold on.
Oh my fucking god.
Let me pull it up. Let me see where we're at here. I don't really track the price of oil. I go to the gas station, I buy gas. All right, let's see here.
On the 10th, it was 64.98. On the 11th, it was 68.15. Then it was 68.04. And then at the end of the 13th, it was 72.98. But this one doesn't show the full going up and down. Oh no, I want the 1 week chart, not the 1 month. Oh, there we go. Yeah, fucking looks normal.
Brent crude. Let's see. 5 days. So
we got someone who wants to come up.
On the 12th, the closing price
Let's go to a right-wing propaganda source. Adam, we're not reading from... What the fuck are you talking about, dude? I'm reading from oilprice.com.
I'm reading Yahoo.
User, what's up? What's on your mind?
Just wanted to talk about regarding your video you posted with the F-35.
Say that again?
The F-35.
Yeah, what about it?
You're saying that it's not true?
Yeah, dude, I showed it was fake.
So you're telling me that Al Jazeera and Fox News and they're all lying about it?
Reporting that someone else reported... Yeah, where did Al Jazeera say... Let's see it. Al Jazeera F-35 shut down. Let's also look up Fox News. Fox News, Israeli F-35 shot down. Let's check Al Jazeera first. Let's see. I'll just search Al Jazeera because so nothing's popping up. Netherlands still backs Israeli F-35 supply of death chain or supply chain of death. Let's just search Al Jazeera for F-35 period. F-35. Let's see the most recent post. Okay, so the most recent post from Al Jazeera on the F-35 is from July. Nope, we see June 5th, 2025 on a deal with the Netherlands. So.
All right, hold on. No, I'll bring it up for you. You know what's in.
All right. Oh, wait, no, I can sort by date. Oh, let's see. Let's see. 3 days ago, nothing. 2 days ago, nothing. 2 days ago, nothing.
How come the
11 hours ago,
Iranian
nothing.
regime isn't putting out pictures? That would be a major win for them to shoot down an F-35. How come the Iranian regime isn't posting that?
Fox News doesn't have anything either. Let's see. Oh my God! Fuck off! I don't want ads. Fuck off.
There's a lot of videos circulating.
No, there's not.
So why wouldn't the Iranian regime show that? That would be a major propaganda win for them.
I know what he's referring to. Hang on. Before you post anything, hold on. Are you referring to? Hold on. Let's see. Hold on. Let me pull it up. Please, for the love of God, tell me you're referring to this.
No.
Okay. What about this? No?
No.
Okay, so what other images are there circulating around? Are you referring to the one that shows something on fire in the sky?
The one that's flying around and getting shot down.
Flying around and getting shot down. So oh wait, no. Let's go back to this. TikTok Preston Stewart. So what you're saying is actually this one.
So there's a story going around that Israeli aircraft were shot down by Iranian air defense, and the pilots were either captured or they ejected, and the search is underway to capture them. Here's the thing. I think that's made up, at least from what we can tell at this point. So here's the image that is circulating on Iranian media right now, and they're saying, hey, this is a real...
So it's not this one?
At the Israeli F-16, they say, in their media, for what it's worth. I've also heard it reported as an F-35 that was shot down. Nonetheless, they say this is proof.
By the way, This is
The
an
live footage
this
of
is an
it.
image from Turkey shooting down a Russian jet. For anyone who was wondering.
How
So
come the
yeah.
Iranian regime hasn't posted it for everyone to see?
It's not a big metaphor. They can do it anytime.
Hang on, you said Al Jazeera posted it. How come I can't find anything on Al Jazeera's website? When I search and sort by date for F-35 and Al Jazeera, the last thing I see is something from China 11 hours ago and the Netherlands 2 days ago. You said Al Jazeera posted it.
Screenshot for you. 1 second.
Yet they disconnect me when I came up because they can't debate me live. Adam, I don't even know who the fuck you are. Let's bring up this person while we wait for him to find some made-up source.
Yo.
Hello, Blue. What's
Before
on
I
your
ask my
mind?
question, I want.
Uh-huh.
Let's finish with. I mean, I don't know if he's finished with his thing yet.
Oh, he's finding a fake photo, so it's fine.
All right. Yeah. So, you know about how apparently Ukraine took out like 43 or something % of Russia's air force, right?
No. It wasn't. It wasn't that. It was 34% of their cruise missile carrying capability. So 34% of the airframes specifically that are capable of carrying cruise missiles. So there's still plenty of other airframes that don't carry cruise missiles that are totally fine.
Yeah. So my thing was, I know there's a lot of talks about tactical nukes on Kyiv, and I want to hear like how possible that is in the future here. You know.
I mean, it's always a possibility, but the facts are right now for the Oreshnik missile, which Russia is claiming that they would use because it's an intermediate range ballistic missile with a multiple vehicle reentry system. They are now 1 for 5 for firing it. The first time it blew up in the silo. The second time it hit Dnipro. The third time it blew up over Russian airspace. The fourth time it blew up just outside the silo, and the fifth time it blew up over Kazakhstan. So.
Okay. Yeah, not the best
wait,
record.
Did that guy leave? He didn't have proof that an F-35 was shot down? I'm shocked.
Rip. I mean, the Pakistanis are saying they did it too, so who knows? It's all propaganda.
Yeah. He said he'll be back. Hey, we'll see. Blue, did you have anything else?
What's
or was it just a question? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I got one more. What was the what was it? Let me put it in words. So Iran is proxying the Houthis and Hamas, correct?
And Hezbollah.
Indeed.
And Hezbollah, correct? Yeah. So that whole situation over there, and really the only like possible way to get into Iran is through ground, is through Afghanistan or the coast. How likely is it for America to get boots on ground in Iran?
0.
Yeah, we shouldn't do it. We don't have a need to.
0.
Like, if we wanted to, it'd be fucking easy.
At all.
We are the logistical kings of the world. We can. This is not a joke. The U.S.
100%.
military touts it all the time. We have the capabilities to put boots on the ground anywhere in the world within a 36-hour period.
There is a 0% chance there will be American boots on the ground. 0.
Thank you, Hat.
I only ask because in the Middle East there, they really are like, they do have the high ground when it comes to mountains. If you look at certain maps of like, I'm forgetting the word, but it's the coast in Afghanistan is really the only ways to get in, you know?
You talking about topography?
Yeah,
I mean, we'd still be able to do it, no problem. It's just that we have no need to, and nor do we want to. Like, it's fucking pointless. There's absolutely zero gain for it.
I do have to say, Israel does have us in their pocket, unfortunately. So I don't, that's why I ask.
What? Israel has us in their pocket. Interesting.
I mean, if you really want to go there, like most Fortune 500 companies and most of these politicians have dual citizenship with Israel.
Good. Name me one politician in the United States Congress that has dual citizenship right now.
I'm anti that shit. I couldn't name one. That's what I've heard.
But
I hope I'm wrong.
Have you
Wait a second.
researched it?
You heard that there are American politicians with dual citizenship with Israel, and you didn't bother to check?
Yeah, I should have. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong.
You are 100% wrong.
Yeah.
And I'm glad to be. But.
And most Fortune 500 companies are run by Gentiles, not Jews.
That's good to know. I was just asking,
It sounded more like.
I know Trump is very friendly with Netanyahu, so that's why I asked.
I mean,
it doesn't. He's a world leader. He's going to be friendly with historical.
No, of course, yeah. First world country, NATO, of course, yeah.
Well, no. Israel isn't a part of
not in
NATO.
NATO.
Yeah, Israel's
And NATO isn't a
Israel's
first world country.
Israel's a partner with NATO, but they're not in NATO.
The Mossad definitely does their thing here too, you know.
What?
What?
Are you just throwing shit out and hoping it sticks?
I mean, that's fact. Like,
okay, should
CIA
provide
does shit in Israel too. That's fact.
Yeah, everyone, all allies spy on each other, and all enemies spy on each other. What does that? What does that mean? They have their hold, though.
No, it just sounds like you're trying to throw out shit until it sticks.
No, it was a question.
It wasn't a question.
You answered it. Thank you, King.
You didn't frame it. Is this true? You went, Mossad does shit.
Mossad does indeed do shit, but like, what shit are you talking about?
They definitely do shit.
Yeah, they fucking exist. Thank you again, Hat.
What I'm basically asking is, like, how close is Israel and America in that type of way, DoD wise?
I'm confused. What do you mean by how close are we DoD wise?
Is there anybody else?
There is. The United States defense industry is entirely independent of any other country. Like, the stuff that we deem critical to our assets and that we put on stuff is required to be made from the ground up and manufactured within the United States. So even the trophy systems that we get from Israel, we have the design from Israel because we purchase the rights to it, and then we make it and manufacture it in the United States.
So, I'll leave, but quick question, because I don't know this. Did we give Israel the Iron Dome?
No.
No, Israel
the Iron Dome.
States the Iron Dome.
No. Also not true. The Iron Dome had been completed at the same time as we were trying to work on the Patriot missile system because we'd already had a bunch of anti-air systems. We were having a bunch of problems though. The Iron Dome had already been fielded. We were having a bunch of problems where we were having targeting issues, and we had a couple friendly fire incidents where we shot down our own planes. So we partnered with Israel, invested into the Iron Dome system, and through that they gave us access to software which helped refine our own air defense systems. And now the Patriot system is arguably on par, if not better, than the Iron Dome. Different capabilities, different use purpose, but yeah, we didn't create it. They were at the same time. Ours sucked. Now it's good.
Appreciate the knowledge.
All right. Have a good night. All right. Israel has received 64 times multi-billion-dollar loans. What? Someone who says you're a liar, Hammer.
Israel has received what?
Adam, who's coping over the gas prices, says that Israel has received 64 times multi-billion-dollar loans from the U.S., all forgiven.
Did they pay the loans back?
He says all forgiven.
Did they pay the loans back?
Oh, Hamid, you got a bad echo, my man. You gotta fix that echo. No, they were all forgiven. Where are you getting the source that they had 64 multi-billion-dollar loans?
They paid it back, right?
No, he says all forgiven. I'm just curious where his source is on 64 multi-billion-dollar loans.
All forgiven. If it's...
Hamid, did you fix your echo? Hello?
Does he think it's the Godfather or who's forgiven?
Yeah, brother, can you hear me?
Oh, there we go. Yeah. How old are you?
Yeah. Sorry?
How old are you?
I'm 24, man.
All right. What's up? What's on your mind?
Yeah, I was just like thinking about you were talking about like dual citizenship of Israel, right?
Well, that other guy was, but
you know, it's so funny. Like, I've been on this app long enough now that I could just hear someone talk, and it takes like 3, 4, 5 words, and I already know how dumb they are. Like, I don't need a whole sentence, just like the first couple words, the way they present themselves. And it's already in my head, and I'm already like, oh, this is going to be a retard.
What about dual citizenship?
This is why you lose your accounts.
Yeah, Hammer. This is how you get banned.
I don't give a shit.
Hammer, you can't get the account banned that you do Torah study on. Come on.
Yeah, come on.
I'm not doing well.
You guys are funny, man.
Hamid, what about dual citizenship? What are you talking about?
No, you're gonna keep disrespecting, or you guys gonna talk?
Are you gonna keep?
I didn't say it. I didn't say anything.
I'm definitely gonna keep disrespecting.
Yeah, you're never gonna get Hammer to be respectful.
Yeah, it's Hammer.
Yeah, I don't think a gay Zionist and a Jew has the right to say something.
Honey, I'll say whatever the want, and I really don't care if you like the fact that I'm gay or not.
You Jews.
I just said it.
Okay.
I just
Well,
said
fucking
it.
Arabs.
I'm not even Arab, man.
No,
I'm
you
North
sound
African.
like
Where
you
are
great
you
children.
from?
I'm North African. I'm North African. I'm not
That's not
even
much
Arab.
better. That's not
Yeah,
much better.
man.
Name one decent North African country.
Actually, there's a lot, and we
Really?
Name one.
we
Name
opened,
one.
yeah, we opened the doors for
Hammer,
you
get
fucking Jews.
Google ready on the toilet
No,
stats.
you
Let's go.
didn't.
Hamid,
No, you didn't.
actually, we did.
Algeria didn't.
Actually, we did.
Libya didn't. Egypt
Hold on,
Morocco
I'm
Palliative,
not from Libya.
Palliative,
West
hold on.
Sahara didn't.
Palliative,
I'm not from Libya.
Palliative, hold on,
Western
hold
Sahara
on.
is not even a country.
Hamid.
Western Sahara is not a country.
Name me a country
should
that,
be.
hang on, name me
Occupied by
it doesn't
Morocco.
have
both of
even
you,
government, man. What are
shut the
you-
fuck up. I don't know how many times I have to say it. When I'm fucking saying be quiet, that means be quiet. Jesus fucking Christ. Hey, Hamid, you said that North Africa is pretty fucking great. Name us a great country in North Africa. Hammer, get that Google toilet stats ready.
What the fuck, man?
Hamid,
your point?
what's name me a good country in North Africa.
All of them, man. All of them.
Just
man.
name me one. Name me one.
Yeah,
With
Libya's
what-
doing great.
With what do you
Name
compare
me
it?
just
With
you said they're all good, so just give me the name of
Well,
one.
Libya
Yeah,
has
man.
open
What
slave
is good?
markets.
What is good? What good is for you is
Not
not the same
having
for me.
not having slave markets.
Slave markets? We don't have slave markets
Libya
in my
does.
country.
In Libya,
No, we
they
don't.
do.
No, we don't.
Yes,
In
they
Libya,
do.
I'm
Oh,
not
so you're from
Libya,
Libya,
bro.
Then why are you
I'm
saying?
not from Libya. I'm not from
Give me
Libya.
give me a
I'm
country
saying-
then. What country?
That's a North African country, you
Give
dipshit.
give me a
You
country.
dipshit. I'm
Give
not
me a
from
country.
there, so I haven't
Dimmy,
anything
give me a
to do with it.
country.
Hey, listen, you dipshit.
What are the
Dimmy,
countries
hey,
you're from?
Dimmy boy, give me a country in North Africa.
Listen, you.
Dimmy boy, give me. And I'm not giving you permission to speak unless you
Yeah,
follow
if
my
you're smart,
commands and you give me the name of the country.
I'm from the country. I'm from the country that took in 3,100 Jews after World War II. Now you can think about it.
Oh no! How about you just give me a
Say
name of
I
any
know.
country? Give me a name of any country in North Africa that you think is good. Just name one.
Morocco.
You search something up, you stupid ass Jew.
I don't
Oh.
search it up.
Sam's not even Jewish.
Yeah, you
Well,
fucking
I don't have to
Zionist.
search it
Yeah,
out.
you're right. I am a Zionist. I'm not Jewish though.
Yeah, but you're stupid, man. You're just an American Jewish.
Oh, stop crying. Zimmy.
Wait,
You
so
were
wait,
crying
what
in the
what
beginning.
country
What even
what country are you from, Hamid? Let's see if you can be
From
honest.
Morocco.
No, I'm not from Morocco.
Yeah, I don't think he's from there. Where are you from then, Hamid? What country?
I'm not from Morocco.
Then just tell me the country. Oh, there's the fucker that got me banned before with that fucking fake name. Get the fuck out of my request, you piece of shit.
If you're so proud, you think.
Man, I'm a Gentile. I'm a
Good, just
Gentile.
tell us where
Nobody
you're
cares.
from.
I'm a Gentile, man.
Tell us the
Doesn't
country.
matter.
Okay, this is your chance. Unmute yourself and tell us what country you're from.
We call you Goyim.
I'm a Goy, yes. I'm a
Okay,
Goy.
what country are you
I'm
from?
proud of that Goy.
Cool. I'm a
You're
Goy.
proud of
I'm
that
a
man.
Goyim too. What country are you from?
Yeah, man.
What
I'm
country are you
not
from?
African Talmud, man.
What country are you from? Why are you so scared? Are you not proud of your country?
I'm very proud of it, man.
Then why don't you just say what it is? Is your country so shit that you're afraid to say what it is?
Not at all, man. I
Then
just
say
want
it.
to,
Then say it.
No. I just want to like.
Are you scared? Are you embarrassed?
At this point, I'm losing brain cells. Like, if he's not going to say it, move on to the next person.
Yeah, I'm stateless. I'm stateless.
Okay, Allahu Akbar.
okay,
Bye bye.
okay.
I wonder what the open defecation rate is in Morocco.
Morocco's actually not bad, relatively speaking, compared to the rest. They're actually a little bit better off.
Oh my God, Hammer,
Actually, that's
Hammer!
relative.
Their open defecation is 0%. Holy shit!
Yeah, no, I told you they're not bad. Now their per capita GDP is like $4,000, but
Oh shit! I forgot to add him to the Yahtzee counter. If you're a subscriber, go ahead and spam the Yahtzee emote.
I take it back. They're not quite at 4,000.
Spam the Yahtzee emote, everyone. Woo! If you're a sub, go ahead and spam this.
Like that kind of poverty is just so repulsive.
Now you change, right?
is.
No one said anything changing. What are you talking about?
I just find
Bye bye Yahtzee. We don't allow Yahtzees
that-
here.
I find that extreme type of poverty where the per capita GDP is so low. It's revolting to me. Like, how can people just accept that level of being destitute and impoverished and be so proud of it? Like, these are poor countries that are just people live like shit.
Val, what's up? What's on your mind?
In some of the countries, they live in shit, but that's another story for
Yes.
another day.
Okay, on to the next guest. Val, what's up? What's on your mind?
I'm firmly in the camp with everything that's going on that just truly nothing ever happens. I don't think that this is going to, I think it's going to go back to the status quo of, oh, Iran hit Israel, Israel hit Iran, now we're done. Let's go back to status quo because they can't do anything long range or other than long range attacks on each other.
They can do way more than just long range attacks on each other. In fact, Israel did it in their initial attack. They used on the ground assets to take out the leadership. That's incredibly better than just a long range attack, which I want to point out, Iran hasn't proven to have the capability of doing to Israel. I mean, we know they've been trying. They've been trying for years to set up fake dating profiles to entice IDF soldiers and get information out of them, but they've not exactly succeeded that much.
Oh yeah, and you are right about that. What I mean by
of course I'm right.
It's more so.
Calm down. Not you.
It's more so in my eyes is that I'm trying to find the right words. I mean, we know Israel's done it plenty of times.
Hold on, Val. I'm sorry. We got someone who's claiming they found a source. We gotta get to debunking this guy real quick. Okay, so this is a guy that said he had proof that an F-35 was shot down. Do you have the Al Jazeera article?
I'm going to show you a couple of articles.
Hmm?
Not just one.
You said.
I'm going to show you a couple of articles.
You said that there was an Al Jazeera article and a Fox News article.
It doesn't matter. You told me to prove you wrong. So
No. You said so. You don't have. You said Al Jazeera and Fox News posted it.
Are working?
You probably don't have enough followers. Just give me that. You have one follower. That's why. Give me the name of the article and who posted it.
Let me look at.
I swear to God, if this is a Twitter post.
It's probably a Twitter post.
Guaranteed it's Twitter.
I'm gonna go to the account and find it. It's gonna be great.
I feel like we're going to give Sam an aneurysm at this point if more dumbasses keep on coming up.
It's Al Jazeera. I'm not Al Arabia News.
Al Arabia News. Okay, what's the title of the article?
Yeah, and Yemen News.
Okay, what's the title of the article on Al Arabia News? What's the title of the article?
I got a question. What are the
Wait, hand, user. I want the name of the article. Don't run away. I want the name of the article.
What does it really matter to you?
User, because you said you were going to prove it right. I want the name of the article. Let's go.
I just told you.
You gave me the name of the news.
What are you up to do?
You gave me the news out.
You put a couple of on you think you're smart.
So Al Arabia News. Search up F-35. Let's see. Sort my latest. 4 days ago is the last post. Yemen News. What Yemen news source?
The Cot Daily.
The Cot Daily?
What
the hell is
that? That was a joke. Cot is the drug that they're all strung out on.
Yeah, I'm dumb. I fell for that. So, users, here the problem is you're claiming something without a source. But I have showed you multiple sources that counter your argument. There has been absolutely zero confirmation from literally anyone that an F-35 has been shot down anywhere in the world.
Have you heard, Sam? I know you don't like him that much, but have you heard older millennial talk about his time in Yemen and how they had to take an hour to 2 hour break in the middle of the day working with all the Yemeni because they had like a specially designated time where they all would just take cot.
Oh, dude, that's standard in the Middle East. Like the ANA did that all the fucking time.
Like zone out and like freak out on the dude.
That's standard, dude. You'd be in the middle of a fucking patrol and they'd be
and get strung out.
You'd be in the middle of a patrol and the ANA would be like, "Hold on, gotta smoke some pot or not pot, opium." It's like the U.S. Marines and Army sitting there like, no, "We're in the middle of a patrol, my brother in Christ. What are you doing?" So, user, are you gonna show me proof yet?
So funny how messed up they are.
What?
Just before you're claiming that you're a Zionist.
I am indeed a Zionist, but I want to get back to the claim you made. You said an F-35 was... Hang on. I want to get back to the claim you made. User, I want to get back to the claim you made. Where is the proof of the F-35 being shot down?
Right, my screenshot, I can't put screenshot.
Okay, where are you getting this? Where is the screenshot from?
I'll show it to you, bro. You put a couple of books behind you think you're smart, bro.
Where is the screenshot from?
I just told you where it was from.
Okay, how about this? Go to my click on my profile right now. Send me a message and send me that photo. I'll pull it up on stream.
You gotta follow me back.
No, you would go into my message requests. I can see it.
Follow me back.
No, you can go into my request. Just send me the message. You don't have to. I don't have to follow you back for you to send me a message. No, I don't. My man, you can send me up to 3 messages right now. It allows you to send me up to 3 messages. You will go straight into my message request. I will pull it up right now. I can see my requests right here.
Yeah, you don't have to get offensive about it, man. So what? You get shot down. Why is getting angry?
No, I want you to prove. I want to prove that you're a liar.
We're not liars, man.
Okay, then send me the message right now. Go to my profile. Go to my profile and send me the message.
I want to share the video right now.
Why don't you? Okay, share me the video then. Send me the link. DM me the link right now. Come on.
It's like, honestly, I've dealt with less simple plankton than this freak. Just shut up, stop trying to get a point across, send the evidence to his DMs, we'll show it on stream, and then there's a conversation to be had. Until then, shut up, and we're going to move on to somebody else, because I don't have the patience to be dealing with
Wait, hang on, Palliative, I can't even understand him. Palliative, I can't even understand him. User, I can't even hear you right now. User, I can't hear you. It sounds like your phone's really far away.
Just a conversation, man. Chill, man.
No, but user, the problem is
waiting for your proof.
Palliative, hold on. User, the problem is it's not a conversation. User. Shh. The problem is it's not a conversation. You came up here and made a very bold claim that would be big world headlining news. You have not been able to substantiate that claim, and you have lied. I have given you the opportunity in multiple avenues to show me that proof.
I'll post it on my page and you have a look.
Sure.
To everyone here.
Post it on your page.
One second.
User, can I ask you a quick question?
But he's gonna go post it, and he'll be right back.
Oh, okay.
He's got no post so far. I'm gonna see it though.
The only stuff I've been seeing about that have just been doctored photos of F-16s.
Mm-hmm.
There were some fake F-35 AI generated photos, and also Syrian girl on Twitter took a photo from a crash in 2024 and said it was an F-35 getting shot down.
They're reporting the claims, but they're not reporting that it's official. They're just saying Iranian state media has claimed to shoot down.
I haven't even seen reports of that.
They
claim to have a female IDF soldier.
Hey,
well.
I'm gonna wait a little bit so you finish the conversation with the other guy, okay?
Oh, are you opposition? Or are you?
I'm a Jewish Israeli, and I would ask for your opinion about something. It's okay?
Okay. Yeah, we'll just sit and wait for the shooter. Go ahead.
I see on the internet about a lot of claims for my people that most of us are white, which is not true. So I want to know your opinion about this. So.
You mean the anti-Semites who just say that Jews are white because they use it as the
but it's not
to
true.
say that everyone's from Europe? Yeah, I know. We know.
So I want to know your opinion about this, your personal opinion about this.
I think they're fucking moronic anti-Semites who use any excuse to blame white people, and they can't figure out a way to invalidate the Jewish indigenous identities. They try to associate them with being white and Ashkenazi Jews being white just so that they can have a way to go, look, white man oppressor bad. And we can still blame the Jews now.
Okay, thank you very much. How do I
I got you. It's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, the only reports I'm seeing about anything relating to the F-35 are just saying it's like Sky News, Eurasia News, saying that it's been reported in Economic Times, stating that it's been reported by Iranian state.
This guy's got his account as private too. How am I supposed to see? I'm not following him back. How am I supposed to see this video if it's private?
You can't.
Fucking God, dude.
You can't.
I don't understand this.
He keeps on trying to get you to follow.
Who just had an echo?
The easiest way to solve the problem would be for Iranian state media to show the plane and the hostage.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've said it's a female hostage, which is really interesting because would you know how we know it's almost 100% fake? Because the IDF the Israeli Air Force posted this morning all of their female soldiers who are capable of flying F-35s, and they are all accountable at base, laughing at a video of that being posted.
Mm-hmm.
They literally did like a whole skit about it this morning.
Oh shit!
It's clear propaganda.
Yeah. Ooh, there we go. There's the bomb videos I was looking for. Neat.
But Sam, yesterday you said the Iranians were going to hit back. What happened?
I said that if they did, it was going to be small and inconsequential, and that it wasn't really going to do anything because they can't scramble and everything in a mass large attack because they don't have the capabilities to.
That was majorly small.
I'm sorry. They launched less than 100 drones in the initial response. Not a single one made it into Israeli airspace. Jordan shot down a bunch of them because Jordan's state media, including the Air Force, openly stated they were going to fall within the territories of Jordan and most likely hit populated cities. And yesterday they launched a couple missiles that mostly got shot down in the upper atmosphere. A couple landed and they missed everything. What do you mean? That was fucking inconsequential. That didn't do shit.
It didn't. 41 casualties and 3 deaths.
What did they hit?
Civilian populated areas. That is a big deal.
Okay, yeah, that's a war crime because they aim for those.
I agree with that.
But they didn't do anything.
Let's dish it to a very small question that I asked every single one.
ballistic missiles and they killed 3 people.
Okay, Hammer, 1 second. Let's keep this very small. In Israel's attack, they wiped out the majority of the military apparatus of the IRGC. Did Iran achieve the same or less?
Well, definitely less. I can agree with that.
Significantly less. Name one military general they took out.
They killed 3 people with 300 ballistic missiles? That's significant.
One of them was a 70-year-old.
Well, I mean, 3 killed is like in Baltimore, they call that any hour of the week.
But for Israel, that's a lot. The population,
not like October 7th.
Okay, I'll concede that might be a lot. Not really, though.
Yeah, like it's exactly what I said. They didn't really do anything. They didn't do shit.
Yeah, but we keep on jumping away from this. Israel's attack wiped out the majority of the military
that has nothing to do with his claim, though. Paladin, this has nothing to do with his claim, though.
Sam, I get his claim. I'm just trying to put things in a reasonable degree. You're saying that the response was big. Now, if the majority, let's put it any other country. Let's say Morocco had the majority of its leadership wiped out by Libya. Okay? Would it then be a big thing if Morocco killed 56 people and injured 47, but didn't take out any of the leadership? Would that be a strategic or military gain in that proportion?
I mean, not really, but I mean...
Exactly, so it's not big, it's inconsequential. It's very sad that civilians have died, but it didn't really do anything to prevent...
Like I said, as soon as Iran tried scrambling their ballistic missile systems, this is what Israel did to most of them. Oh, look, kaboom. Like I said, they have no air defense to stop Israel from destroying their missiles as they're prepping them to launch. But you've got 4th-generation Israeli fighters, F-16s, flying throughout the skies of Tehran and all of Iran completely uncontested. The F-4s are completely destroyed. There's no more of them. The MiG-29s, we only saw a single one scramble after the first initial wave of attacks. We haven't seen any Iranian planes in the sky contesting anything. They didn't do shit, and they fucking probably won't. And if they do...
Sam, but here's the thing that you're not taking into account.
Mm-hmm.
Just wait until Iran unleashes the Al-Barak Brigade in the air. Those flying donkeys get going, dude.
Dude,
I don't think Israel's F-35s can handle the Al-Barak Brigade.
Hammer, can we just get an Iranian version of Baghdad Bob?
Oh my gosh.
Wait, I gotta look up that video. Yeah. I gotta find that video. I need the Baghdad.
Baghdad Bob was actually kind of funny.
My favorite joke that I saw out of all of this was that John Bolton tied himself to the first bomb job.
We're sorry to inform you that he is dead after gleefully attaching himself.
So how far do you guys think this will escalate?
I think it's just going to be, like I said, the tit for tat that's been, especially after the reports of how badly the ballistic missiles and launchers got fucked. To put it politely,
tit for tat, dude. Israel is attacking non-stop.
Yeah, it's right now that I just checked.
I'm pretty sure they're there right now.
Yeah, they're attacking.
Right now. Israel is flying over Tehran, doing the equivalent of like donuts in the parking lot. Like they're just having fun, just cruising around Tehran, blowing shit up.
Well, what I mean by that is like I think how it ends up is that Iran's nuclear reactors don't either get completely destroyed and just.
Guys, this is important.
To what the Minister of Information is saying.
We have slaughtered about 3/4 of them so far, and there is some remnants of them left. They said that they have entered Baghdad with 65 tanks into the center of the city. And I'm telling you, this is not true. The operations are still ongoing, and I can tell you, and you can record it on me that I have said that, they are beginning to commit suicide at the walls of Baghdad. And I will encourage them to increase the rate of committing suicide. We have fed them a sour taste yesterday, poison, and by the brave forces of Saddam Hussein. They were surrounded.
This is just comical. Wait, this dude's coping in chat. They tested the defense yesterday and they found out how they work. Now think if they use 10 times the force. Okay, keep believing that, old man 88. I wonder what the 88 could possibly be.
Do you think that's a possibility?
No, because that would have they've already tried that. It's not impossible to overwhelm air defense systems. The most crippling problem with air defense systems is the reload time. So if you launch enough stuff, some of it's obviously going to get through because no air defense system is perfect. Then you got to hope that you can get another wave out before they can reload their racks and get ready to launch more missiles in defense. But it's not gonna happen. Oh, user posted the video.
I gotta go to bed. I'll tell you guys on Sunday when the Jubilee's coming out. I'll let you know.
Hey, dude, did you unprivate your account because your account's private? I can't see any videos.
Sam, I'll tell you Sunday, and you can announce Sunday in your live when it's coming out.
Sounds good.
So you can all watch this. Talk to
user in chat, unprivate your account so I can see the video. Wait, Hammer, we gotta see it. The guy said he posted the video. Proof the F-35.
If they didn't edit me out, I guarantee you guys are gonna be laughing.
I've been told what you said, Hammer. I've been told what you said.
I will make you guys laugh.
I was told it was the equivalent of you sitting around the dining table.
I don't even remember all the shit I said.
I do.
I just remember coming back to my chair and Moderate was covering his face. He was laughing so hard.
I was told it was basically you sitting at the dinner table and not giving a fuck, like there was no filter.
Oh, I didn't give a fuck. Oh, dude, I let loose.
I'm not taking it off of private. Why don't you want to take it off? Oh my fucking god!
If they don't edit me out, it'll be funny.
Here,
I have
requested to follow you back so that I can see the fucking video. Hammer, don't leave yet. We got to see this video. He said he posted it.
Go to sleep.
Hang on. He said he posted it. Hold on. He said he posted it. He said he posted it. Let's see it. Accept my follow request so we can see this video. I'm refreshing his page repeatedly until he accepts my follow request and I can see this video. Come on, user.
I'm getting ready to leave. I'm getting Mr. Arabic name chat. I'm getting ready to leave for work.
The anticipation is killing me.
What do you guys do for work? Semiconductor manufacturing and geopolitical and foreign affairs advisory roles. Okay, so
I make fun of Islam.
Islam.
I haven't got a request from you, my brother in Christ. My brother in Christ. I will do it again. Follow back. Requested.
You're calling my brother in Christ.
It's just a fucking meme.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not a meme we understood.
Still waiting.
I sell Muhammad-based art. That's what I do. Just nothing but pictures of Muhammad I sell. I hear it's popular in the Islamic world.
Move add to the Nazi count.
What? What'd I miss?
All right, I gotta go to bed. I don't care about this.
Wait. He posted it. I got it. No. Footage.
Is it Arma footage?
It is. It is.
Show me something.
This is Arma 3. Oh god, this is Arma 3 video game footage. There's no fucking way this guy thought it was real.
I play fucking Arma. I recognize that shit at fucking anywhere.
That's also not even F-35. That's not an F-35. That's an Su-57. That's an Su-57. That's a Russian airplane. It's a Russian airplane. Are you fucking kidding me?
See you later, Hammer.
No way. He says it's not. Oh my god.
How about you point out how we know it?
Just leave, bro. Just leave.
Sam, instead of laughing, point out how we know it is.
You don't want to fool yourself. I just love the way you don't want to accept it. How can you say that's a game? It's all
because hang on, user. I play that video game. I play that video game.
Over the news. Yo,
all over the news, but you couldn't show. Okay, cool. So here's the Su-57. Hang on. Here's the here is the Su-57 Felon. This is the hang on. Shh. This is the Su-57 Felon. This is the Russian, supposedly 5th generation stealth fighter. Look at that. Wow, it's the same fucking pattern.
Oh my god. So it's based on that, you're saying that it's
well, no, based on the fact that this fucking looks like a video game.
Yeah, that's for sure a game.
Plus the fact that the F-35 does not fly that low.
Ah, come on, now you've all become professional.
No. I am quite literally a professional. I am quite literally a professional. Dude, I have over 3,000 hours in this exact video game.
Sam, how about you, instead of just saying,
I just did.
tell it's a video game.
Feel about it, man. Come on, man. There's a video. So what, bro? You got shot down.
That's a fucking.
So this is quite literally front end of an Su-57. Here, let's look at it. Let's look at front. Look, hang on. This is the front end of an Su-57. Notice how it looks exactly the fucking same as that. But let's look at an F-35.
I'm fucking proof wrong. You guys eat a dick now.
Wow. That looks so similar. Here, let's look at a real photo. Does this look like this?
No.
No, but it does look an awful lot like this.
Yeah, because especially with how wide the fucking.
Oh, he left. Oh my god, he left. What a. Oh my god.
Dude, how wide those fucking aliens
I gotta clip that.
Sam, point out how we can tell it's a video game, because some people will be fooled by that.
Model. Dude, I don't even know. It's so obvious that I don't even know how to do it, because that's just not how things work. You can see that, like, that doesn't look like real life. The smoke doesn't look right. The missiles don't look right. You can hear people screaming for no reason. Where would this have been in Iran? Dude, you can tell at the bottom. That is obviously a video game.
They're playing it in fucking. That's the Takistan map.
Wait, is that Takistan?
I think it is Takistan.
Did I just find the exact
Sam,
location?
Could you show the video game real quick?
The video game is Arma 3.
No, I meant just like the pic, like the video again.
Oh.
I can Google search it.
Google search what?
I just needed a screenshot of it.
Of this?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's footage from Arma 3. So the video game is Arma 3. This is the map he's on.
Yeah, he's on Takistan.
Gosh.
That was bad. You proved me wrong. No way you're doubling down in the comments. That was one of the most embarrassing things I've seen on this live. In front of 235 people, you fell for a video game, and you're coming back. Oh my god, there's no way.
And 2 people who play Arma.
Okay, I'm gonna post another video of a different version of it.
Okay.
And you tell me if it's a game or it's a real life.
Okay.
No, you know what's even.
Hold on. I'm gonna post it. I'm gonna record this actually. I really want to record this now. I'm gonna record your whole life while I'm doing this.
Don't worry. You can. Hey, if you want to see the whole live,
I'll be back.
they're posted and recorded on YouTube. Anyone who wants to watch this hilarious moment over again, you go to the link tree in my bio. My YouTube channel is there. You can watch the whole live stream and watch this embarrassing moment all over again.
I'm gonna love this shit.
You know what's even
Be
funnier
back.
about
I'm
that?
gonna
It's
love
like
this
when
shit.
people
Look
felt.
at this guy on the bottom. He goes, "That's from where? What country did you say?"
No, it
No,
reminds. It
the
reminds
map,
me of the time
the
when.
map in the video game is called Takistan. It's a map in Armored 3, the video game.
Yeah, it's a modded
real
map.
video. It's a real live video.
It's not a live
Wait,
video.
Here's an easy way to disprove it. When were the F-35s and what
Oh
time of
my
day were the
God.
F-35s flying over Iran?
They were shot down at night in Iran. That's not night.
So why the fuck is it daytime, you
Hey,
dickhead?
if you look at the news right now, they just struck Iran again. So it's
No. Don't change the
Wait,
subject.
wait,
Hey, go post the other video. Go post the other video, please. Go post the other video. I want to.
I'll send you another version of it. Hold on.
You fucking idiot.
Hey, hold on, you dumb shit. I'm gonna send another angle.
We're not the dumb
Right,
ones. You're
second.
saying that this happened in Iran. That would have had to have
Uh,
happened at nighttime. according
Okay,
to their own
go
way.
post the video. Come back. Go post it and come back.
Imagine being this much of a simpleton.
Is that Arma 3 or the new version of Armor Forged? No, that's Arma 3.
That's Arma 3.
That's 100% Arma 3.
The-
Let's
the
see
fun-
if I can
But to
find the
people
actual
who don't know
model.
anything about it, it would look convincing.
It shouldn't.
I honestly thought that he was gonna post videos of fucking was it
DCS?
DCS, yeah, where like Ukraine was doing for the Ghost of Kiev.
God. Oh, actually, I found the mod for the file on Steam. That's the exact file used in the game. This one. Oh wait, you can't see it. This one.
Yep.
This is the model used in game. Holy shit, that was, oh my god. I have 3,000 hours in Arma as well, Stubbles. That's
I have 2,000.
Oh my god.
I've been playing Arma since like 20.
I have 0, and I knew it was fake. But the reason I knew it was fake was because the details. I'll be honest with you, with the low quality of the video, I couldn't tell you immediately why I knew that was fake, other than the facts that I was already aware of.
Oh my god, I gotta download this quick. Fuck. How do I download this?
Most people wouldn't be able to, Sam. Most people who don't play video games that much, it just looks like a low quality rendered video. Now, obviously, the weird thing was how the missiles looked. Why were they glowing if they weren't exploding that brightly? Because although they use fuel, yeah, they don't glow that brightly in the daytime. And there were some inaccuracies, but most people on first glance wouldn't be able to pick that apart.
This is my favorite one. This is from CNN from 2018 when Russia was trying to claim that this was in Syria.
Wait, Ariel Vasano says, put Russian fighter Su-57, put into operation military simulation, Arma 3, and search it on YouTube, Sam. He says you can find that exact video.
What is it, Russian?
Hang on, I gotta copy paste
Russian
his
fighter Su-57 put into operation military simulation. Arma A3.
Oh my god.
Have you found the exact video?
Oh my god. When was this posted? When was this
see
posted?
it. I fucking see
when
it.
was this
I have
posted?
it right here.
When was this posted? I need to know when this was. I can't see the posting date. I
can give you rough estimate was.
Well, I'm on PC. I can't see it.
Ago.
I swear to God, if he comes back with this video right now, it's gonna be great.
That's literally it.
He's gonna come back and say this is the other angle. Oh, here it is. This is it. No, it's different.
The other one has buildings.
Still the same map, though. You can see the same buildings.
Yep.
So you want conclusive proof that he was bullshitting? Here we go.
Wait, is this one it?
Might be.
No. But look at it. That's such bad AI. It's not AI. Also, wait, it did have the same sound. It did have the same sound. The sound is the same.
Yeah, it is.
Oh my god, does he come back? Does he come back after this? Please tell me he comes back.
Did he post what's it called? Did he post a new video?
He says he's posting a new video. He says he's posting a new video.
And this is where we say, with love and reference to the people who pointed that out, Ariel, thank you. And like, we wouldn't have, I don't think me and Sam would have fought to look at that.
Waiting for the next video.
Wait, play the audio on that one again so people can be refreshed as to how it's the same audio. Literally the same fucking video.
Holy shit. Do you think he's actually going to come back?
I don't think so.
Please come back. Please come back.
And did he repost anything?
Can I see repost? Of course
His
he
reposts
watches
are all
Jackson
crap.
Hinkle! He watches Jackson Hinkle! Oh, of course. How does this fucker get 2.3 million views? This fucking absolute piece of shit Nazi. Oh my god, he's such a fucking tool. Did he caption that video? The moment the Israeli F-35 was hit by Iran, the pilot ejects with a parachute. Wait, I don't even see an ejection. Hold on.
I don't see it.
Where's the ejection? Oh, but you're not going to show it.
Yeah, there's another one.
That's where you can clearly see it's a fucking
You can
pellet.
see it's an an Su-57. Right there, you can see the distinct fucking... Wow, the livery that only Russia flies. Oh my fucking god. Please tell me you posted this again.
I don't think he will.
Oh my god, that was a good fucking... Oh. Whew. Oh boy, that was great. Is he in my chat? Let's see if
Come
he's
on,
in
there's
here. He's not
232
in here.
people in here, and we're stuck at 96,000 likes. Tap the screen.
Yeah, let's get
Stop
to
being
100,000.
lazy.
Santa, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, man? I just want to ask, what's wrong with Jackson Hinkle?
Jackson Hinkle is an absolute coward of a man who doesn't know anything about anything, sims for jihadists, and is completely anti-America while playing on people who also know less than him just to make a profit off of it.
Okay, fair enough. Do you think he's paid by anyone?
I think he just gets enough money from social media, but the dude's such a fucking moron. He's run away from myself and multiple other of my friends multiple times in debates here, even here on TikTok. Like, there's literally
you challenged him to debate?
No, there's literally videos of me on panels with him and him running away from me.
Oh, he ran away from you?
Yeah, he's a fucking coward. He doesn't debate anyone that knows anything, and if they do, he either drops them or he leaves and goes, "Oh God, I got banned."
Can I just show my screen real quick and show an article I seen by him?
By Jackson Hinkle?
Well, not by him, but it's about him.
Can you tell me the title so I can pull it up? Because I also
What's
don't.
that?
Can you tell me the title? You also have 3 followers. You don't have enough to pull up your camera or anything. Can you tell me the title and who
Shut
posted
your
it?
bitch ass up, motherfucker! You fucking pussy ass bitch.
What was the voice crack
Let me,
there?
like, laughing
He
off.
ran away. Voice cracks, runs away.
I think he was about to pull up a picture that was gonna get you banned.
He wasn't gonna be able to.
Fair enough.
He doesn't have enough followers.
Hello, Zion boys. What's up?
Hey, good afternoon from Tel Aviv.
Hello.
How you guys doing?
Yeah, so what I mean, if he showed this fake video, what is it important? If million people believe it, it doesn't change the truth.
Oh, I know. It's just funny, and I get to laugh at morons.
Absolutely not important. It's irrelevant completely.
He hasn't posted another video yet. He also hasn't come back to the chat. Interesting.
He's probably too busy spam reporting you.
Yeah, we're just gonna laugh at him. But yeah, we know Zombies. We're just making fun of him.
At the end of the day, if you can't laugh at idiots, what's the point in having a life?
Joined. What's up?
Hello.
Hello. What's up? What's on your mind?
I want to know your stance between the Iran, Israeli, conflict.
Constantly. Did you say constantly or conflict?
Conflict.
I think that Iran is a nation that has been avidly against the state of Israel for decades. They've intentionally funded and armed and trained multiple militia groups and proxy groups that they use to fight against Israel so they don't have to suffer the repercussions. Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and they've gone out of their way to openly state that they're going to do whatever they can to wipe Israel off the map if they ever get the capabilities like a nuke. They also lied to the IAEA and had secret facilities that they were working towards to enrich uranium to where they could make nuclear weapons. The IAEA proved that they were lying and not allowing inspections and all sorts of shit. I think Iran got what was coming to them. They should have signed a fucking agreement like Trump told them to 60 days ago, and they're suffering the repercussions of their own actions.
Okay, fair point. You're an American, right?
Yep.
Okay, are you America first or Israel first?
I'm America first, but I know that also that comes with some requirements, like making sure that nobody fucking touches our allies. Because if you fuck with them, if America's allies, you fuck with America, and ain't nobody gonna tell us or our allies what the fuck to do.
Okay. So Israel's our ally, right?
Mm-hmm.
What have Israel done for America?
Oh, that's a big question.
Do you want to go down the medical list?
No. Here's the biggest one.
Taking all of our money
Joined.
dragging us into war.
Who developed
money.
GPS? Joined. Who developed GPS and where was it first used?
Okay, the entire world uses GPS.
Yeah, but
okay.
who invented
they use it, but who developed it?
Okay, there's a lot. Other countries develop a lot of things America
No, Israel developed it, and its first use, if I'm not mistaken, was in Afghanistan, was it not?
Blue Force Tracker.
Saving Americans' troops' lives.
Blue Force Tracker. It's a system that you use in all of our vehicles and equipment that allows us to see where all of our fellow vehicles are on the battlefield and identify friendly vehicles. Joined. You like America? Hang on. I gotta address something else. You said you like America making money, right? You like when we make money?
Yeah, but not by war.
But hang on. It's cool. I don't care if it's by war or not. You said that Israel's taking our money. Are you referring to the $3.3 billion we give them in aid every year?
Yeah, that and
okay. Hold on before we move on.
Other aspects
before we move on. Do you know where that $3.3 billion comes from? Like why we do that?
To be honest, no.
So under the Obama administration, we signed a memorandum of understanding with Israel, which is it was basically a 10-year contract. We give them a $3.3 billion credit system that they're required to spend in our defense industry, and then they proceed to usually spend anywhere from 3 to 5 times the amount, boosting our defense industry, which employs over 2 million Americans, and also boosts a multitude of other industries within America that support that industry. So I'll break this down to explain it, though, how it works, because a lot of people don't get it. Imagine the United States is Costco. Costco's fucking dope, right? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Israel is a Costco. They're just a shopper. We go to Israel and go, hey, man, here's a Costco gift card for $1,000. Let us know what you think. And they go, they spend it. And we go, hey, kid, how'd you like it? And they go, dude, Costco's fucking lit. I fucking love Costco. We go, cool. They already spent more than that $1,000. Let's say on that first trip, they proceeded to spend that $1,000 gift card plus like $5,000 on top. So we've profited $4,000 on that one. We then go, hey, kid, if you promise to shop exclusively at Costco for the next 10 years, you can have that $1,000 gift card at the start of every year. And they go, oh, fuck yeah, I'm down for that. I'll shop at Costco all you fucking want me to. That's how it works. We give them a credit system that they're required to spend with us. They then proceed to fucking dump money on us. And then we go, yes, thank you, money. Does that make sense?
Okay. So, yeah. America has multiple allies, correct?
Yeah, we got allies all over the world.
Israel is not the only one.
Yeah.
So why is it that when American citizens, freedom of speech, okay, you can't say out anything about Israel like on campus and whatnot.
That's
Like
not true.
why that is very much
I'm
true.
sorry, have you not
No,
seen all
it's
the
not.
fucking free Gaza protests all
I
over
know
the
two of my
camp? Wait,
friends.
have you not seen all the free Gaza protests all over the fucking campuses and the encampments? Were
But
they
it's not
all
peaceful
arrested?
because
Were they all arrested?
they sent SWAT cars and
Do you know
40
why? Do
different
you know
police
why
cars.
police were sent in? Because it's illegal to occupy a private campus that doesn't belong to you and trash buildings that are funded by the government and take people as captives, like holding the employees of the school inside the buildings and not letting them go, blocking Jewish students and assaulting Jewish students. That shit's illegal. That's breaking the law. Therefore, you get what's coming to you. You break the law, get fucked. Join how
Okay,
how
Are
old
you
are you?
going to mention your friend?
one last question.
Wait, how old are you?
I'm 23.
What year were you born?
So what year was I born?
Yeah, what year?
2001.
That makes sense. I'm 23, born in November of 01.
Yeah, I know. What? So your friend, what campus was he arrested on?
Wait, so I'm not the youngest person on this live?
San Diego.
San Diego. You see San Diego?
Yeah.
What did he do there?
He was simply protesting.
Was he part of the encampment?
Yeah.
And he was told to leave?
He was told to leave. He left. He was outside of the campus. They stayed there and they got arrested.
Wait. You said he was outside of the campus. Which one is it? Did he stay or was he outside the campus?
He was on campus. He was asked to leave. He left.
Mm-hmm.
They were outside of the campus and they stayed there. And
So let's check the police records then.
Wait. So they were arrested outside the campus for being on campus?
I just explained it to you, my guy.
But you said they left the campus, but they were on the campus.
They were on campus. They were on campus. Okay. They were told to leave. They left. They were outside of the campus. And he got arrested.
For what? What was he charged with?
No, let's narrow it down. What date was this on? Because I'm going to go to the arrest reports right now, which are publicly available data. You tell me what date, what time, and where.
San
And I guarantee you I can
Diego
pull it up
County
and we can
Court
find out
records.
what he was arrested for.
San Diego County Court records.
Yeah, that's what I'm going into.
I mean, there's no need to really do
Well, no. Wait, excuse me.
got
There is when
arrested.
you're making a lie. There is when you're making a lie. So tell us what he was arrested for and the truth. Because I'm going to go in and I'm going to list off every single person who was arrested from that.
For pretty much wearing a key.
So what was the charge?
He covering his face and not leaving campus?
What was the charge?
Resisting.
Resistance.
Resistance?
Resisting arrest.
Yeah.
Resisting arrest.
That was the only charge?
Mind you, this is all up on TikTok as well.
What account?
It was
So San Diego, I've got the San Diego courts up right now. Give me the date this happened.
I don't know the exact date.
Month.
This was around like January.
January 2024?
2025.
2025.
Yeah.
January 2025. So do we have a case name?
I mean, that's kind of, private. That's the whole
You're
reason.
talking about it on a live with 227 people giving enough details for anybody to find it.
That's the whole entire reason I said there's no need to do that, because I don't want to give out
No, but there is a
personal
need to
information.
do it because we can't take you at your word because you're clearly lying.
Okay, you don't have to. I don't have to get you to.
I don't believe anything.
It
No,
happened.
but you are putting that out there in order to fearmonger. Okay.
No, I'm
so
not.
so what I've done is I put in the name of the parties. So I put in San Diego College. And I put in all San Diego colleges. Do you know how many people have been arrested for resisting arrest on these campuses in all of San Diego? Zero in the past 5 years. Zero have been charged with resisting arrest. So you've already lied once. And that's on all San Diego campuses.
It could be under failure to disperse as well.
Failure to disperse? Okay, let's have a look at that.
That's what it could be under. That's what they hit a lot
Okay, to the host, I have one more question for you. Do you believe in a two-state solution?
Okay,
yeah,
failure
Jordan
to disperse.
and Israel.
We have four. None of which are in January 2025.
Yeah. I believe in the two-state solution of Jordan and Israel. The Palestinians, or as they were at the time, just the Arabs of Palestine, were offered and given an entire state, which was 78% of the entirety of the British mandate of Palestine, and that's Israel. They were given the state of Jordan. That was where they were supposed to go if they didn't want to live with the Jews. Plenty of them went and are living totally fine.
So what do you expect to happen to the 2 million people inside Gaza?
Stop being a bunch of fucking terrorist supporters, and maybe you can have your own fucking country.
Every single one of those 2 million is a terrorist.
Yeah.
So wait. So what you're saying is you didn't listen to the words I said and immediately responded before I had finished saying
one
it.
of your friends just say yes.
I don't care what he says. I said terrorist supporters, and you cut me off and said, so they're terrorists?
So freedom fighters are labeled as terrorists?
They're not freedom fighters.
Is grape freedom fighting?
No, but
okay. Is beheading a Taiwanese is beheading a Taiwanese worker that has nothing to do with Jews freedom fighting with a garden hoe?
No, Palestinians got
okay.
grapes.
What about no, they didn't.
No,
so what about hang on, what about when a Palestinian Muslim unalives 10 Jews, steals the cell phone of one of the female Jews he just unalived, calls his dad and goes, Dad, I just unalived 10 Jews. And his dad goes, I wish I were there, son. I'm so proud of you. Is that resistance and freedom fighting?
Palestinians are not all
cool.
Muslims.
Answer the fucking question. I didn't ask about Christians. I'm asking about the one that did this attack. Is that a freedom fighter? No. I'm asking about factual events that happened. Is that freedom fighting?
Repeat what you said.
The Arab Muslim Palestinian resistance fighter that unalived 10 Jews proceeded to steal the cell phone of one of the. Would you stop talking and you'll hear? Took the cell phone of one of the Jews. No, in the fucking southern portion of Israel when they fucking invaded on October 7th. He took the cell phone of one of the female Jewish girls that he unalived, called his dad and said, Dad, I just unalived 10 Jews. And his dad responded and said, Son, I'm so proud of you. I wish I were there. Is that a resistance fighter? No. Answer the question. Is that resistance fighting?
No, it's not. But so you're telling me this whole entire conflict that you're talking about, this situation was recorded? Oh, he called
my man. Dad. They literally took the cell phones of their victims and went live on Facebook Live. They posted videos all over Snapchat. Have you not seen the videos?
So if you're going live on a phone and you make a phone call, like how can you can't?
I'm giving you an example of stuff being filmed.
Okay, so
in one instance, a family found out that their family members were being unalived because they went, "Wow, we're in the middle of an attack. That's weird. Grandma's live on Facebook. Let's click on that. Oh shit! Everyone in the house is being gunned down."
So
I'm also just checking the demographic percentage of Christians. So no, because according to the Gaza Strip population, a predominantly Sunni Muslim with an estimate ranging from 98 to 99% Muslim.
That is false.
This is according to the Gazan population. Christian approximates to 1,000 to 3,500, with most sources citing around 1,000 Christians left, mainly Christian Greek Orthodox, with some Roman Catholic and Baptist. This number has declined from about 3,500 in 2007 due to emigration and the conflict. Given Gaza's total population of approximately 2.3 million in 2023, the Christian population represents roughly 0.03 to 0.17 of the total population.
From the Palestinian Center for Policy and Research.
Yeah, literally.
It's from the Palestinians.
So I'm sorry. You were talking about
Christian?
it not being majority Muslim. Shut the fuck up, you bullshit.
Are you Christian, Edu? Whatever your name is. If I'm
Edu.
Whatever. I'm done with this.
No, I'm not Christian.
I don't care anymore. Guys, it's 7 a.m. for me right now, so I'm going to end stream. If you guys want to see more debunking content, again, remember, I did 10 years in the United States Marine Corps doing combat marksmanship instruction and doctrine development, creating some of the training doctrine that is used to send Marines to war right now. I also have a decade in geopolitical and foreign affairs experience with advisory roles, specializing in the Middle East and Eastern Europe, but I've also been to the front lines of Ukraine, training Ukrainian soldiers on my own dime. If you want to see debunking videos or analytical videos on different conflicts in the Middle East and Eastern Europe, specifically like the war in Ukraine or stuff going on with Israel and Gaza, go ahead and drop a follow. If you guys go to the link tree in my bio, you can also see all of my socials linked. We are live every time we're live on here. We're live on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube all at once. And you can also just fucking watch the replays of the stream. Drop a follow. Thank you guys all for getting here. We got to 100,000 likes tonight. That's fucking dope. Everyone have a good night. Fucking peace. I'm out.
See you later.
Thank you to everyone on the other platforms as well.